Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today with you. I'm Luisa Maria de Viegas. I am the regional leader of Region 3. And today we are finally here in our Global Indigenous Youth Summit of Climate Change for the 2026. It's amazing how we can have this meeting every year, and it's always a pleasure to see new faces and also recurrent faces from last year's. I've been in this position as a regional leader for the last 3 years, and it's always a pleasure to be here with you. So a little bit of what's going to happen today. We are starting Region 3 now. So this is a 24-hour dialogue. And we had the Region 1 and 2 with amazing presentations, incredible program. And now we are starting Region 3. So for our program here today, we are having a lot of talks, a lot of panels. We have some really interesting digital posters, and we also have a ritual that's going to be shared with us. So stay tuned. We have a full program ahead, and I hope you have fun here. I hope you we have amazing discussions. So everybody who is here today is welcome to participate by sending messages, sending commentaries, or actually discussing and participating at each of the presentations. Buenos días, buenos días. Yo soy Luisa, soy la regional líder de Región 3 y estamos acá para podermos comenzar la programación del Región 3. Yo soy brasileña, entonces yo voy a hablar también en portugués, pero tenemos una programación muy bonita, muy bella, con muchas intervenciones y tenemos algo muy bonito por la frente. Entonces, por favor, participen con preguntas, con comentarios y también participen en las discusiones. Bom dia pessoal. Sou Luisa Maria de Viegas, sou a líder regional aqui da região 3 das Américas e é um prazer estar aqui hoje começando, né, essa terceira parte do nosso evento de 24 horas, que é o Global Indigenous Youth Summit for Climate Change. Então, hoje a programação, começando agora, nós temos aí um dia inteiro de programação, uma tarde inteira de programação para a região 3, e passando por palestras, passando por painéis, e também temos pôsteres e também temos um ritual que será compartilhado aqui com a gente. Então, fiquem aqui com a gente, participem, mandem mensagem, participem das discussões, que esse evento foi produzido para vocês, com vocês. So we are about to start our first panel of the day, our first talk. So the first program here will be the Escuela Internacional del Agua. Is a panel that will be led by Gabriela Duque. Gabriela está acá, ya está por acá. Tenemos en 5 minutos comenzaremos la presentación del panel. Entonces, todos estamos muy ansiosos, muy felices de estarmos acá. So this first panel will last 40 minutes, and then we'll follow with a short talk on Salasaka traditional knowledge and innovation in museums, which is also really interesting. After that, we'll have a quick interval and then we go with a digital poster. That will be the climate action and indigenous led economies. And following that, we'll have another digital poster on our land, our children, our refugee. How Awaljun and One Place Women are building safer communities for their children and forced state justice in the Peruvian Amazon. Amazing. And then after that, we'll have another digital poster on the Cacicazgo cuando Pilamunga en defensa del patrimonio cultural y natural de los Chimbos, centro de Ecuador. Also focus on our knowledge section. After that, another digital poster on Quechua youth and water conversation. Then we'll have another quick interval and a panel for the students on ice blue future pathways. Follow it, but a quick interval and the Maxakali and Patachor ritual, which are indigenous peoples from Brazil. We'll follow that with students on ice servitude panel, and we will have then a presentation on the saberes que vuelven al territorio con construcción intercultural, memoria y aprendizaje climático en la comunidad mapuche pehuenche de Chile. After this presentation, we'll have the Tejiendo Justicia Climática desde el liderazgo de las mujeres mapuche, saberes, territorio y justicia epistémica. It's also a presentation followed by supporting indigenous food sovereignty globally year-round. Also a presentation and then a workshop on biocultural memory and dance, which will be really fun, I guess. After that, we'll have our last quick break and we'll have learning from the land, indigenous knowledge, shared responsibilities, and youth leadership for addressing the climate crisis. It's our last panel, and we'll end up with a presentation from Lumai Nation. So we can close our program with the best. With this amazing program we have for the Region 3. So it's my pleasure to be here with you all. It's a pleasure to see this room with a lot of people and also our YouTube channel fill it with people watching our program. And yes, it will be an amazing day here. So stay tuned. And it's my pleasure to be here with you all. Thank you all for coming. And we are about to start our first presentation. So, Gabriela Duque, ¿estás por acá? Muchas gracias por comenzar nuestra programación con su panel Escuela Intergeneracional del Agua. Sea bienvenida y yo voy a pasar la palabra para usted.
Hola Luisa, buenas tardes. Buenos días, buenas tardes con todo el planeta, con Asia, África, Oceanía, Europa, nuestra América Latina, nuestro Abya Yala. Estamos aquí reunidos en el Ecuador, la mitad del mundo, en la ciudad de Salcedo, para compartir con ustedes el trabajo de la Escuela Intergeneracional del Agua, un espacio de aprendizaje donde niños, niñas, adolescentes, adultos, abuelas, abuelos, hombres y mujeres se reúnen para poder discutir, entender y reflexionar sobre las prácticas de cuidado del agua. Estamos aquí representados 4 territorios de nuestro Ecuador. Tenemos de la Amazonía a Santana, Puerto Santana, un grupo amazónico conformado por 4 nacionalidades indígenas, Quichua, Shuar, Achuar y Zápara. también la nacionalidad guaraní del Ecuador, una nacionalidad de reciente contacto, además de varios colectivos que forman la parroquia de San Antonio de Pichincha. Ahí está una comunidad originaria del pueblo Quitucara, un pueblo milenario para el Ecuador, y esta es una de las representaciones que hoy queremos presentar después de 4 meses de trabajo en estos espacios. Hemos ido construyendo a partir del arte expresiones que cuentan cómo es la defensa del agua en los territorios. Queremos empezar entonces compartiendo esta canción creada por las mujeres de la asociación Chihuarmi de la Amazonía ecuatoriana. Damos las gracias a las mujeres en Chihuahua y queremos ahora pedir la presencia de nuestro amigo Oscar Basante. Él es un joven quiteño que representa al pueblo milenario quitucano. Un aplauso para Oscar.
Gracias a todos los guardianes del agua de acá de Ecuador, del centro del mundo, del centro del tiempo. Mi nombre es Oscar Basante Ñacata. Resido en uno de los lugares más importantes del planeta y qué mejor que comunicarnos por vía telemática con todo el mundo. Qué mejor comunicar con todo el mundo que desde el centro del mundo y el centro del tiempo también cuidamos del agua, también resistimos, también protegemos nuestras vertientes, nuestros ojos, nuestros ríos y sobre todo queremos recuperar nuestros ríos contaminados. Soy uno de los guardianes del agua, de la Escuela Internacional del Agua, y hoy hablo en nombre de los niños, jóvenes, adultos y adultos mayores, en nombre de las comunidades de San Antonio de Pichincha, Cancelén, del mundo, Rumicucho, el agua, el manantial, el Pululagua, Pomasi, Pusuquí, y todas las palabras relacionadas al quito milenario. Desde el centro del tiempo queremos comunicarles que ser guardianes del agua ha sido algo fuerte para nosotros, pero la academia, la comunidad y sobre todo la unión con el mundo nos va a permitir que el agua nos permita seguir viviendo generación tras generación. Los jóvenes en este momento estamos ya empoderados de poder reconstruir el pasado que vivían nuestros abuelos, cuando se bañaban en los ríos, cuando tomaban el agua de las vertientes, cuando se bañaban en las piscinas termales, cuando iban a los páramos a coger mortiño y cuando veían la nieve en nuestros nevados. Nuestros abuelos y abuelas nos han enseñado a cuidar el agua. Y qué mejor que el día de hoy. Tal vez ustedes me ven solo a mí, pero frente a mí hay un montón de guardianes que están también cuidando el agua con nosotros. Hablo en nombre de ellos, hablo en nombre de las comunidades y sobre todo darles las gracias a nivel mundial de que vengan a visitarnos en la mitad del mundo, en Catequilla, en Toñampare, en Santa Ana, acá en Mulalov, en Salcedo, y que encuentren en la armonía, en la amabilidad de la gente, que encuentren la sabiduría milenaria. Somos el Quito milenario y parte de la Yala. Quito con 15.000 años de historia y el Yala con 30.000. Toda Latinoamérica y todo el mundo unido por la astronomía. Quiero dejar solo un mensaje. Nosotros, desde las vertientes del agua, lo único que mencionamos es que cuando el agua ha transcurrido desde el páramo, ha atravesado un montón de piedras, tierra entre las montañas, ha atravesado cavidades subterráneas, ríos subterráneos, lagunas subterráneas, ha atravesado tanto camino para nosotros poder abastecernos de ella. Y en ese camino encontramos vida. No se olviden, para vivir necesitamos siempre del agua. Muchas gracias. Y les invito al grupo de San Antonio de Pichincha. Vamos a cantar nuestra canción. Nuestra canción está relacionada con el río Villorita, actualmente llamado río Monjas, uno de los ríos limpios de Quito, pero que ahora es uno de los ríos más contaminados. Y es por eso que le dedicamos la siguiente canción con todos mis compañeros. Gracias. Esto ha sido San Antonio.
Muchas gracias, querido Oscar. Es hora de reconocer la cultura ancestral de nuestras nacionalidades y vamos a llamar a los compañeros, compañeras guaraní del Ecuador. Por favor, Pancho y su grupo. Los guaraní del Ecuador tienen menos de 100 años de lenguaje. El más grande de los pueblos indígenas en este país y han venido con la vestimenta original la que ellos representan. Van a realizar una danza y un canto tradicional.
Ándale el visor. El cambio significa todos los que llegaron, tanto las personas que están, somos como hermanos, estamos entrelazados, entendidos como archivos, y también como el ave mango, lo decimos en la comunidad, el que teje sonido traemos diferentes ramas de todos los lados para un sonido, entonces sí, tenemos que estar unidos, significa acá.
Vamos a darles un nuevo aplauso. Esta sección está en su idioma original, que es el guauterero, y ustedes saben que la resistencia guaraní es un ejemplo para el país y para el mundo de la defensa de los territorios y que nosotros creemos que son espacios importantes para decir. Muchísimas gracias. Vamos ahora a escuchar a las compañeras semillas del campo. Y la educación de jóvenes están resignificando su relación con el campo a partir de recuperar las experiencias de sus abuelos, mamás y de sus padres.
Buenos días a todos. Nosotros somos Semillas del Campo, un colectivo que se formó de jóvenes, mujeres de zonas rurales que buscamos el empoderamiento femenino y también el desarrollar sus actividades. Nosotras somos hijas, nietas, bisnietas de la mamá Fernando Marce, que nos ha brindado tanto, nos ha dado su agüita y especialmente sus bárbaros también y sus hermanitos que nos brindan mucha agua a todas las personas que estamos cerca del Cotopaxi, que nos brinda para los alimentos y también para la agricultura, la ganadería y las queseras, las fábricas que se desarrollan al lado de esto. Y pues bueno, nosotros estamos aquí como jóvenes, que ahora somos el presente y el futuro. En el presente tenemos que hacer acciones, incidencia, propuestas para que podamos cuidar más el agua y también lleguemos con estos conocimientos a más personas, no solo a nuestros territorios, sino a otras comunidades aledañas de Munaló, Sehuacuanco Alto y todo el Cotopaxi y también todo el país. Muchísimas gracias.
Saca al mundo.
Cuidemos el agua muy bien porque un día los ríos se van a contaminar y no podremos beber y podremos enfermarnos por el agua que tomamos. Gracias por nuestro esfuerzo y gracias por su atención a todos.
Muchísimas gracias, Pepilla. Vamos a mostrarles. Tenemos unas mujeres que se trabajaron y el grupo de mujeres sin chihuahua quiere presentar. Mientras la vocal esté lista para poder entrar. Queremos terminar con este espacio.
Está con la cámara.
Nos recuerda que así como los ríos, la vida también es buena y que muchas veces creemos que el río está movilizado, interconectado, pero creemos que la fluidez implica también ir lento, encontrarnos, juntarnos como hemos hecho ahora. Lo que ustedes están viendo de las GIYSCC es su representación de su territorio, de la naturaleza, sus aves, también la infraestructura que tienen, la valentía de las mujeres, el ánimo y cómo ellas día a día cuidan de sus hogares a través de la creación de artesanías para luego venderlas, de sus cultivos orgánicos para poder tener comida sana, de esa forma alimentar y sostener la vida de sus hogares. Les damos un fuerte aplauso a los mujeres. Con eso vamos a escuchar nuestra batucada, que es el espacio final. El día de ayer, varios niños, a través de la Gisela Santa María, han aprendido el tocar tambores. Entonces, ahora vamos a ver una expresión que se creó el día de ayer y que hoy nos deleita con el cierre, convocando a los pueblos del mundo a la resistencia, a la lucha y a la defensa de los espacios de vida que se sostienen en este planeta, como la Amazonía, como los Andes y como todos los espacios que ustedes han ido compartiendo. 1, 2, 3, va. ¡Que viva el a Verónica Santa Fe, nuestra colega de la Universidad de Regina, que va a hacer un resumen en inglés para que el resto de personas puedan entender el contexto de lo que está pasando aquí.
Can everyone hear me in the Zoom call? Can you hear me there? Pedro, ¿pueden escucharme ustedes?
Yes, can hear you.
Okay.
Buenos días.
Buenos días. Well, I will be doing a quick summary for all the global partners in English. Thanks everyone for the patience. This has been a gathering that Gabriela Duque, who leads the ETI, the Intergenerational Land Studies in Ecuador. She's a faculty with Universidad Central. This is a gathering that they brought together 4 organizations from 4 different regions in Ecuador. All of these groups come from distinct lands and cultures, and they have been working in a project called Intergenerational School of the Water. And the main goal of this project is to create this intergenerational connection or reconnect with these intergenerational values for all of these communities. So in Ecuador, that helped to create a systems thinking approach of water, because sadly we didn't have a good connection. And I think that is a reminder that for most of the indigenous peoples, I think it's not only in Ecuador, but for most of the indigenous peoples, indigenous communities in the world that live in remote areas, having access to good quality internet is a real challenge that creates a big barrier. So I really appreciate the patience of all of you being here and going through this, also understanding that this is the reality of indigenous people's services there. So, well, I want to do a quick summary. As I say, Gabriela and Eti has been doing this work, trying to bring together this the work that each of these 4 regions are doing to restore this connection, this biocultural connection with the water. And we had people, Waorani people from the deep Amazon region, who have been sharing through their songs, through their indigenous languages, about the memory of being in one of the most biodiverse, one of the areas with a lot of water, like the Amazon. And also we had this other group that is a group of Sinchiwarmi Association, a women-led organization with 4 different nations in Ecuador that also had a song and shared with us. We also had Quitucara people from the capital in Ecuador, Quito, who share how they are restoring the connections that they have with the river, Monjas River, which is actually one of the most contaminated rivers in Ecuador, but through this restoration of their memory of how their ancestors live in and relate with the river, they're trying to also restore the ecological vitality of this river. And finally, we had a group, as Semillas del Campo. This is a youth and women and girls led organization in actually it's from my community, Ecuador. I'm very proud to see, because their age range from 13 to 25 years, and they are doing a lot of work. And they are focusing on restoring the Páramo ecosystem, which is kind of a high altitude ecosystem where the water is born. And the work that Gabriela and her team is doing is to also create that awareness that all of these regions, no matter how far they are interconnected, because if the water is born on the highlands, on the Andes, on the Paramo, the same water will continue with the spirit and with all what is happening in that territory. All that is a spirit that carries and goes to the Amazon, and then eventually will go to the ocean, and eventually I'm sure that water will end close to you. And that is the spirit that Gabriela has been trying to create, is to make us aware that we are all connected, no matter we are in Africa, in Oceania, we are in North America, and South America, we are connected through the water. So that is this a quick summary. And if you guys have any question for the group, please share the question. I'm in the chat in WhatsApp with the group. They have a better connection through WhatsApp. So if you have a question, I can ask them and bring that answer, and I can also support. I've been supporting the group in what I can, although I'm far from them. And I left in the messages, I left some of the Instagram accounts of each of these organizations and their website. So that's it from my part. I don't know, Luisa, how do you want to continue? It's so sad that we have a bad connection over there. But please, if you follow their Instagram account, you can see the videos, the pictures of what happened during these 2 days, because they were camping Saturday and Sunday, August 8 and 8 at night. They were camping in this town to co-create and bring together all this knowledge about the intergenerational school of water.
Pregunta.
Okay. Paul.
Thank you very much, Veronica, for your leadership, certainly in both regions 1 and 3, which is great. And it was the first time that South America was represented in Asia. I loved it. It was great.
Thank you.
One of the in specific in relation to water and a discussion item with the community, and with appreciation for the joy that they shared with all of us. Even though the bandwidth wasn't there, I imagined it will be in the future, and the joy was certainly appreciated. But in terms of water, I'm a biological oceanographer. Most of the Earth is water, and we live in a world where the climate goes through all of the phases of water. So oceans go up when ice sheets go down, and ice sheets go up when the ocean goes down. So you have this seesaw. Water is fundamental. It's easiest in terms of human populations to touch the frozen part of water, actually, in terms of the Andes and the high mountain regions in South America, but also considering the Tibetan Plateau that we talked about earlier today. Between South America and the Andes and other regions, including Indonesia, which has something called the infinity glaciers that were never supposed to melt, there is this ice on Earth. And there is a project that began in the 19th century in relation to an end of a little ice age, but it was ice that started this project. And in 2032, the next phase of this 150-year-old program will happen. And from my perspective, to be inclusive on a planetary scale means operating from one pole to the other, not one and the other, but one pole to the other, and include the 1.9 billion people that live next to these high mountain glaciers. I mention that because these types of transformations don't happen quickly, but they happen effectively over time. And I think that's where hope is. This discussion has been going on for 150 years. The concept of the third pole being the Himalayas was introduced in 1932. So 100 years later, there is an opportunity for the indigenous communities, the global South, to think and actually convey compelling strategy to operate on a planetary scale, pole to pole. So I mentioned that in terms of the Andes because the ice on Earth is perhaps the most tangible feature we have of water. I mean, certainly we see sea level going up, but it's so slow. And we see the clouds moving around and it's so fast. But we live next to glaciers and we can measure during our lifetimes the changes and the boundaries of these glaciers. So with appreciation to the communities and messages, I found your contributions today to be very important. And thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I want to share briefly in Spanish for the people that are here. Para la gente que está con Gaby, Paul nos dice que hay este proyecto que lleva más de 100 años que se llama Hielo en la Tierra, Ice on Earth, y que es un concepto bien interesante porque justo le he compartido el trabajo que ustedes hacen en ETI, es crear crear conciencia de que el agua es lo que nos conecta y también como desde el páramo hasta la Amazonía y el océano, siempre hay esta conexión que ustedes mismos lo han dicho. Y él nos menciona este Eyes on Earth como un proyecto que lo llaman el tercer polo, además del polo norte, polo sur, un tercer polo que es todo este hielo que está en las montañas. Imagínense en Ecuador, el Cotopaxi, el Chimborazo, el Cayambe, pero cómo ese hielo también lo compartimos o es una situación que lo compartimos con otras regiones como los Himalayas, en otra parte del mundo. Y cómo sería bonito que también nos reconectemos a través de este concepto, a través de la gente que vivimos o que somos del hielo. Eso quería compartirles en español para ustedes, que Gaby, y ahí para que puedan también tomarlo en cuenta. Okay, with that, if there is any other question or comment, as I say, please follow their Instagram accounts, their website, to keep with updates about the work that they are doing in Ecuador. And by the way, ETI is a network that brings together researchers not only in Ecuador, especially community researchers, not only in Ecuador. They have a network in all South America with people from Brazil, actually people also in Hispanic America because they are also in Spain. But this space is an opportunity for researchers that are in diaspora, like in my case, that want to help their home communities, because there is this space that Gabi has been leading to allow us to supporting some ways to our home countries and communities. Okay, thank you. No more questions. Thank you. Gracias, Gaby. Gracias, Eti. Gracias a todas las 4 comunidades por este gran trabajo que han hecho.
reactivate esse micro aqui. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello.
So I have a question.
Okay. Go ahead.
I have a company, an agricultural company, which helps with. I am an entrepreneur, and I have a company, which is supposed to to. We are you.
Tiwi.
Eh. Não replay bem.
This isn't a serious call, I don't think, Julia.
Yes, Paul, I realize that I don't even know who it is. Otherwise, I'll just mute the person. Yeah. Louisa. Hello, Louisa.
Ano kalau itu demokrasi.
Hello, Louisa. Yes, Stefan. Let's do that. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Hello, Stefan. Thank you so much. Can we mute the music now? All right. Thank you so much, and welcome back. At this point, I think that we've taken our first break, and so we can quickly zoom into the presentations. And so if Marisol is ready, we can call Marisol to give us her digital poster. Yeah. Marisol?
Hola, buenas tardes, buen día, buenas noches. ¿Ya procedo? Hola.
Hola Marisol, sí te escuchamos. Julia, I think I will help Marisol putting the poster out there. So just give me a moment. Marisol, deme un momentito, voy a poner el póster. Oh, do you have Julia available?
No, I'm even trying to tell you to help me moderate because it's going to be in Spanish. So
Oh,
you
yeah,
could help me moderate this particular session.
yeah. I just
Okay.
need a moment.
All right.
Ok,
Thank you.
Marisol, por favor, deme un momentito, estoy buscando su archivo para ponerlo al frente. Deme un
Claro,
momentito.
sí, no te preocupes.
Ok, vamos a empezar, Marisol, con el de COICA. Usted va a tener 10 minutos y luego de esos 10 minutos vamos a ir a la siguiente presentación que es de la Asociación de Mujeres. Entonces, en total usted va a tener 20 minutos. Entonces, voy a hacer la presentación rapidísimo en inglés y en español de usted y luego usted lo puede decir en español y la gente va a traducir directamente a través de el Google Translator. Entonces ya tengo aquí. Can everyone see this the screen with the poster? ¿Sí puede ver su póster ahí en la
Sí,
pantalla, Marisol? Ok.
sí, gracias.
Buenos, the next presentation will be in Spanish, so I will ask everyone that require translation to please use the tool with Google Translate. As we have this conversation with Marisol Garcia Pagüeño, who is an Indigenous women leader representing COICA, which is the coordinator of the Organization of Indigenous Peoples in the Amazon Basin. Marisol García Pagüeño es representante de la coordinadora de las organizaciones indígenas de la cuenca amazónica y una mujer líder indígena que nos acompaña desde Perú en este momento. En esta primera parte, Marisol nos va a compartir sobre el proyecto de bioeconomía y economías más justas con el bosque, con el clima. Por favor, Marisol, le doy la palabra.
Muchas gracias. ¿Usted me avisa cuando hago el paso para hablar sobre el tema de las mujeres o ahí nomás en continuación?
Yo le puedo avisar para contarles que va a haber un siguiente tema. Es
Ok,
ahorita.
gracias. Bueno, en este día muy especial, muy importante, pero sobre todo un día de conmemoración que se reconoce a los pueblos indígenas como un- una contribución, un aporte de sus saberes, de su lucha y su resistencia. Queremos desde los territorios conmemorar a todos nuestros hermanos, hermanas de los pueblos indígenas que dieron su vida por la causa indígena justamente. Yo soy de la comunidad nativa Tupac Amaru de la Amazonía de Perú y en la actualidad soy delegada de la COICA en el movimiento de mujeres en Alianza Global. He tenido el privilegio de conocer a mi bisabuela, quien me ha transmitido muchos conocimientos, sobre todo el respeto a las formas de vida, ¿no? Muchas veces estamos fraccionándonos y ahí vamos perdiendo la ley de origen de la vida propia, que empezamos un poco a ponerle colores, a ponerles otros nombres o estereotipar la vida propia. Pero en la filosofía de vida de los pueblos indígenas, al menos de la cuenca amazónica, es justamente reconocer la función y el aporte de cada uno de los seres vivos que lo habitan. Siempre a veces se menciona que nosotros somos ambientalistas y no terminan de reconocer que nosotros somos parte del bosque, somos parte de la cuenca y de los biomas que se encuentran en la Amazonía. Al transcurrir el tiempo, muchos de los seres humanos de diferentes partes, mayormente del norte global, empezaron a ponerle el nombre de la vida propia como recursos. Y nosotros reconocemos justamente, ¿no? No le puedo poner recurso al agua, a los bosques, a la biodiversidad, porque justamente nosotros hemos absorbido la información, los conocimientos, los saberes y las buenas prácticas de esa armonización, de vivir en armonía con los seres invisibles, la espiritualidad que nos conecta y nos hace ver que uno de las virtudes o los privilegios que tenemos nosotros como pueblos indígenas es la voz. Y el conocimiento se nos dio por añadidura. Entonces es ahí que este contraste entre llamarlo recursos y llamarle vida ha hecho que nos encontremos en una situación muy complicada, que estamos pagando las consecuencias todos los seres vivos, todos los seres humanos, ¿no? Desde el arrinconamiento, de despojo territorial hacia los pueblos indígenas, desde la extracción del caucho. Hoy en día no ha cambiado nada, ¿no? Simplemente han cambiado de nombre muchas formas de extractivismo, y no solo en nuestra fauna y flora, sino también en nuestra cultura. Es por eso que los pueblos indígenas dijimos, ¿por qué nosotros tenemos que estar haciendo el trabajo de reparar, de curar las zonas vulnerables? Sin embargo, cuando se habla de tema de financiamiento, siempre encuentran mecanismos y formas para no aterrizar ese financiamiento que nos ayudaría a los pueblos indígenas a reparar todo esa destrucción que están haciendo en la casa común. Hemos decidido nosotros como pueblos darle ese valor y esa importancia a los conocimientos que nos fueron delegados, transmitidos de generación en generación. Y es por eso que hoy en día los pueblos indígenas de la cuenca amazónica venimos liderando la economía propia, la economía indígena que se plasma a raíz de esos saberes ancestrales, dándole valor agregado a las cosas que ya tenemos en el territorio, nuestras semillas. Son semillas que están durmiendo y que al tener el contacto con la tierra nuevamente nace el aliento de vida. Y es así que nosotros seguimos multiplicando, porque para nosotros las semillas caminan, se reproducen. Hoy se puede ver en el arte indígena las semillas, las plumas, pero muchas veces esto también son cuestionados, ¿no? Diciendo, ¿por qué matan a los guacamayos para que ustedes se pongan las plumas? Y no terminan de entender que cada ser vivo cumple una función. Nunca vamos a ver en las protestas o en la COP del cambio climático, de la biodiversidad, a los pumas, a los jaguares o a los guacamayos protestando, reclamando, demandando sus derechos fundamentales. Somos nosotros, nosotras las voceros de nuestros hermanos de territorio, de nuestros hermanos mayores. La economía indígena cumple un papel fundamental en nuestra resistencia, en nuestra adaptación, porque estamos sufriendo la contaminación de nuestras aguas a través de los derrames de petróleo, a través de la minería legal o ilegal. Ambos generan un impacto ambiental irreversible. Hoy en día, nuestros pueblos están haciendo su proceso de adaptación a través de hacer las pozas artificiales para criar los peces propios, nuestras chacras integrales, nuestras crianzas de aves para poder, uno, sostener nuestra alimentación y otro, para poder seguir inyectando financiamiento propio a nuestra lucha ante las economías ilícitas y ante el olvido de los estados, de la geopolítica, que solo busca crear políticas públicas para destruir nuestros territorios, nuestras vidas. Pero justamente las mujeres somos las que estamos tomando las riendas de la economía indígena. Hoy en día tenemos en vitrina, en diferentes espacios nacionales e internacionales, visibilizando cómo a través de estos conocimientos ancestrales se viene fortaleciendo, empoderando a las mujeres, a las comunidades que también nosotras aportamos a través de la biojoyería, que lo llaman otros, a través del arte, del diseño, de la moda, a través de respetar el sacrificio de nuestros hermanos, ya sean las aves, ya sean los insectos o las mismas semillas. Esto está ayudando a las mujeres organizadas de los territorios, pero también se está incentivando en la niñez, en la juventud, porque son ellos, nuestros sucesores, nuestro pilar dentro de la estructura indígena y claro, son los que van a continuar con este legado de seguir luchando, de seguir defendiendo, de seguir sacrificando. La economía propia tiene ese valor que lleva hacia un mercado con este mensaje clave de no promover la industrialización, sino que podemos alimentarnos de una manera saludable, con bajo impacto ambiental, de una manera responsable y respetuosa con la madre naturaleza. Pero lamentablemente nos encontramos ante un sistema de consumismo que las mismas personas terminamos a veces hablando sobre defender la vida, pero utilizando las cosas que producen las grandes industrias que privatizan el agua, que privatizan los territorios y nos deja a nosotros con las manos atadas. Nuestros saberes siempre van a ser esa herramienta fundamental que nos están ayudando en esta lucha de resistir, de sobrevivir, pero sobre todo de seguir encaminando los mecanismos de autoprotección, los mecanismos de fortaleza y de resistencia, porque apostamos por un futuro vivo, apostamos por aquellas mujeres organizadas de territorio que muchas veces no saben leer ni escribir, pero tienen la fortaleza y la virtud de los conocimientos propios que están justamente encaminando, liderando la economía propia. La economía indígena para nosotros es uno de los pilares, uno de los ejes que está ayudando no solo a seguir frenando los tipos de violencia, sino que también estamos enfrentando que ya no se siga destruyendo nuestros bosques. Podemos tener una alimentación saludable, pero muchas veces las personas no apuestan por una alimentación o por lo que producen los pueblos indígenas, porque están acostumbrados a los centros comerciales, a consumir, a tener una vida mucho más fácil y no miran el impacto de seguir consumiendo plástico, de seguir consumiendo envases que van a demorar 200, 500 años en degradarse. Entonces yo les invito a que podamos no solo contribuir con este mecanismo que están promoviendo los pueblos indígenas sobre la economía propia, economía indígena, sino que también podamos tomar conciencia de nuestra parte como consumidores de cerrar la brecha de la exclusión que se hace hacia los pueblos indígenas, de despojo territorial, de excluirles de los financiamientos, sino que también no apostamos por sus iniciativas. Llevamos a estos espacios para invitarles a las juventudes, a las mujeres, a todos nuestros aliados estratégicos que cumplen este papel fundamental de que podamos amplificar, pero sobre todo podamos apostar por la vida, podamos seguir enseñando. El cambio parte de uno, no parte de lo que te puede, de la imposición. Si uno empieza a hacer el cambio consumiendo diferentes productos que elaboran los pueblos indígenas, estaremos contribuyendo a la causa indígena y apostando por un futuro vivo en esta situación de crisis climática que realmente ya estamos por entrar al punto de no retorno. La responsabilidad de cuidar este planeta, que muchos lo llamamos Madre Tierra, no solo recae en los pueblos indígenas, sino que recae en cada uno de nosotros, de nosotras, y es por eso que necesitamos la articulación, un mensaje propio, un mensaje claro, unificado como seres humanos, de seguir apostando en toda iniciativa de los pueblos indígenas que tienen un bajo impacto ambiental y obviamente que apuestan por un futuro para las nuevas generaciones. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Marisol, por darnos la oportunidad a quienes, al mundo entero, no solo a la gente que estamos en las Américas, sino al mundo entero, de conocer el gran trabajo que la coordinadora de COICA está haciendo para promover unas bioeconomías, economías más justas y responsables con el planeta, y también por llamarnos la atención al mundo de la necesidad que tenemos de apoyar estas economías y cambiar la mentalidad en cómo vemos los recursos, cómo vemos las relaciones que tenemos, como usted dice, con los hermanos mayores. Ahora, para la siguiente presentación, nuevamente tenemos el privilegio de que usted nos va a contar de un proyecto que está más cerca de su comunidad, en el rol que tienen las mujeres indígenas para crear espacios de protección, especialmente para niños y niñas y adolescentes que están siendo víctimas de un colonialismo que maltrata, que violenta no solo a los territorios, pero también a los niños y juventudes. Le pido que por favor me dé un segundito hasta colocar su presentación acá y le aviso. Ok, ok. Sí se puede ver ahora en la pantalla.
Sí, ya lo logro ver. Muchas
Ya,
gracias.
por favor, le doy nuevamente la palabra para que nos cuente sobre la asociación.
Sí, y justamente la economía indígena está vinculado, como les mencioné hace un momento, está liderada por las mujeres. A mí me da mucho, yo siento mucho honor y privilegio de conocer a muchas hermanas de muchos pueblos, de muchos territorios de la Amazonía, porque no solo te transmiten ese conocimiento, sino que hay resistencia, hay lucha, hay dolor. Muchas de ellas han sido impactadas por sus familias, por el extractivismo del caucho y siguen luchando para ver de qué manera defendemos la casa común, como nos lo dicen nuestros ancestros. Vengo de conocer diferentes mecanismos de defensa de las mujeres que se han organizado, y uno de ellos justamente es el caso del Consejo de Mujeres Aguajún Huampis en el departamento de Amazonas, Condorcanqui específicamente. Este caso es sumamente importante para mí, al menos que estoy trabajando muy de cerca con ellos. Es que em, han decidido hacer un consejo de mujeres para que puedan rescatar a nuestros niños, niñas que son violados sexualmente por el alto índice de economías ilícitas en la cuenca amazónica, pero sobre todo en ese territorio en específico. Siempre se habla de la minería legal o ilegal, ambos destruyen vidas. Niños, niñas que están siendo contagiados con el VIH. Y se habla desde diferentes espacios, se habla de un futuro. ¿Y qué futuro estamos protegiendo, estamos defendiendo? Niños, niñas que son destruidos en vida de esta forma. Y nos encontramos ante un estado tan excluyente con los pueblos indígenas que no tenemos acceso. Las comunidades son tan lejanas, sus geografías son tan diversas y nosotros no contamos con una economía. Justamente este apalancamiento que tiene entre la economía propia para poder encaminar estas iniciativas como el Consejo de Mujeres es lo que también nos está ayudando a resistir. El Consejo de Mujeres, una de las cosas que a mí me impresionó y que el mundo necesita saber es que ellos están construyendo la Maloca, que es un refugio para las víctimas violentadas sexualmente. Pero lamentablemente no tienen cómo solventar por mucho tiempo y las hermanas que son artesanas venden sus collares, sus artes, sus artesanía para poder de alguna forma solventar a estos niños, niñas que son trasladados a la Maloca, pero imagínense si le pasara a tu familia o a una persona cercana, ¿cómo te sientes? ¿Cómo se sienten las hermanas defensoras que vienen haciendo este trabajo a de honores, que no tienen vacaciones, no tienen un sueldo? Pero ¿qué pasa con la presidenta del Consejo de Mujeres, que es Rosemary? Rosemary hoy en día tiene activado el mecanismo como persona defensora porque denunciar todo estas violaciones ha hecho que los violentadores, que los responsables le amenacen de muerte. Ella es una perseguida por estos violadores, por el mismo Estado que no hace absolutamente nada para resolver. Son más de 1000 casos de violación a nuestros niños, niñas y no tienen acceso a la justicia. Y es tan triste, es tan doloroso ver cómo pequeños niños de 3 años, de 6 años, son destruidos por personas que muchas veces callan. Y aquí en el Estado peruano, los gobernantes justifican que estos actos son, son parte de nuestra cultura. En ninguna parte es cultural violar a los niños, niñas. En ninguna parte es cultural infectarlos con el VIH. Entonces nosotros estamos levantando la voz, estamos denunciando porque esto tiene que parar. Necesitamos niños sanos que estudien, que crezcan con esa libertad, con el buen vivir que lo llamamos nosotros, nosotras. Pero con qué dolor vemos a la cara a nuestros más pequeños que están siendo destruidos. Y ahí nace también la iniciativa del pueblo quichua, quienes con el afán de salvaguardar la integridad de sus niños vienen construyendo las casas del saber, donde son espacios que interactúan con los mayores, las mujeres, las juventudes, de alguna forma para tenerlos protegidos, estar vigilantes de qué es lo que les está pasando a nuestros más pequeños. La Casa del Saber con la escuela Sembrando Semilla busca y enseñar las buenas prácticas, a defender, a conocer su cuerpo, pero sobre todo a no tener miedo a denunciar si alguien lo acosa, si alguien lo violenta. Mujeres que están organizándose en rondas, en guardias, en asociaciones para ver mecanismos de protección, porque nosotras muchas veces somos excluidas en las tomas de decisiones, pero las primeras que accionan ante tanta violencia en el territorio, terminamos siendo nosotras. Hoy en día algunos están protegiendo a los que están cometiendo estos actos de que destruyen a nuestra niñez. Les invitamos a ellos a la reflexión, porque no se puede seguir justificando que ellos de repente han se han insinuado o se han puesto ropas pequeños, están violando a seres tan pequeños que no se pueden defender. Y si vamos a hablar de un cambio, de frenar la crisis climática, también está vinculado justamente a todos los males que nos está pasando, a ese extractivismo, a ese arrinconamiento de cada día darnos más responsabilidad para la acción climática, a seguir encontrando mecanismos de cómo salvaguardamos nuestras vidas, porque no puede seguir siendo un crimen, no puede ser sinónimo de persecución defender los derechos fundamentales, defender los derechos humanos. Esto tiene que cambiar, esto tiene que frenarse, porque no merece nuestra niñez que se destruya de esta forma sus vidas. No solo es el Consejo de Mujeres quienes están arriesgando todo y apostando todo, hasta sus vidas propias, por querer este gran cambio. Y ahí vamos nosotros levantando la voz y haciendo un llamado de atención para que se exija justicia, pero no. Simplemente recibe la prensa nuestras demandas, pero nunca hay una acción efectiva. Nunca hay. Y nosotros ya estamos cansados de seguir siendo amenazadas, perseguidas y desprestigiadas por las redes sociales por hacer visible estas cosas. Son niños que hoy salen a las calles a reclamar sus derechos. Y hablamos, nosotros apostamos por esa niñez, por las juventudes, por las mujeres, para poder seguir, reitero, hablando de la continuidad de la vida. Es muy triste, es muy doloroso porque la economía indígena para nosotros nos ha ayudado a frenar mucha violencia familiar, patrimonial, pero ¿cómo enfrentamos a un Estado o a las organizaciones internacionales que saben lo que está pasando, pero sin embargo hasta ahora no hay un cambio, no hay una acción efectiva, no vemos resultados? Porque nuestras vidas están en riesgo por las altas amenazas que estamos recibiendo. Yo no veo una acción para la corrupción, yo no veo una acción efectiva de las instancias internacionales para toda esta geopolítica tan podrida que está impactando en la vida de los más pequeños de nuestros territorios. Yo soy madre y me duele mucho ver cómo están destruyendo la vida de la niñez. Y estos espacios tienen que ser reflexivos para que haya este cambio, porque ustedes pueden hacer mucho por todos los espacios que puedan tener, que pueda reflejarse en el territorio, pero si seguimos apostando por el consumismo, el impacto será mucho más radical para nosotros, para nosotras, pero sobre todo para estos niños tan pequeños que no pueden defenderse. Entonces, desde ahí quería compartirles todo lo que estamos haciendo, esfuerzos sobrehumanos para que podamos proteger la esencia y tratemos de recuperar el buen vivir en nuestros territorios. Ustedes pueden hacer mucho por nosotros y nosotros vamos a seguir reparando los daños, pero ya es tiempo que también se tome conciencia, porque esto te tiene que parar. Yo sigo hablando de que si no se respeta la vida, también, ¿cómo vamos a decir, vamos a tener más hijos, vamos a poner en vida, arriesgar la vida de los otros seres humanos? Nosotros también somos seres humanos que gozamos de derechos fundamentales, pero en nuestros territorios eso no existe. Solo son letra muerta. Y para nosotros las instancias internacionales y los estados y todos aquellos que defienden estos actos tan malvados son cómplices de la destrucción de la vida humana, de nuestros territorios y sobre todo de nuestros niños que son el futuro, el legado por lo que nosotros estamos luchando y estamos arriesgando nuestra vida para darle continuidad. Muchas gracias.
Marisol, realmente de corazón muchas gracias por el valor no solo de contarnos aquí, sino el valor de usted y de todas las mujeres ahí en Perú y de la Amazonía por contarnos lo que es la realidad. Muchas veces solo hablamos, como dice, en términos de el concepto de justicia climática, pero ustedes nos traen eh, historias reales y lo más impactante son historias a los niños, a las niñas. Como usted ha dicho, 1000 casos de denuncia de violaciones a niños y niñas en Perú y cómo varios de estos casos también son víctimas infectados con SIDA. Y mientras conversábamos en nuestra preparación para la presentación, usted también contaba que muchos de estos niños no tienen apoyo ni sus familias apoyo y que terminan en suicidios. Estamos viendo un genocidio justamente porque hay estos extractivismos que usted lo ha dicho, legal o ilegal, que están yendo allá y tratan de exterminar a la gente, a sus comunidades. Am, Quiero preguntar si hay preguntas. Espero que nos hayan podido seguir con el traductor y si no voy a pedirles hacer quizás un resumen de un par de minutos en inglés y ver si podemos tener preguntas. Hay algunas preguntas, no sé, del público para Marisol. Joel, bienvenido. Gracias, Joel, por favor. Puedes tú mismo unmute y puedes participar.
Hola, hola Marisol, hola Verónica, buenos días, buenas tardes con todos. Es un gusto tener aquí a Marisol, especialmente la representante de la COICA. He estado escuchando todas las actividades y es una pena, ¿no? Que generalmente dentro de los territorios indígenas muchas de esas cosas suceden, especialmente cuando se vulneran los derechos de la niñez y las infancias, cuando se vulneran los derechos de la madre naturaleza, que todo va ligado de una u otra forma. Cabe mencionar de que sin justicia racial no existe justicia climática. No podemos hablar de justicia climática cuando dentro de nuestros territorios nosotros ya tenemos muchos problemas que solucionar, que esto es causado a su vez por muchos factores, como por ejemplo en Ecuador la minería, la expansión agrícola, en otros países se encuentra la guerrilla, la expansión por los procesos de la coca, etcétera. Entonces, son procesos que se han venido dando desde los territorios, pero que muchas veces no son tomadas en cuenta, porque es muy difícil alzar las voces en los territorios. Cuando tú quieres reclamar algo o defender algo, eres sometido, amenazado, acriminado por esas empresas, por las personas que están detrás de cada ese proceso. Y de todo corazón, Marisol, que les vaya muy bien en todas las actividades, sobre todo a las infancias, que ese trabajo que están realizando es muy importante defender a las infancias de todo lo que está ocurriendo y me apena escuchar que haya casos de niños que ya están infectados por estos males que le están causando. Esperemos no seguir trabajando desde cada territorio, aportando en esta lucha y nada, yo solo quise dar una pequeña opinión, más bien reitero, ¿no? Y agradezco por compartir esta información a Marisol, que es muy importante dar a conocer a nivel mundial para que puedan observar, ¿no? Los tomadores de decisiones, las personas que nos ayuden a defender a los territorios, a las infancias, a las comunidades vulneradas, especialmente en los territorios indígenas. Eso, Verónica, y muchas gracias. A ti, Marisol, muchas gracias por compartir también.
Gracias, Joel. Gracias por esta muestra de apoyo y creo que es la humanidad lo que ustedes hacen, Marisol. No es solo apoyar a los niños, a las niñas, es algo que la humanidad deberíamos todos estar haciendo algo. Y gracias por compartir esto. Am, voy a cambiar a inglés solo por un minuto para ver si tenemos preguntas. I was wondering if in the English speaking community, if there is any question for Marisol, who have shared the work that she does as part of the delegation of the group of women promoting indigenous economies with COICA. And also she has shared the work that she does as part of the women defending the children that are affected by sexual abuse in their communities. And she has shared how so far in these communities that one of the things that she highlighted is that these communities are lands, there are ancestral lands that being invaded by extractive mining, and how this mining industry, legal or illegal, the people going with these companies there are the ones that are primarily offending, are the ones that attacking to the children of their communities. And she said how the government has not stand and support the lives of their children. So far, there are 1,000 cases of children that have been sexually abused in the communities. And several of these cases are children that has been infected with AIDS. And some of these cases have ended in suicide. So they are children. When I talked with Marisol and she shared about this situation, it was very hard for me because then I was Googling, I was looking for information, and there are a lot of news about these cases. And it was very heartbreaking to know the ages, like 4 years old, 5 years old. So what the work that Marisol and the group of women are doing, and something that she said, like all these women are putting their lives on risk because when they share these testimonies, they are fighting for their rights. All the institutions that are covering this have come after them and threatened their lives. So I think this is a call for global solidarity, an urgent global solidarity, not just for the protection of the lands, but very especially for the protection of the lives of the children, of all the children of indigenous communities that are being affected by this violence. And sadly, when I was Googling, it's not just the situation in Peru. It's something that is happening over and over in several territories around the world. As I heard from where I'm based in Canada, um, has happened the same. Colonizers trying to destroy cultures by attacking the most important part of a community, which is children. So if you have questions or words for Marisol, for Koika, and for the Association of the Women Defending the Children, please unmute yourself and you can share. Veo que no tengo, Marisol, no tengo alguna pregunta por parte del público, pero una de las cosas que quería preguntarte es, ¿hay organizaciones a nivel internacional que están apoyando en temas de apoyo, desde el tema salud para ustedes, para los niños? em, no sé, en cómo mitigar también este daño psicológico que no es solo para obviamente las víctimas, pero también como para las familias y comunidades. ¿Cómo ustedes están? ¿Hay apoyos? ¿Hay alguna organización que está haciéndose presente?
No, en el caso del Consejo de Mujeres, tenemos la Global Mujer, está de alguna forma tratando de apoyar, pero yo sé que el financiamiento es sumamente importante, pero es para sostener a corto plazo, más no para solucionar el problema. Lo que nosotros buscamos es que se solucione, no solo que se frene las economías ilícitas en los territorios, sino que también tengan acceso a la justicia, los niños, niñas violentados, porque se sigue acumulando una lista gigante y hasta ahora no hay ni una sola sentencia. Lo más triste es que hasta el día de hoy no los capturan, no los capturan a los violentadores. Entonces, ¿cómo se sienten las familias que están siendo víctimas de estas violaciones? No tienen derechos, no tienen acceso a la justicia. Y los pocos recursos que se puede generar a través de la economía indígena es para trasladarlos, para alimentarlos, para sostenerlos de alguna forma dentro de los albergues que se está haciendo el Consejo de Mujeres. Pero ¿por cuánto tiempo? Eso no es sostenible. Y la economía ilícita, la minería específicamente, está tomando muchísimo más fuerza. En el caso de Perú, las políticas públicas que se están modificando es más bien para empoderar y darle más poder, más fuerza a estas economías. Y hasta ahora no hay una solución para las personas violentadas. Entonces, eso es grave, eso es un total vulneración de derechos humanos que se está haciendo a nuestra niñez. Efectivamente, como dice Joel, todas estas cosas son el paquete completo del extractivismo, del impacto ambiental, del impacto de la crisis climática. No podemos hablar nosotros ni de justicia ambiental, ni climática, ni justicia para nuestros derechos. Porque como mencioné, no solo Rosemary, mi persona y muchas otras mujeres y varones tienen activado el mecanismo para personas defensoras. ¿Y cuál es nuestro delito? Denunciar esta vulneración de derechos, denunciar las economías ilícitas. O sea, ¿cuándo se ha revertido el mundo? Y no, nosotros vamos a apostar por esos, los más pequeños, porque realmente hay mucho, no hay empatía, se ve claramente la poca solidaridad, pero sobre todo la justicia, porque ONU Mujeres sabe, Naciones Unidas sabe lo que está pasando con nuestras niñez, sabe que no tenemos acceso a la justicia, pero no hay nada, no hay nada y sigue aumentando las cifras, las estadísticas. Eso es lo que buscamos frenar. Pero también, claro, la coalición de la sociedad civil, la academia, todo se puede sumar a hacer alguna presión política para poder tener resultados en los territorios, porque hay un abandono total. El Consejo de Mujeres hoy busca financiamiento para comprarse un deslizador, un motor, para que ellos hagan el trabajo que le corresponde al Estado peruano, porque nunca hay gasolina, y si hay gasolina no hay motor, si hay motor no hay conductor, si hay conductor no hay bote, no, o sea, todo es la recarga, y para mantener, sostener esa acción de demanda efectiva del Consejo de Mujeres se necesita financiamiento también. Pero reitero, nosotros, muy aparte de tener ese financiamiento, necesitamos justicia, justicia para nuestra niñez. Eso, Verónica. Gracias.
Gracias, Marisol. Gracias por compartir, dar más contexto. O sea, no sé, eh, durante nuestras primeras conversaciones fue muy doloroso el escuchar esto y algunos de los comentarios también es sin palabras. O sea, uno no se puede imaginar esta situación, especialmente para quienes tenemos niños en casa, somos madres, creo que un dolor muy grande. Y de ahí la importancia de generar estas redes de apoyo y de seguir compartiendo, de que esto no se quede invisible, de que se siga, como decimos, haciendo bulla. ¿Cuál es la situación de ustedes? Nuestra solidaridad y pidiendo al Gran Espíritu que la fuerza del territorio ancestral siga ahí y que proteja mucho sus vidas. Yo agradezco mucho, Marisol, gracias por esta oportunidad de haber podido conversar con usted, escuchar y gracias a COICA también por el apoyo. El año anterior, justamente COICA nominó a Joel, que nos acompañó y nos compartió. Ahora un gusto también de tenerla a Joel acá y tener también a usted. Así que muchas gracias, Marisol. Le agradezco mucho por esta oportunidad y vamos a seguir con los siguientes ponentes. Gracias. Okay, Julia or Luisa, I think we've finished with this part. I don't know who is next. Thank you for this space.
Thank you so much. That is very passionate. That is very sad, but thank you so much for bringing it here. Yeah, so we did our land, our children, and so I don't know if Freddie is around. Is Freddie around?
Um, I don't think he is. I'm not sure, Julia, you are aware that there were some confusion on the links. So maybe some of these people haven't received the links. But Joel is here. He has to present. If
Yeah.
we need a next presenter, maybe Joel will I don't know. Joel, ¿tú estás listo para presentar? Oh, creo que lo perdí. Joel, em, para presentar, ¿pudieses ir tú siguiente?
Yeah,
Joel
I
was
think I
here.
have to unmute.
Yeah, maybe he needs to
Stefan?
unmute.
Okay.
I'm checking the agenda. I'm not sure who else was
Yeah.
scheduled.
After Joel, we're supposed to have a dialogue, a little break, and then we can go to Katrina, student on the ice, and we can have the panel.
Freddie,
Yeah.
Freddie. I will I will see if I can find their email and follow with the link.
Okay.
Raimi, I sent him the right link a few minutes ago because I didn't see him around, but Joel is here. Hopefully he can be
Yeah.
unmuted soon. I will send a WhatsApp message to them too.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, Joel is here. Stefan, please, are you able to unmute? Let me see who is
Yeah, he's a co-host, so he should be able to do it.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. All right. So, Veronica, are you able to tell him to unmute himself and then have
Yeah, I'm just sending him a message in WhatsApp. I'm not sure what is happening because he just talked. He was there. I Yeah, maybe he took a bio break. I don't know.
Okay.
Just I'm checking, and as I say, I'm also sending the messages with some of the people that maybe they didn't get the link. I'm trying to. Oh. While we wait, I just wanted to, if I may, use few minutes to share a little bit about the work that we do at the University of Regina, and how we acknowledge that when we are working with indigenous communities, we will face cases like Marisol shared, cases that are very heartbreaking, and that can be very hard and disturbing for some of the researchers, the people that are trying to work with them. So something that we have at the University of Regina is support from elders. So we have that consideration for people like me. Like after hearing the story, like with Marisol, I was not feeling good, and we have mental health support, like to how we can, like we have support like first aid for mental psychological first aid training, how we can work in the situations, and also how we can support leaders that are going through this. And most importantly, we have the support of elders. And when I talk with some of the colleagues in other countries like Chile, Ecuador, I'm surprised how they don't have any of the support. So they have to go to work with communities like this, and they don't have any support. Like if they get um, emotionally affected is something that they have to deal by themselves with this. So I think when we work talking about global indigenous solidarity, it's not just talking about how we can do a project together, how we can publish a paper together, but I think it's important to realize that how we can support each other with solidarity and in healing, because I think that is one of the things that few times we talk is about how careful can be sharing the stories and the experiences of indigenous peoples. After that, Joel, no sé si estás por acá. Looks like he just answered that Por favor, Joel, cuéntame si puedes unmute, si puedes presentar y si no podemos hacer pedir ayuda a una de las personas en logística.
Sí,
Ok,
voy a compartir mi pantalla.
perfecto. Gracias, Joel.
¿Qué se preocupa? Dime que se preocupa, que se preocupe cuando yo necesite hablar. Ahí está mami, usted todo. Ahí está. Se separaron.
Ahora sí, hello, everyone. My name is Joel. I'm from Ecuadorian Amazon, an indigenous youth leader from the Ecuadorian Amazon, and a student of ecosystem engineering at Icahn University. My work focuses in biodiversity conservation, indigenous rights, climate action, and the strengthening to traditional ethnology, ecological approach, community-based initiatives. Pero continúo en inglés o puedo hablar en español también.
Yo pienso que sería mucho mejor si lo haces en inglés. Creo que la mayoría de personas aquí están en inglés.
Perfect. Yeah. My territory, I belong to the Quichua community Atacapi. Community that is located in the buffer zone of the Colonso Chalupas Biological Reserve in Tena Canton, Napo Province, Ecuador. They are situated at the elevation range from 600 to 800 meters above to sea level. Organization I represent has a project about to conservation of native stingless bees project conservation. HASA is a community-based initiative that promote the conservation, protection, and biodiversity and environmental education and sustainable livelihoods for indigenous families. In this project, I have some implements in my achievement that more than 3,000 species manage stingless bee colonies, pollination support for native plants, environmental activities for children and youth, indigenous women actively involved in conservation, preservation of ancestral ecological ethnology. Bueno, voy a presentar un poco en español, yo creo. No sé si me puedes ayudar a traducir, Verónica.
So now Joel will change to Spanish. So I will ask everyone to please use your Google Translator. And if there is any specific term that needs translation, I can be here. Sí, Joel, tú puedes presentar ahora sí en español porque la gente, ellos están utilizando el traductor de Google como a un lado para apoyarlos a entender. Así que tranquilo, puedes ir en español.
Ok, perfecto. Muchas gracias, Verónica. Justamente yo empecé presentando un video de una mujer que se grabó en una comunidad indígena acá de la Amazonía ecuatoriana. Ella en este video, a través de su canto, a través de expresarse mediante el cual ella defiende a su territorio y llora porque sus ríos están contaminados por el incremento de la minería legal e ilegal el oro. Dentro de ese contexto, se han desarrollado varias iniciativas dentro de los territorios para evitar que haya más contaminación, para evitar de que los territorios se sigan dañándose y destruyéndose a causa de muchos factores que no solo involucra la minería legal e ilegal el oro, sino los constantes derrames petroleros, también la expansión agrícola y ganadera, por lo cual está provocando de que muchos territorios indígenas se estén despojándose y invadiendo sus territorios para que estas iniciativas sigan avanzando. Dentro de este proceso, por lo cual muchos jóvenes indígenas en muchos lugares de la Amazonía están tomando decisiones de la protección del territorio, esto a través de la formación de líderes climáticos o líderes desde los territorios, en el cual yo actualmente estoy trabajando en muchas iniciativas de conservación, no solo de la biodiversidad, sino la conservación de los territorios y también la conservación del conocimiento ancestral de los pueblos indígenas. Yo vivo actualmente en la comunidad Quichua de Atacapi. Es una comunidad tradicional de raíces ancestrales de la gran nación originaria Quichua de Napo, ubicada en el cantón Tena, provincia de Napo y Ecuador. La comunidad Quichua de Atacapi maneja muchos proyectos sostenibles enfocados no solo a la biodiversidad, sino a la protección de los territorios y especialmente a la revitalización de la cultura y de la lengua tradicional. En este momento yo vengo representando, obviamente, a mi comunidad, que es Comunidad Quichua de Atacapi, a JASA, que es un proyecto que trabajo como director de conservación de abejas nativas sin aguijón. JASA significa Hospital de Abejas Sin Aguijón. JASA maneja alrededor de 2.000 colonias dentro de los territorios indígenas, en el cual este proyecto se basa no solo en la conservación de las abejas, sino en la protección de la biodiversidad, la educación ambiental y también una forma de generar una bioeconomía indígena a través de la venta de la miel y otros productos relacionados de la colmena. En este caso, nosotros hemos realizado como jabones corporales, serum facial, cremas faciales y corporales y también goteros para los ojos. De igual forma, parte de este proceso dentro de las comunidades no solo es trabajar en conservación, sino es fortalecer las capacidades de las mujeres, jóvenes, niños, adultos que están trabajando en temas de conservación, manejo de colonias y también en la defensa, en la defensa de los territorios y sobre todo en la preservación del conocimiento ancestral. En todo este proceso me ha ayudado no solo a dar a conocer todos los proyectos que desarrollamos para que las comunidades no estén involucradas directamente en la minería, sino que puedan generar otras alternativas sustentables desde los territorios, que no solo incluya en la extracción del oro, sino que a través de su naturaleza, a través del cuidado, podamos trabajar en este proceso de conseguir una bioeconomía basada en la protección de la naturaleza. Actualmente, de igual forma, trabajamos en un proyecto de conservación y también recuperación del conocimiento ancestral basada en las chacras amazónicas, un espacio de cultivo que también queremos que se evite el aumento del monocultivo dentro de los territorios, por lo cual manejamos alrededor de 10 parcelas con alrededor de 24 mujeres quichuas de Napo, que estamos trabajando en ese enfoque de revitalizar esta parte de cómo se puede cultivar de una forma natural, evitando el uso excesivo de agroquímicos dentro de la agricultura. De igual forma, vengo representando a COICA, como mencionaba Marisol. COICA lidera varios proyectos dentro de los territorios. Cabe destacar que uno de los principales es de la conservación de abejas, que estamos trabajando en conjunto dentro de los territorios y que se está dando a conocer a nivel internacional de cómo nosotros como jóvenes estamos también presentando alternativas de desarrollo que podamos ayudar a generar esta bioeconomía a las comunidades indígenas de no solo la Amazonía, sino también a futuro poder expandirnos a otros lugares. Todos esos procesos me ha ayudado también a dar a conocer un poco de cómo yo he trabajado en el territorio y que también me ha ayudado a crecer y a involucrarme en varios procesos internacionales donde muchas veces, como mencionaba Marisol, no somos tomados en cuenta. Por ejemplo, en las grandes negociaciones climáticas, donde se toman las decisiones sobre nuestros territorios. Estos procesos han sido muy difíciles, ya sea por la falta de recursos, por la falta de mantener estos procesos por muchos factores. Entonces, agradezco también muchísimo a COICA que tuve la oportunidad de participar en la COP 31 como delegado juvenil de COICA. Este proceso fue importante para mí porque a través de ello yo pude dar a conocer todos los trabajos que realizamos en los territorios y que también necesitamos la ayuda de muchas personas para seguir trabajando en el tema de conservación y también seguir trabajando en la defensa de los territorios y sobre todo en la defensa de los derechos de los pueblos indígenas que viven en el territorio. También dentro del cual participé como una organización juvenil, Tierra Nuestra. Tierra Nuestra es una organización juvenil socioambiental que fue creado en base a nuestra participación en la COP 16 de biodiversidad que se desarrolló en Cali en el año 2024. Como Tierra Nuestra hemos desarrollado varias actividades a nivel local, nacional e internacional. Como uno de los principales es Cartas a la Tierra. Esa actividad de educación ambiental no solo se trata de que cómo escuchamos nosotros a la madre tierra o qué sentimos o qué está sintiendo la madre tierra por estos factores que está provocando como el cambio climático y el calentamiento global. Entonces, como Tierra Nuestra, a través de CASA, a través de COICA y a muchas organizaciones que represento, estamos trabajando en estos procesos de defensa del territorio, de la protección de los territorios, la protección del conocimiento ancestral de los pueblos indígenas, el y también en la lucha también de la justicia racial, como mencioné hace rato, sin justicia racial no existe justicia climática, porque dentro de los territorios se vive muchos procesos, muchos factores, como por ejemplo, la pobreza, la desnutrición crónica en las infancias, el claro ejemplo que mostraba Marisol anteriormente, muchos niños que están siendo abusados por personas que están ingresando a los territorios. Entonces, todos esos procesos han provocado que los territorios indígenas sean despojados y despojados de sus territorios. Y por eso nosotros también tenemos que alzar nuestras voces, a pesar de tener mucha dificultad por dar a conocer cómo se está trabajando, porque recibimos muchísima amenaza dentro de los territorios. Las personas que vivimos en el territorio, es muy difícil llevar una denuncia ante una entidad pública, ante el Estado, sobre la vulneración de los derechos, porque en Ecuador actualmente es sumamente muy complicado el nivel de amenazas, el nivel de sicariatos está en aumento. Entonces, eso también es algo negativo muchísimo para nosotros como defensores territoriales, como defensores de los derechos de pueblos indígenas. Y por ello nosotros también poco a poco trabajamos en esos procesos para seguir avanzando y seguir defendiendo los territorios y seguir defendiendo los derechos de los pueblos indígenas a través de proyectos sostenibles, proyectos enfocados en la revitalización cultural y muchas otras cosas más. Eso, de mi parte, no sé si tienen preguntas.
Gracias, Joel. Gracias por compartir la experiencia tuya en este camino que has hecho en formarte como un líder, no solo de tu comunidad, sino vas liderando ya, llevando tu experiencia, la experiencia de tu comunidad a eventos internacionales como fue la COP 31 y también como el ser parte de organizaciones como COICA. em, es un compromiso, pero también es una responsabilidad que la vas generando, la vas desarrollando de excelente manera. Y felicitaciones por el gran trabajo que haces y eres un ejemplo, no solo para las comunidades, para los jóvenes en la Amazonía, sino para los jóvenes en todo el mundo. Y también mi solidaridad por la situación que actualmente los defensores, defensoras del territorio están viviendo en el Ecuador y creo que en varios países, cómo sus vidas están en riesgo por defender los territorios, sus territorios de vida. Is there anybody that have a question for Joel? ¿Alguien que tiene una pregunta para Joel, por favor, o quiere un comentario? Puede escribirlo en el chat o puede hablar en el micrófono. You can leave your comment or question for Joel in the chat or just unmute yourself. Ag- em, no veo ningún comentario o alguna mano ahí. Em, Joel, quería preguntarte como, ¿cuál sería tu recomendación para organizaciones a nivel mundial que quieren involucrarse, que quieren conectar más con las juventudes indígenas, en este caso en Ecuador, en la Amazonía? ¿Qué estrategias deberían las organizaciones mundiales hacer para conectar con ustedes? ¿Cómo romper esas barreras que existen, porque claro, muchas veces se hacen convocatorias, no sé, desde Europa o desde Estados Unidos, se hacen convocatorias y todo es en inglés o es solo en espacios muy limitados y esas noticias de esas oportunidades casi nunca llegan para jóvenes como en tu comunidad. ¿Qué recomendaciones como joven tú harías para estas organizaciones?
Sí, muchas gracias por la pregunta. Antes de empezar a trabajar en cualquier proyecto, cabe destacar que primero se tiene que realizar una asamblea en la comunidad para tratar temas importantes como la consulta previa, libre e informada. Muchas veces hay organizaciones, fundaciones, especialmente la academia, que ingresan a los territorios para tener información y extraer información, ya sea en referencia a plantas medicinales, en referencia a la alimentación. Y lo que están haciendo es la biopiratería, por lo cual, antes de empezar a trabajar en este proceso de que alguna organización quiera ingresar al territorio, es realizar reuniones previas con la organización para saber cuál es su propuesta. Nosotros también tenemos que proponer cómo vamos a trabajar en conjunto y creo que para esto es muy importante realizar una reunión previa con ya sea el representante indígena o el curaca de tal comunidad para poder realizarlo. Es muy importante, ¿no? Porque muchos estamos trabajando en un bien común. La academia, ONGs, estamos trabajando en conjunto por un mismo fin, que es la protección de los territorios y así evitar el punto de no retorno. Porque el cambio climático está avanzando muchísimo. Entonces, una reunión previa y para romper esa brecha o ese hielo que impide es muy importante realizar esta reunión de cómo se va a empezar a trabajar en el territorio y especialmente qué se va a dar al territorio. Financiamiento, capacitación, eh, actividades en el territorio. Es muy importante para empezar a trabajar en conjunto una reunión previa es muy importante también. Quiero darles un pequeñito ejemplo. Actualmente estamos trabajando en estamos demandando a una empresa chilena que ingresó a la comunidad de Atacapi para hacer investigación de unos hongos comestibles y también hongos que son utilizados en la medicina ancestral. Esta organización se lleva la información y saca una patente de estos hongos en Brasil y en Estados Unidos. ¿Y qué provoca esto? La extracción del conocimiento ancestral del territorio indígena y la biopiratería de una especie que es amazónica de acá. Entonces, por eso es que muchas veces las comunidades no confían en la academia, en las ONGs, porque solo se llevan la información y al final la comunidad se queda sin proyectos, sin información que poco a poco también va desapareciendo de la mano, porque si es que no visibilizamos esos procesos, van a seguir extrayendo muchísima información y beneficiándose ellos y no las comunidades que estamos en el territorio. Entonces, por eso es que menciono de que una reunión previa para dar a conocer qué trabajo se va a realizar es muy importante de esa brecha, porque así nosotros podemos conocer cuáles son los objetivos, qué quieren hacer, qué quieren cumplir o cómo quieren trabajar. Eso, estimada Verónica.
Gracias, Joel. Muy importante lo que nos cuentas, ¿no? Que cualquier organización externa debe seguir como el debido proceso en contactar al liderazgo y luego poder avanzar sobre cualquier proyecto que tengan. Y también nuevamente alentando a roles como el tuyo, porque un poco de la experiencia que he tenido trabajando en comunidades em, y también externamente, ha sido muy sorprendente y doloroso que cuando llegas a plataformas como internacionales y miras cómo están vendiendo la imagen de una comunidad en el sur, en el norte, es bien utilitarista y a veces encuentro como que las comunidades no saben que los están poniendo como en vitrina o que están vendiendo sus conocimientos, como tú dices, biopiratería, y es porque a veces por esto de que no conocen el idioma inglés o francés en el o que no tienen acceso a Internet, estas organizaciones piensan que la gente de ahí nunca se va a enterar, pero ha sido para mí, yo pienso que ver jóvenes como tú que están tomando roles de liderazgo, están aprendiendo idiomas, tu propio idioma, pero también idiomas extranjeros, abren las posibilidades para que haya transparencia, para que ya no las organizaciones externas piensen que pueden huir o aprovecharse del aislamiento de las comunidades para vender o aprovecharse de las comunidades. Entonces, espero que haya más jóvenes como tú y que aprendan idiomas y que puedan ustedes ser los que tengan directo contacto en estas mesas de negociación em, a nivel mundial. Gracias, te agradezco mucho, Joel, gracias por esto y bueno, seguimos en la lucha. Gracias. Thanks, Joel. We've finished now, Julia or Luisa. So we are finishing this part. Very grateful for this opportunity for allowing people speaking Spanish to be part of this global conversation.
Thank you so much, Veronica, for your great support, your support in organization and the translation and moderation is very much appreciated. So thank you so much. I think that we wanted to have some break, but unfortunately, our time is almost, we just have about 3 minutes to start the next session. And so I'm going to invite Katrina Dickens just to get ready in the next 3 minutes. We can just stretch for a while. And Katrina, you will take up the mantle for us, if it is okay. Yeah. So in just about 3 minutes, I would invite Katrina to come and take the mantle, and we can welcome Student on Ice, Blue Futures Pathways, and it's going to be a panel session. Yeah, so Let us take just some moments to stretch and just return. Thank you.
Hello, Katrina. Are you ready? Excellent. Okay. Excellent. Let's see. Thank you. It's a pleasure as well as honor to welcome students on ICE for the fourth year, which has been a mainstay with the Global Indigenous Youth Summit since it began, and with appreciation to Jeff for his leadership and the team that you have assembled. I will leave it to you, Katrina, to introduce your team and to energize the session. Thank you very much for your kind collaboration.
Of course, thank you, Paul. My name is Katrina Dickens. My spirit name is Singing Turtle Woman. I'll be the moderator for our panel this afternoon. I am joining from Nova Scotia. My community is Sabaganagati First Nation. Nova Scotia is located on the unceded ancestral territory of Mi'kma'ki, homeland of the Mi'kmaq people. This territory is under the Peace and Friendship Treaties that was first signed in 1725. I want to acknowledge that we're all treaty people and have shared responsibilities to protect our land and waters that sustain us all. So this year's summit theme is Indigenous Guardians, Land Rights, and Knowledge for Climate Justice. Today's panel, we will explore Indigenous youth leadership, water stewardship, and climate action. So I would invite Jordan and Kiana, if you want to introduce yourselves.
Sure. Nagamik Katrina. Uluku Ilanasi. Good day, everyone. Uvunga Jordan Brown. My name is Jordan Brown. And I would like to first thank everybody for being here and sharing the time and space to have these conversations. I grew up in Happy Valley Goose Bay, Labrador, on the east coast of Canada. So I'm also a beneficiary of the Nunatsiavut Land Claims Agreement, which means our beautiful land in Inuktitut. And a lot of my family actually comes from Nunatsiavut, which is northern Labrador, but also Nunavik, which is northern Quebec. And Nunavik also means great land. More specifically, within these two regions, my family has spent a lot of time in places like Nain in Labrador, Killinick, Okok, Hebron, Rama, Kuujjuaq, Siluak, and the Tungay, or otherwise known as Torngat Mountains, which is also known to Inuit, especially from these areas, as the place of spirits. So it's a very powerful land and place to be in, especially around the water. And as well for waterways that my family has depended on are the George River, such as the George River Caribou Herd, the Labrador Sea along all of the coastal communities, the fjords in the mountains, and both Lake Melville and Grand Lake near my home community. So yeah, thank you so much for having me today, and I'm very happy to be here. So
thank you, Jordan.
That's awesome. Jordan, that's beautiful. It's so good to see you again, too. I didn't even know you're going to be on this panel. That's amazing. Just for context, Jordan and I were both on the same Students on Ice expedition, and we sailed down the south coast of Newfoundland together. So it was so beautiful to see you again, and what a full circle moment. So Kwe, hello everyone. Nildali was Canterbury Hetherington, Nildu JFC Dunses, Nilsa Mogwin, Nudangia Digid. My name is Canterbury Hetherington. I'm a proud Wolastoqey woman from the beautiful community of St. Mary's First Nation, located in New Brunswick, Canada. And for my role, I am a water protector for my nation. So I work on a lot of water teachings. I do a lot of land-based work with youth in my community. And I'm so excited to be here. What an incredible opportunity to be asked to be here and just share my knowledge and learn from everyone else on this call with us today. So yeah, excited to get into it. Thank you, Oliwan.
That is amazing that you both know each other. I love that. Yeah. So we will get into the first question. The summit theme refers to Indigenous guardians. What does guardianship mean to you, particularly in relation to water? Either one of you want to go first?
I guess I can kind of go first if you'd like, Jordan. Guardianship to me just means restoring that connection to water and that connection to my community and my connection to my land. For me personally, I grew up away from my community, away from my Indigenous family. So I felt like I really lost that connection to Wolastoq. And for context for everyone here on this call, I am proudly Wolastoqiyik, which translates to the people of the beautiful and bountiful river. So for us, we're river people, we're water people. But unfortunately, yeah, a lot of our youth nowadays have lost that connection to our water and to our lands. And so for me, guardianship is looking towards restoring that connection back to our lands and our waters. It also means, for me in particular, yeah, just taking ownership back over our lands. We've been as Indigenous people across the world, we've been so disconnected. And for us in particular here in Canada, we've been put on tiny reserve lands. So we didn't really have opportunity, back in the 30s. Some of my elders even told me that it was illegal to come off reserves and practice their treaty rights and even their own culture. And so we've lost that identity in ourselves. So for me, it's all about restoring who we are as GIYSCC, the people of the beautiful and bountiful river. And I guess, yeah, that's what guardianship really means to me.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. And then I think the way that I also thought about that question kind of aligns with what you said, the restoration, and reminded me how Inuit are also coastal people, like all along the Arctic and nomadic as well, but moving throughout the water and depending on the land. So thank you so much for sharing. I feel like how I view guardianship really resonates with that. And I feel like Indigenous peoples and cultures around the world are inherently embody guardianship. And I think it's being stewards of the land and voicing what you see and advocating for what really matters to you. Because also I've seen so many things change with our water, and also the Labrador water keepers in Muskrat Falls when there was a lot of projects going on, and there were the Labrador water keepers who were advocating for our lands and our waters and just being present and near them. I was kind of young at the time, but I think that has really stayed with me and protecting the land that we've always been on and in relationship with. So, yeah.
Beautiful.
That is beautiful. Thank you both so much. I love that the youth were brought up too, because I do feel like that as well, that there's a lot of youth that do feel really disconnected. So I love that the guardianship that was brought into it. I think that's really beautiful. Speaking of our climate and all of the changes that we're seeing, what changes are you seeing in waters and land, climate, or communities that you know or work with?
Mhm. I can chime in there. So I was just mentioning to everyone on the call, so the river that we work on is called GIYSCC, and that translates to the beautiful and bountiful river. And over so long, there's been so many changes to this river, and I'll bring up one example in particular, and that has to do with bola, which in our language, that's salmon. And so our river, GIYSCC, used to have over hundreds of thousands of salmon that would migrate through this river each year. And now we have about 30 adult salmon as of last year returned to our rivers. So our relationship with salmon has decreased over time, and it's basically gone. And that's due to dams. And I feel like a lot of people can relate to that. Dams, we have about 4 dams on our river, and that's just the Canadian side. This is a transboundary river, and it goes into the States as well. So once it's on the state side, we have no jurisdiction, barely have jurisdiction on the Canadian side as, GIYSCC, but that we don't even connect with them on the state side. So we have no idea what's happening over there. And it's really sad, but this hurt and pain has been happening to our people so long. And for my job, I do speak with elders, I speak with land users, I do interviews with them. So I hear about the changes that have happened over time and how clear our waters used to be. So clear you could see the bottom. Basically, people say you could drink from it back in the 30s. And now I go and look at the river in my hometown, and it's just so brown, dark. You don't go swimming in there. And that is because the dams have changed the trajectory of this river. It used to be a very meandering river. Now it's flooded a lot of our burial grounds, our medicine grounds. So there's been a lot of changes that has happened to this river as well. And we do face a lot of environmental racism as well. Upriver, we have a lumber mill in just last year, polluted over $250,000 worth of pollutants over 24 hours. So we don't know really what went into our river. And so what I say is this river, it's one ocean, the rivers were all connected. So it all ends up downstream towards our communities too. So it's just really, there's a lot of pain that we face along this river. And with the salmon in particular, it's been since 1997 since we were actually able to fish salmon on our own river. And that's over 2 decades, So, and that's why I always, like, with this guardianship, I'm really happy we're having this conversation, because like reinvigorating that connection back to our river, she holds memory. She holds ancestral teaching. She is our bloodline. And we need to learn how to speak to her kindly again. I know I started off with all the bad things, but there's also a lot of good things that we need to do for her. And that is, going down there and singing to her again, speaking kindly to her, and just making sure that our youth know about the teachings that, water holds and she holds. Because when we do that again, I do believe salmon will come back. It's that vibration that we give into the river and our waters. And the work that I do, I work with the Wolastoqey Nation in New Brunswick, and we're a consultant firm. So we are doing and advocating for a lot of really good work, and it is bringing communities' voices input into the conversation finally. So yeah, I'll stop there, but I could go on.
No, it's amazing. I've definitely heard a lot about elders talking about how everything has changed so much. Like the abundance of fish that you would see, it's changed so much. And I remember hearing a quote of like you would see, now you don't see mayflowers in May anymore. And it really is clear that there's been a lot of changes. So thank you for that. Jordan, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing everything. And that reminds me as well of when I was at a youth symposium last winter, and I was on Skidoo with an elder in a more northern area of Labrador, so it's usually quite cold, but we stopped near one of the small islands, I guess you could say, and there were actually a couple of crosses there at the edge of the island because two very experienced hunters, middle-aged men that knew the land very well and were used to going out. The sea ice was unpredictable and melted at a much faster rate, and they ended up going through in that area and not being able to make it out, even though it's somewhere that they should have been able to and had gone on so often before. So even people that are so close and connected with the land and have seen it for every day for years, is starting to become unpredictable for them as well. So it's very scary to see that changing. And then also like the permafrost as well is melting. So that's also very concerning. But one thing that is, I guess, positive, or that I've seen like community come together across the Arctic, is with a Siku app, which means ice in Inuit. And so I know there's lots of different components to the app. Like there's like satellite data tracking, and then you can do photos and plan your trails, I believe. And a lot of Inuit from different communities will update the map for other hunters and other members of the community to say, oh, there's an opening near the flow edge, or I've been here and this is what it looks like, and things like that, just to help each other and also update what's happening in real time. So I think that that's really incredible to see. But yeah, there's been also so many changes. And when Kiana mentioned the dams, it made me think of that water protection. And it was actually a hydroelectric dam that they were putting in place, and everything beyond that dam would be poisoned by methyl mercury. So it was very concerning, I guess you could say. And then also in my lifetime, seeing the changes of the George River caribou herd becoming endangered, and flooding actually wiped out a large portion of them as well. So they're endangered, and it's also very difficult for food security and traditional practices to not be able to hunt them, and that they're unsafe as well, navigating the land. So there's definitely many rapid changes, I think, that we've been seeing that are at a pace that just isn't what we're used to. So, yeah.
Thank you both for sharing such heartbreaking things, but also giving like a positive outlook on things as well. I have looked at that app, and it's really, really cool that you can see like they can see the ice depths and everything. So thank you for sharing that. I guess that kind of goes into our next question of how are Indigenous knowledge, cultural practices, or community relationships contributing to water stewardship and climate solutions?
Yeah. We can jump in there. I just really have to give thanks for the people who came before us, who really helped pave the way for Indigenous knowledge and cultural practices to be finally accepted in academic spaces, and even in public spaces. You know, and if it wasn't for them and our ancestors being those warriors, we wouldn't be where we are today. And I wouldn't have the opportunities as like an Indigenous, you know, person taking up space in the marine field. So I'm also pursuing my master's in marine management right now at Dalhousie University. And what I've really appreciated about this program is that they, in every single class that I've done, I've never seen this before in any academic setting, but they're finally like including Indigenous knowledge and cultural practices like water ceremonies into these like academic spaces, inviting a lot of Indigenous professors as adjunct professors to come in and teach. So I can really appreciate that, because, you know, maybe not growing up in non-Indigenous, you never were exposed to these things. So how are you supposed to like go and work into a space when you're going to be working on Indigenous lands and waters? And so I feel like, you know, that's what has happened before our time. You know, I work with DFO a lot, which for those who don't know, it's the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada. And so this organization, they have the final say over all fisheries in Canada. But it's sometimes so hard to work with people who just don't have that understanding beforehand. And it's not, I don't think they're trying to be, you know, what's the word? I would say it's not, or evil's not like the best word per se, but they're not trying to not include it. I just think that they've never been taught how to properly consult with Indigenous people, or include us like from the very start, and not just invite us to meetings, you know, have us sit there and then that's like a check box, you know, check the box off. But what I'm finally seeing now is that we are finally having a say at these decision-making tables. And again, I have to thank the ancestors and the previous people who have worked in these spaces because of that. And another thing I want to say about like the relationship side to it, that's so important. Building relations is so important, not just like with DFO like proponents, but like building relations within our own communities, because we've worked, I feel like we've been put into silos, and we work as separate communities rather than a nation. We don't come together as much as we should be. But could you imagine if we did? You know, like how beautiful and powerful we would be to reclaim that within our people. So for me, like that's the work that I do as a water protector. I'm bringing people together, the elders, the youth, the knowledge holders, and just building those bridges and pathways to work together and meet new people, because people are really interesting. We all have teachings to give and to share. So for me, I think the relationship aspect of it is probably the most important when contributing to climate solutions and water stewardship.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. That's something I've seen. And especially as I've been able to participate in those kinds of spaces. For example, being in a community and being in a program or a land-based program with youth and elders, and learning from the elders and all being together in one space. And we get to do either even the same things or things for each other. Like, for example, one of the elders was teaching traditional Inuit games that they would play every Sunday for entire days, like 24 hours nonstop. But then also we would be able to go out as a group onto the land and have a boil up, but also collect wood and then deliver that to the elders in the community, and take the hamatik around. And so it was really nice to learn from each other, but then also be able to help one another. So I really relate to having that and encouraging those spaces to occur more often and have everyone together like a community. But another thing that I feel as well is I think there's always been that resilience and creativity and resourcefulness in Indigenous cultures and people. So I think we've always had, and just the way that we move in our ways of governance and our ways of knowing and understanding our relationship with the earth. We just naturally find solutions and find ways to be sustainable and have that balance. So yeah, and then also, sorry, I have a couple of things. There's been a recent program through Oceans North and Oceans Conservancy called Tutalik Youth Water Keepers program. And I've recently been able to be a part of that, and they've connected circumpolar Inuit, and they've been able to become a part of ocean advocacy and go to conferences or have webinars, and learn a little bit more about what's happening, and how they can get involved. And so I think that's really nice to have that collaboration and overcome those silos, because there's youth from Greenland and youth from Alaska and some from all over Canada. So it's been really amazing to learn from each other and then also be in communities. I think that's where we see the most and learn the most, when we're in it and around each other and doing the work.
I agree. You definitely learn the most when you're all together, when you're with elders, you have the youth together. I definitely agree with that. And I love what you both talked about on just how we're now seeing all of these things brought into different spaces. So thank you for bringing that up, because it's really interesting to see all of the two-eyed seeing now, and I just love that. So going to our next question, what barriers do Indigenous youth face in entering water and ocean careers or influencing environmental decisions?
Yeah, I feel like, speaking from personal experience, I find it's definitely like the cost of this training in school. Like, luckily enough for us, and I know this isn't for all Indigenous people across the world, but we have access to funding for education, which is really beautiful, and I'm really blessed that some of our communities are able to do that. But then you also have youth that have never left the reserve before, and then coming into an academic setting that's super daunting for someone. It was even daunting for me. I didn't grow up on reserve, but like having to leave like my dad, and my family behind, like that's a super big step. So I think that there's also a lot of barriers for Indigenous youth, feeling sometimes like, you know, never been off like our communities before, and going to school maybe halfway across the country, you know, like there's stuff like that's a barrier. And I find like we don't have enough opportunities in our own communities where we give access to water stewardship, water education. And so we don't really learn that there's a lot of these kinds of jobs that we can get into. And so that's why I think it's so important to be going into community and having these youth workshops and just giving them opportunity to explore. Because if you don't give them that opportunity, then for one, not going to know it's there, but then that passion's not going to be instilled. So for me, luckily enough, I was able to, you know, be a synchronized swimmer for most of my life. So I knew in my heart that that's where that passion for water really came from. But not a lot of our youth get that opportunity to do that. So that's what I would say. But also another barrier that I've noticed is we do have like a lot of youth councils and youth opportunities for Indigenous youth across Canada. But I feel like a lot of it can be somewhat performative. Like we are being invited to these workshops, these talks, but we're invited, but we don't actually get much of a say. You know, they listen to us, and again, it feels very box checky. So we're not actually able to have those opportunities to lead from the start. So yeah, I think that's like, and also like sometimes we're expected to represent our entire communities or nation as one person. And that's a really hard thing to do and a very daunting thing to do as well. So those are like some barriers that I feel like I've faced throughout my journey. But just really stressing that we need opportunities that allow youth to stay connected to their communities and to these different types of marine water opportunities.
I completely agree. A lot of opportunities that do arise do feel checkboxy. I completely understand that. And also agreeing too with, you know, we were put on these spaces to be isolated, and then we're expected to go off into the world and be successful. And it doesn't work like that. And even if we aren't on reserve, you know, we do still feel isolated in a way from society. So I completely agree with you on that. Jordan, do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with what you've just mentioned, and both of you have mentioned about like being isolated or being kind of away from those kinds of things. It kind of, growing up in Labrador, I never knew about so many careers or that things were even possible. It just felt so otherworldly. Like I couldn't conjure up a picture of what that would look like. And so I think that having more promotion or awareness and, like Kiana said, bringing that knowledge to the communities of what is possible, and allowing the youth or those kids in the public, provincial, territorial education system to see those paths and see that it's possible and see themselves reflected in those spaces and those positions kind of gives them just like access to that whole other world that I think could feel so far away if you didn't have that. And also, by the time that maybe you get to see those things, you might not have known. I think it could have been known a lot sooner if maybe as youth or in the school system, if we learned about those things or saw that possibility, it'd be a lot easier to do that consistently and be a part of it. Another thing I would say is the training available and things like that. Just a second. Like the frequency I find of trainings as well. Sometimes they only come around so often, or there needs to be a certain amount of people signed up for the training to even go ahead, or the cost of training. or if you need resources or equipment beforehand or for the program can be a barrier. And sometimes, yeah, like a lack of those resources or things like that can be difficult. And sometimes timing as well. For example, if you're maybe working a certain job and you work 9 to 5 and you can't make a training, or you can't find time, can't get that time off that the training is happening at the same time. So those kinds of things can be difficult as well when you have many things to juggle or many responsibilities as well.
Yeah.
Am I able to add one more thing too, actually? Like what you guys were talking about really sparked something in me as well. But I also think that youth shouldn't have to leave their communities or disconnect from their culture and identity to have a career in this field. Like our paths are all so different. You don't need an academic background to, to be able to do this type of work. So I feel like that's also something that we should stress as well, and that's why I love guardian programs, because a lot of you don't have to have this really scientific background to be able to do this type of work, and I can really appreciate that about guardian programs. And it's like people of all ages can do this type of work. And so it's really beautiful, really, really beautiful work. And I know that's happening all around the world, but I just also wanted to stress that too, because, having an academic background isn't everything. And community knowledge and our own knowledge is just as important, if not, I wouldn't say more important. We're all equal, but yeah, I just wanted to add that.
No,
Would I be able to add as well?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel that fully, and I've always found it so ironic that I had to leave my community to be able to come back and work in my community, or learn about it in a way and come back. And although that passion or knowledge was already there, like you said, like it doesn't need that scientific knowledge to be able to do it, but I felt like it was like I needed that tool in order to be given permission to actually do the work in my own community. So yeah, I feel that.
Which, if you think about it, doesn't make sense because we're learning from the land, right? So why would we have to leave? Yes, I totally understand what you both are saying. I work a lot with youth myself, and when I talk about marine careers, the first thing they think of is just fishing. Or you have to have be a marine biologist, and you have to go to school and take science. And I love that we're talking about this, because you definitely don't need an academic background to be working in any kind of marine career. So thank you both for that. Another question here is, what would meaningful Indigenous youth leadership in climate and water decision making look like beyond simply being invited to participate?
Do you want to take this away, Jordan? Will I give it a bit of a thought?
Sure. Yeah. I actually was inspired by something you said too. That draws back to what I was going to say is, I think that beyond just participating, I think from the very beginning, valuing and having on the same plane Indigenous knowledge systems and governance systems. Because it's one thing to participate in another knowledge system, but when it truly aligns with what you see and the way you feel and the way decisions have been made in your own culture, maybe since time immemorial, is really important as well. And not having those ways of thinking or being as an afterthought or an alternative. It should have that same immediacy of a solution to a problem as a Western framework. Do you know what I mean? Like observation, like you being on the land and observing the land, seeing the things that were alive but also not alive, allowed our ancestors to see patterns or see the consequences of different decisions that were made, or develop teachings and stories that helped us maintain that balance and sustainability. So yeah, I would say having the governance structures and the viewpoint from which it comes from to also align with Indigenous ways of being and knowing.
I love that.
Yeah, I think, yeah, there's a difference between being invited into someone else's process and actually having the opportunity to lead. Like, that's a big thing I've noticed. We're invited to these spaces, like you said, Jordan, and then, like not really being invited from the start and like things are already established and they're like, what do you think that's another big thing too. What do you think as a youth? I'm like, we don't look at youth as knowledge keepers, and they really do hold a lot of knowledge. Very ambitious. We have very ambitious, hopeful young people in our communities that, should be given a say at the decision-making table, like how we look at governance. We always say, oh, they're the next leaders of tomorrow, like you're our future leaders. Like, why not give them the opportunity to be leaders today, have a say for what's actually going to be happening in their future? For us, we have like chiefs in our communities, but for me, there's only like, we have 6 communities in our nation, but only 6 people are really deciding on behalf of like our next generations, my kids, my future, without having like giving us an opportunity to have a say. And I think that like that's where we're missing in that governance aspect of things too, Jordan. Like something I really wish we could see more of. So yeah, I think that, not just being asked to speak on behalf of youth, but also just like really giving them an opportunity to have a leadership position, whether that be on chief and council, or in like big consultation organizations. Like I would love for us, WNMB, to have some sort of youth circle that can help, decide on our files and the projects that we want to do, because again, it is like their future that we're deciding for them, and they don't even have a say at these tables. To me, that doesn't make any sense. But yeah, meaningful youth leadership to me would be giving. I thought my computer died. Would giving them a seat at the table, at the decision-making tables. That's it.
I totally agree with that.
That glitched me out there for a second. I thought I froze. I was like, no.
No, I definitely agree with that. We always talk about, youth are the future, and so why wouldn't they be at the table as well? And then when we are invited to participate, exactly, there's already been multiple meetings before that. So how is that even in participation at all? It's already been decided and it's gonna probably happen either way. So yeah, I definitely agree with what you both are saying. For the next question, what is one concrete action governments, funders, researchers, educational institutes, or environmental organizations should take to support Indigenous youth leadership?
One that really came to mind, because I really wanted to kind of sit with this question when I had it. And one concrete action that I think any of these stakeholders can take is the initiative and commitment to self-learning, and understanding colonial history and tokenism for youth especially, and to do meaningful research on the Indigenous communities or even the youth that they're trying to learn from and collaborate with or work with and support, I think is crucial. And I think in order to support someone, you have to understand what they define as support. And Indigenous peoples aren't all the same, and no two communities are the same. We have distinct dialects within our languages, we have distinct geographies, we have distinct plants or animals that we can maybe hunt, and practices or ceremonies that reflect that land. And so then we also have distinct challenges and needs. So I think really taking the time to understand and have that background, and then also have that respect when working and supporting Indigenous youth leadership.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good one. That's really important. I think doing the work that I've done, I think it's important that we're giving Indigenous youth and communities long-term funding instead of that short-term. It's really hard to sustain our project over time when you don't have that long-term funding that you're talking about. And I really like what you said, Jordan, is like having an awareness of who these communities are before you're going and like speaking and having conversations with them. For example, the GIYSCC Nation, we do negotiations with DFO, but there's such a they're not understanding us kind of thing. It's like there's such a wall built up between both of us where it's like we have like this fire, it feels like within us, we're not feeling heard, listened to. Whereas they're coming in with like, we're doing negotiations through a Zoom screen. You know what I mean? Like, isn't that, it's again, I think it comes back to that like connection. You got to reconnect with people. I feel like, there's even now, I wish I was in front of a crowd so I could gauge the audience, make eye contact. But I feel like, yeah, it's just like come to our communities, learn from us. Like, let's go out on the land, let's go out on the water, and like, let's show you why we want to, we need this long-term funding, why we want to protect this area, and why it's sacred and special to us. I feel like we lose that aspect of that through a screen. So yeah, and it's like those giving us those resources, if we want youth to lead, we have to give them resources to actually do it, whether that be money for traveling. I think that's really important, sending our youth to these like international conferences. I've learned so much, and I feel like I gained so much confidence through this, and the Students on Ice Foundation. I just see someone creating a self-empowered youth circle. Yeah. To co-lead council decision-making process in policy and law. This could be accomplished by writing a letter to the tribe, write a resolution to include a youth's need. Absolutely. We need empowered youth circles. And recently I've been to the Pueblo Nation. They're a nation in New Mexico, and they have a school for their youth, and it's a leadership school where they are learning about policy, about law, and so inspiring our youth to get more involved in policy and law, because that's where the real change happens. You know what I mean? It's like within, unfortunately, it's sad, but that's true, so we need to empower our youth to feel like they can come into these spaces and feel confident coming into these spaces as well. And so that, I thought that was a wonderful idea for that nation to do, because I was listening to these youth speak and the projects they're working on. I was like, that could be like a master's thesis, and they're like 15 years old, like they're young. So I'm just like, I feel so empowered by that nation, the work that they're doing, and it's funded by the federal government too. It's not just the nation doing that. We have this program running through our Earth School here. We wish to ensure our youth is empowered, and that's awesome. That is amazing, and I'm so happy there's a lot of people on here doing that beautiful work for their youth and their communities. But yeah, that's like, I have so many concrete actions. I guess I just narrowed it down to one, Katrina, but
No, that's definitely there's a lot of talk of like building relationships, but that's more than just coming up into the community one time, shaking someone's hand and then not coming back. So I love all of those suggestions. Thank you both so much. If there's any questions that anyone from the audience has for our panelists, you can type them into the chat box there. We're just waiting.
So I'm actually I'm in the program. Jade Robinson. She's from your community, eh?
Sorry?
Sabaganagati?
Yes.
Yeah, Jade. Do you know Jade?
I don't know if I know Jade.
Okay, she's taking the marine management program as well.
Oh, amazing.
Yes.
Do you know Sarah?
Sarah who? Sarah Fraser? Wait, you're muted.
Her last name starts with a V. I think it's like
Sarah
Vander.
Yeah. I feel like she came in, she took the program, but she came in. Is she from Oceans North? She works for
Yes.
Ocean North?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she's
Mhm.
super sweet.
I like her. She's nice.
Yeah.
We here at Lumi Nation love your energy. UNW Washington State. Thank you so much.
That's so sweet. They're
Yeah.
very
If there isn't any other questions, I have a final reflection question that we could get to. Oh wait, we have one. How would you think we as an international hood can come together better? We are all facing the same issues and fighting them in each small nation seems to be exhausting us.
yeah, trust me. How would we get what do you mean like as a international hub? HOD? Like international group. Okay. How do you think? Well, I think just taking up space as an Indigenous person, just taking up space at these international conferences. And I think that there's one in particular that everyone on this call should look into. It's called AORIA. I think it's the All Atlantic Ocean Research Alliance. They do a really awesome job of they fund youth to come to their conferences. And I thought like that's how I got to go to Brazil. That's how I've gotten to go to Belgium and just really take up space. Yeah, I'll type it in. I'll send you the link for sure. I'll send you their website. But they do a lot of really amazing things with the youth, and they're going to be at this year's or next year, sorry, UN Ocean Decade Conference in Rio de Janeiro. But I feel like they really do. Like we had a hackathon last year for youth from all across to come together in a 2-day event, come up with a technology or an innovative idea. And we had 7 priorities that they work on. One was ocean literacy. Thank you, Paul. Yeah. One was ocean literacy. There was like a small scale fisheries group. They came up with an app. Like youth are incredible. There was a modeling group. There was a low cost technology. They literally came up with this amazing tool. They created an Instagram in like 2 days. So I feel like, yeah, just like I think that these international spaces need to give us as Indigenous people more opportunity to speak with one another. And but I do feel like there's really cool organizations out there doing that. But yeah, he sent it off to you, Jordan.
Yeah, I would completely agree with what Kiana said. And the only thing I would have to add is maybe from what I've seen also in those international spaces is you see so many amazing people and Indigenous youth, but also just in general doing amazing things. And so I think to amplify what you see happening, and then also to maybe connect people if you know someone doing that amazing work and then know another organization that would really align with them, then to connect those two, I think is a way that we can also support each other as we're all kind of tackling similar challenges.
Yeah, thank you both. Erica Key wrote, do you have a few more examples to share where the interaction went well so we can learn?
Like between where the interaction went like
could you put is that between maybe like organizations and government or
I can give an opportunity like small scale that happened this year for us. So I think this is honestly like where like the most magic happens too. It's like within like your community. It doesn't have to be international. It can be small. So this year in Fredericton, so that's where I'm from, Fredericton, New Brunswick. We put on a water walk with Devon Middle School, and we had 600 middle school students come and learn about Woolista and water teachings and why it's important that we speak kindly to the water. And so we started at their school. We have something called the Ancestors Trail. Fredericton has lots of beautiful trails throughout the city. we had an assembly where I talked about what I do as a water protector, and we had other people from other communities come in, share about their job, share with the students, this could be a pathway for you. And then the whole way to the river, the 10-minute walk, they were singing and they were drumming and they were celebrating. And like, that is where the most, like when you're having fun, you know, in community, that's where learning happens. And like, that's where the magic happens. So they were singing, we had, you know, people of all walks of life come to this event, and we shared about the water drum, like water ceremony we had. And these are like young kids, impressionable kids. So I think like that interaction itself, just working with the school system, the education system, is so important, Erica. But yeah, that's like one interaction that like went so well. And I had like young kids come up to me afterwards and were like just so inspired, and it was just really a beautiful feeling to have, you know. And they just moved to Canada and they've never learned this stuff before, and I just thought like, wow, like we really are making an impact, even if it is small scale, not international level. It's, yeah, great quote. Magic happens when you're having fun. It's true though, you know, that's why we do powwows. We have powwows, we celebrate. It's beautiful. And yeah, everyone's just really happy and wanting to learn. So
That sounds beautiful. That sounds like an amazing event. Jordan, did you have anything to share?
Yeah. Does it for opportunities where just interaction kind of went well?
Yeah.
Yeah. What I would say is from I attended a conference in Norway more recently, and I was part of a student forum, and so there were about 20 to 30 young students from across the circumpolar north that came together, and we were able to kind of co-develop policy recommendations and solutions to things that were happening in the north. And each of our groups were diverse indigenous, from like Sami and Inuit and Dene from the Yukon. So just to learn from other indigenous cultures and hear how they are finding solutions or think about things and what they're facing was really wonderful. And then just the solutions like that each group came up with, like there was undersea water infrastructure and security, search and rescue, food insecurity solutions. So like with grassroots groceries, like it was just incredible to see what everyone coming together could come up with. So I think seeing that collaboration internationally was really amazing. So,
just want to add one more thing too. Me and Jordan actually met, not on the Students on Ice. We met at it. Like that just came to me now. We met at an all Indigenous youth across Canada. There was like 200 youth that came, and this conference, it was called 7 Gen, and it was led by Indigenous youth. And so it was like,
I have an update.
Oh, what's up?
I did do the Students on Ice, but I'm on the 7 Gen Council now. So we're planning the next one.
Oh my gosh, bring it to Atlantic Canada.
I know. I'm like, I feel like a lot of things are in the West, or that's where a lot of people are. So then to bring it over would be really nice.
If you need help, girl, you let me know.
You see that Paul has their hand up.
Thank you both. Thank you all three of you for your wise, interesting, enjoyable comments. I wanted to discuss the concept of building bridges. You both mentioned in different ways, and you mentioned relationships and observation. Relationships and bridges take time to build. So if in thinking about bridges, if you were to think about your lifetime and build a bridge between the present and future you, what would you do to get there?
Wow, that's a good question, Paul. I love that.
Good question.
If I could build a bridge with my future self, I can go, Jordan, if you'd like. Yeah. For me, since I grew up, disconnected from my community, it was only like 5 years ago where I really got reconnected back to my family and culture. I would just really love to start doing more ceremony and really understanding and quieting my mind and understanding like my own self and getting down and just sitting in like my solitude and understanding that, because everyone on this call probably knows life is so busy. We're doing so much. We're saying yes to so many opportunities, which is amazing because it's brought me to, this panel today by just saying yes. But I also feel like I don't allow myself to slow down enough to really figure out like what is important to me, where can I direct my energy to that is most important and will make that most impact, not only for myself, but my community. And I really feel like now I'm starting to realize like I would just love to do like ceremony and do more sweat lodges. And there's something called full moon dance, full moon gathering, full moon dance, and it's a week. You're out and you're fasting, you're dancing in the moonlight, and it's all women. And I'm like, wow, like would love to be part of these matriarch groups. And yeah, just that's something I've been thinking about lately, Paul. And it's just for me so important to really, listen to my heart and sit in solitude and okay, like what do I really want from this life? And so for me, it's building those bridges to my spiritual self and my ancestors and to listen to that spiritual side of me that it always gets drowned out by the noise and the busyness. Yeah, that's what I would say.
Amazing. But I really like what you said about the solitude. And I think that in my brain popped in the word again, like observing. And so for me, I feel like observing how I feel and how my body feels in certain spaces and in different areas, and allowing that to kind of guide me in a way, I guess, kind of be my insight and then be my guide. And I would say like probably through trusting myself more. And I guess as we keep saying yes or doing all of these wonderful things to help, help youth or awareness or community, kind of dismantling that imposter syndrome and taking up space, and you do have something valuable to contribute. And I think being open and honest and that observing in yourself and others is what really helps build those bridges, like the vulnerability and openness just helps you become closer to other people and yourself. So
yeah, I'm so happy. Yeah.
I love that you brought up imposter syndrome, because I mean, it's such a real thing. Like you can do so much and I still have imposter syndrome. So I totally understand that.
I feel like every single person in this world has had imposter syndrome at some point. We're human. That's what makes us, we're allowed to make mistakes and like have those messy emotions. But yeah, thank you for bringing that up. It's important to talk about.
It's just always when I look back too, and when I reflect on things that have happened, it's like, wow, that was okay. Or I could have still said more and I was safe. Like, and it went even better than I imagined. So I think to maybe carry that to my future moments coming up is something I want to try and do.
I would also say, like, as Indigenous peoples, like, we are such perfectionists, like, because we're trying to prove something. And I think it's that intergenerational trauma, you face within your communities of, like, not feeling good enough. But at the end of the day, like, we're all human and it's okay to make mistakes, and it's, like, that's what the beauty of life is. And I think that, again, like, just like that vulnerability, like you said, Jordan, like, such an important teaching to have, and I wish I would have known it a little earlier, but that's just life.
I agree. Thank you both so much. What an amazing discussion. I had so much fun with both of you today. I really, really appreciate both of you taking your time to do this. I learned a lot myself, and it was so wonderful to meet you both and hear your perspectives.
Thanks for having us. Thanks everyone for listening too. Such a
Yes.
lovely audience. I wish we could engage more, but
Really wonderful atmosphere. So I'm really happy that I was asked to be a part of it.
Certainly welcome to continue. We have a few minutes before the next set of presentations. Why don't we take a short break? I want to thank Katrina, Jordan, and Kiana for your thoughtful, enjoyable, delightful, important observations, and for contributing to the fourth Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change, which has as an objective bridge building.
that is true.
We appreciate it.
They're so important.
Alrighty. Well, update everyone. We'll leave when I just have to head out, but I wish I could stay. I'll watch the recording because we know it's recorded.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Bye.
We'll resume in about 5 minutes. So for those that would like to take a break, again, thank you, Katrina, and thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
Olá a todos. Olá, boa tarde. Conseguem me ouvir?
Luisa, can I ask for your assistance to moderate the session? Thank you very much, Fabiola.
Yeah.
Fabiola, are there others that I should put on the screen with you?
Ok. 1 minute. Show stuff. Show characters. Share. Oh, is this a bad?
Hey. Oi, Fabiola. Boa tarde. Eu vou fazer a apresentação traduzindo e aí eu passo a palavra para você.
Ok. A minha internet está bem estável, mas acho que agora tá funcionando. A tela estava desabilitada para compartilhamento. Deixa eu ver se já está. Só 1 minuto. Tá, agora eu tenho que. Não estou conseguindo compartilhar. Que o anfitrião desativou o compartilhamento dos participantes. Você consegue verificar isso, Luísa?
Hey, so Fabiola is trying to share her screen so she can start. So Fabiola is from Brazil. She'll be presenting in Portuguese. And I think her slides have also translation to English. But I can't see her slides yet. So, Fabiola, você tá por aí?
Tô sim, eu não estou
Tá.
conseguindo compartilhar a tela, porque
Eu
parece que está
pedi aqui,
desabilitado.
eu acho que eles estão habilitando.
Tá.
So can someone allow her to share her screen so we can start? She will be presenting a ritual from indigenous peoples in Brazil. It will be really interesting to see once we have her allow it to share her screen.
Louisa, let her start now and let's see. Let her try starting. Oh.
Not yet.
Not yet. Hello, Paul.
I'm trying.
Okay.
I'm not
I'm
making
also
this
trying
fast,
to.
but I'm trying.
Luísa, veja a foto que eu te mandei no WhatsApp. Será que sou eu que não estou conseguindo compartilhar? Mas acho que não.
Julia, do you have co-host? I'm not able, it seems I'm having challenges to provide Fabiola with the
Yeah, I am also having challenges here. Let me just check. I'm gonna.
Yeah. So we Fabiola, can you try again? Fabiola, tenta de novo para ver se consegue agora, se ainda tá aparecendo a mensagem.
Mesma mensagem, que eu estou desabilitada para
Yeah.
compartilhar.
Yeah, she's having the same message that she cannot hear. Oh, now. Try now. I think. Yeah. Yes. Yay. Okay.
Agora sim, agora sim.
So she'll be sharing her screen and then we will start soon. Fabiola, obrigada pela sua disponibilidade. Now, estamos vendo toda a tela. Se você puder colocar lá na apresentação. Yes.
E agora?
Perfeito. Estamos vendo agora. Perfeito. Sim. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Good. It's your stage now.
Então, boa tarde, boa noite ou bom dia a todos que estão participando desse evento. Meu nome é Fabiola Vieira, eu sou do estado de Minas Gerais, do Brasil, e sou pesquisadora na área de conservação e saúde, e também tenho dedicado algum tempo aos estudos de povos indígenas. Eu pude presenciar um evento muito bonito que ocorreu na semana passada, no extremo sul da Bahia, que é um estado aqui do Brasil, e o evento se chama Araguaxan. Ele ocorre anualmente e eu dediquei esses registros que eu fiz no evento aos rituais Pataxó e Machacali. Então, só para a gente fazer uma breve introdução, né? O Brasil não começou em 1500, com a invasão portuguesa. Já existiam diversas etnias aqui, com costumes, culturas e línguas diferentes, mas quando os portugueses aportaram aqui, eles chegaram justamente em Porto Seguro, que foi onde ocorreu esse evento bonito, né, essa festa bonita, que foi celebrada pelos povos Pataxó e vários outros povos originários brasileiros que compareceram ao evento. Então, eu vou dividir com vocês um pequeno vídeo relato a respeito do evento dos povos Pataxó e dos povos Machacali. Luísa, se você quiser traduzir antes de eu iniciar o vídeo.
So, for those who are listening to her but doesn't understand Portuguese, Fabiola is giving you a brief introduction of how the indigenous peoples, how many indigenous peoples we have in Brazil, and also that the story doesn't start when Brazil was invaded by the Portuguese in 500 years ago. So we do have lots of different peoples there and in Brazil. And what she will be presenting here is one of the rituals they keep in their territories, and she was able to be there with them and participate in this territory in this ritual. Pode seguir, Gabi.
O Araguaxã, para nós, ele é uma festa, né? Um encontro, né? Entre o povo pataxó, é um lugar de conquista, né? E nós comemoramos nessa data, né? A resistência dos povos indígenas, não só pataxó, mas dos povos indígenas do Brasil, que são mais de 526 anos, né? De muita luta. E esse é o grande momento, né, do povo pataxó, onde nós reunimos com várias aldeias, né, do nosso povo. É um momento que nos traz assim uma riqueza, né, da cultura do povo pataxó. E nós temos, né, nossas atividades, né. Nós temos casamentos que são realizados, né, os matrimônios. É realizado também a caçada do guerreiro, né, uma forma de mostrar para a sociedade, né, a importância da juventude, dele estar buscando cada vez mais o conhecimento através do nosso mais velho para poder nesse dia estar apresentando, né? Então existe uma demonstração de uma caçada, acontece o batizado dos quitoque, né, das crianças, né, que é feito com barro, tauá.
A Reserva Pataxó da Jaqueira está localizada em Porto Seguro, no extremo sul da Bahia, e protege 827 hectares de Mata Atlântica. Criada em 1998 a partir da retomada do território pelos Pataxó, tornou-se uma importante referência em etnoturismo indígena de base comunitária. Gerido pelos próprios Pataxó, o turismo fortalece a autonomia da comunidade, a transmissão de conhecimentos e práticas culturais e a conservação do território. O Araguaxã é uma celebração tradicional do povo pataxó realizada anualmente na Reserva da Jaqueira desde 1999. A festa celebra a conquista e a resistência no território e reafirma a cultura pataxó por meio dos cantos, danças, rituais e da transmissão de saberes entre gerações. Ao longo dos anos, tornou-se também um importante espaço de encontro entre povos indígenas. Em sua 28ª edição, em 2026, reuniu, além dos pataxó de diferentes aldeias, parentes de outros povos, entre eles os Tupiniquim, o Querenaque e Tsikmaranga, ou Machacari, fortalecendo vínculos, trocas culturais e a resistência entre diferentes povos. Os Tupiniquim, também conhecidos como Machacali, são um povo indígena de Minas Gerais, estabelecido no Vale do Mucuri, próximo à divisa com Bahia. Tupiniquim pode ser traduzido como nós, os humanos, ou nós todos. O Machacali é o principal idioma das comunidades, enquanto o português é falado em diferentes níveis por seus membros. Há também uma proximidade linguística histórica com os Pataxó, povo presente tanto no sul da Bahia quanto em Minas Gerais. A preservação dos cantos, rituais e saberes tradicionais é uma importante expressão da resistência cultural desses povos. A cosmologia Machacali é marcada por relações profundas com os animais e outros seres. Os Yamins são seres espíritos, muitos deles relacionados a animais. Já os Yamichã são coletivos desses seres e também complexos rituais dos quais essas relações se manifestam por meio dos cantos, das narrativas, dos movimentos e da partilha de alimentos. Entre os Yamichup está o Putuchup, o ritual do povo papagaio. O Putuchup estabelece relações entre os Machacali, os povos espíritos e seus ancestrais por meio dos cantos, dos movimentos e da partilha. Suas narrativas expressam relações de parentesco, alianças e conflitos presentes na cosmologia Machacali. O Putuchup guarda ainda uma antiga relação com os Pataxó. As narrativas Machacali contam que o povo papagaio veio de regiões próximas a Porto Seguro, na Bahia, território historicamente relacionado aos Pataxó. Assim, a relação do Putuchup durante o Araguaxã aproxima no presente povos que compartilham antigas relações territoriais históricas.
Muita cura, aí vai tomar cuidado, até nós vamos chegar. Todo mundo estava aqui trazer nós ritual de onde ficamos, de cura. A nosso artesanato aqui é da caçadora também, o revisionado, tem que vai tomar cuidado. Obrigadão, filho. Vem aí o ritual das águas.
Então, essa foi a apresentação do Araguaxã 2026, 28ª edição. Eu gostaria de agradecer esse evento, né, pela oportunidade de poder compartilhar esses saberes, mas, sobretudo, né, o povo Pataxó, que foram os anfitriões nesse evento, né, de nos receber em sua casa, receber outros povos, né, indígenas também da região, incluindo os povos Machacali, e agradeço também especialmente a eles, e principalmente a Valdomiro Machacali, uma das lideranças que me convidou a estar presente nesse evento. Também gostaria de agradecer os colaboradores, né, que me auxiliaram na confecção desse vídeo, que foi o Marcos Bueno, Valdomiro Machacali, pelos ensinamentos compartilhados, né, por ter me explicado o que é o ritual do papagaio, né, espero que eu tenha conseguido, de alguma forma, abarcar, ao menos a ideia principal disso e trazer para vocês, e a Mona Lisa Pataxó, que compartilhou também alguns conhecimentos comigo a respeito dos diversos povos que estavam nesse evento. Além disso, né, os materiais audiovisual e fotografias que utilizei, listo aqui os sites e os fotógrafos do qual eu utilizei o seu trabalho. Tá, então, muito obrigada. E, Lu, se você quiser traduzir e em algum momento quiser que eu comente alguma coisa também, entre uma tradução ou outra.
Thank you. Obrigada, Fabiola. Thank you, Fabiola. We do have like 3 minutes until the next presentation. But this was just a brief video and photographs from the original ritual. And thank you, Fabiola, for sharing this with us, and also convey our thank you to the people who actually allowed us to present this here today. So we really appreciate that you shared such an amazing experience and such an amazing ritual and connection with nature, and demonstrating how we have like the indigenous peoples in Brazil, and not only in Brazil, but the indigenous peoples have this relationship that people that are not indigenous should learn a lot, especially considering the challenges we're facing, the climate change, and also all the challenges with biodiversity loss and all that. So, thank you for sharing this. We really appreciate. We are going now to move to another panel. This panel will be moderated by Scott Finn, which I believe it's here already. Um, the panel is Student on Ice Servitude. I'm sorry if I am saying this wrong. I really appreciate Fabiola for presenting this ritual. And now I think Scott is here already. If so, Scott, you can take the floor. Let's see. Yes. Hey, hello, Scott. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Oh, awesome. Doing good. And good to see you. And please
You as
feel free
well.
to start your panel. I'm really happy to see you here and really excited about the panel. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have I think right now we have 3 youth that are going to be participating in our Savatut camp, which is going to run in, as far as I know right now, the spring of 2027. So I guess just a little bit to before we dive into our panel, I'm just going to speak on behalf of SOI. So we do ship-based, and this is going to be our first land-based camp or expedition to teach youth from aged 14 to 35 about indigenous culture, ocean sciences, Blue Future Pathways, and Arctic policy, that sort of in that sort of realm. So we've done 53 expeditions. The company was founded in 2000, and since then we've done 53, I guess, expeditions or camps on ship. We have over 50 countries of youth that have joined our expeditions. And yeah, this Savatut camp is it's called Savatut. It's going to be based out of Mitamatalik, which is in Pond Inlet, Nunavut. So it will be, the plan is to have it at the base of Mount Herodier, which is about 7 nautical miles east of Pond Inlet. So that's kind of that's the goal. We're going to have, let me see the stats. So we're going to bring about 12 youth to this camp. We're going to have 10 educators from science to policy, and we'll also have educators that are from Pond Inlet to be able to teach us about the area, to teach about like youth leadership, climate change, culture, the history of the area, Inuit knowledge sharing, and the outdoor land skills. So I would love to welcome the 3 that we have signed on right now: Tukai, Kansas, and who else do we have? Sebastian. So if we could bring those to the spotlight, that would be lovely. Let's see if we can get 2 out of 3. Hello. So yeah, I'll give the floor off to to one of you folks right now, if you'd like. Sebastian, you want to? Are you able to give us a little bit of information about yourself, where you're from, the sort of things that you love to do?
Yeah, I can. Hi, my name is Sebastian Pottle. I'm a Nanatsiva Inuk. I was born in Rigolet, but I'm currently living in St. John's, Newfoundland. Some of my interests are, I mean, I did Muay Thai for like a year or two. I like learning about environmental science. I'd like to pursue the environmental sciences. Really a big advocate for like mental health, youth leadership. And that's it.
No, well, I guess a little bit of background with me and Sebastian. We were, I got to be a part of his expedition last year when we took the ship around the Nain area. So I got to know Sebastian pretty well there, and he's a fantastic young fellow. That's yeah, I could see your interest there for sure. You were fun to be around, buddy.
Yeah, the expedition was fun. Even though we were like stuck in Nain for a while, so we still got to learn about like archaeological. Went to different archaeological sites. Everyone there still made it a really good experience, even though stuff didn't go as planned.
No, exactly. And Kansas, do you want to share a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I'm Kansas Winters. I'm from Hopedale, Nunavut. Yeah, me and Scott are not far from each other. Not Scott, Sebastian. I'm currently at home in Hopedale, just for my summer, and then I'm trying to get my Bachelor of Arts in Memorial University in St. John's. What else can I say? I went on the 2022 trip with SOI to Cape Breton and Sable Island, and that's how I got affiliated with SOI. And I'm hoping to have my Bachelor of Arts finished in the next few years.
Awesome. Where do you study?
Just Memorial University out in St. John's, so I go back in September.
Awesome. Well, that's good for you. It's a big accomplishment when you finish your program for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Tukai, are you there?
Yeah, I just switched out the thing here. Can you find the other one? Okay, there we go. Just move that one. There you go. Hi. My name is Tukai Oreak, and I'm from Kuchok, and I joined Kansas along with her on our expedition to Sable Island in Cape Breton, where I actually have the mug here where I bought from the island.
The mug for proof.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm currently studying social sciences at Dawson, right in Montreal. So outside of that, I live in Gutruk, but I've also, interestingly enough, coordinated online programs as well for students 13 to 18, so that we can bring culture to those who are less privileged in that way.
Sorry, my connection is wavering a little bit. Can everybody hear me right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it cut out a little bit there on when you were speaking, but I'm sure it's I think it's on my end, not on your folks' end. So that was the so I guess now we can move into conversation about how you folks started with or where you learned about Students on Ice and what made you want to apply for these expeditions.
Anyone want to start? I can start.
Of course, Sebastian.
Okay, so my journey with Students on Ice started in actually it was kind of funny. My brother was an educator on one of the expeditions, Brian Pottle, and I've sort of always been interested in science and the environment. So I decided to apply for Students on Ice, and I got accepted because I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. And I don't know, I really got to meet a lot of really nice people. It motivated me to become more outspoken in my community about environmental issues and about youth leadership. I still have a lot of really good friends I've made from Students on Ice, and I'm actually coordinating a language project with my buddy who was on the expedition I was on, and seeing all of the other like indigenous leaders on Students on Ice really motivated me to become one for myself and become a role model for other indigenous youth. I think that's all I have to say about my involvement with Students on Ice.
Wow, that's so really, I guess you're using your expedition into it almost influences what you do every day, hey?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it showed me there's it's not all hopeless, you know. You see a lot of I see a lot of like the struggles and like the addiction in my home community. All of the other youth struggling, but I got to see some of the more outspoken and youth within our communities, and it really inspired me. And also getting to see Kathy, I can't pronounce her last name, but that really motivated me to sort of pursue my endeavors in my career, in my education, I'm also like trying to learn music now, but
Yeah, that's awesome, pal. Thank you for sharing that.
yeah.
Yeah, Kathy's a fantastic artist, hey?
Yeah. Move me to tears, man, just seeing my culture like that, seeing a leader of our people.
No, thanks again, Sebastian. Did either you, Tukai or Kansas, want to speak on your journeys with SOI and where how you came across of it, why you applied?
Funnily enough, I applied the year that Kathy had gone on back in 2019, and I'm good friends with her. She's very wonderful. My friend was on that trip, and because of him and his experience, what he told me was very much aligning with what I was interested at the time, and even to this day. Whether it be with research, although our people are so entrenched in culture that, you know, I wanted to see from a different perspective in the ocean on that way, in that sense, where they got to experience it from that. So that's was my main interest into why I wanted to apply into Students on Ice. And even before that, I had been the student council president, so I had that traction going back in high school, and then some people had referred me to the program. And then we had gone to Sable Island, which was just absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, no, it's like I feel like a lot of the northern peoples in Canada, like the ocean is just so in tune with the lifestyle of the north, you know. So it's to be able to do these expeditions on the ocean and be able to show our youth where the food and how the ocean kind of speaks with the land. It's pretty amazing. So it's
I think he cut out again.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
We can hold on a sec till he gets back, and then
Yeah,
you can.
just give him a second now.
Yeah.
There you go.
Was I frozen?
He was back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were froze.
I'm back. Let's see. All
You good
right.
now?
If I,
Yeah.
I'm good now. Okay.
Yeah, you're
Kansas,
good.
did
all
you
good.
want to you want to speak on behalf of why you applied for Students on Ice?
Yeah, I can. I initially heard about Students on Ice from other alumni in my community, Nicholas and Veronica Flowers.
Oh, I
I
love
think
her.
Oh yeah, they're great. And I think
So
Veronica's coming on the expedition as a educator, if I'm correct,
oh,
for
that'll
the
be
2027 trip. So I
Yeah.
heard from them. They came into our one school we have and just explained the whole process and the opportunities it would give us as Indigenous youth. So they came in, they told us all about all the stuff they did and all the like the different places they went, and it just really piqued my interest. So I applied for it, and I I ended up getting on the ship for. It was for a different expedition at first, before COVID, and then I ended up coming on to the 2022 uh, Sable Island trip.
Wow. Is there any anything that really stuck out to you from the Sable Island trip that you any favorite memories?
Honestly, I think my favorite and most like thing I remember most from that trip is what was it was the spot where we went into the like historical reenactment before we went off to the island. Um, where we went in and we looked at all kinds of different places that they reenacted from the time period. And I remember me and Tukai fought with little wooden swords, and I still have mine in my room.
Boy.
Wow, amazing. How many of you were on that on the Sable Island trip that in 2022? Do you recall?
Not very
It
many.
was a good. There was not much, no.
Was it
20
did you use the
students?
Polar Prince?
Yeah,
Do you
Yeah, we
remember
used
the
the Polar
ship?
exactly.
Prince.
Okay, so that was the same ship that Sebastian and I
Ye-
used last year as well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if I saw your name there in the book.
I'm sure you folks probably we probably seen the picture up in the helicopter hangar for sure. If
Yeah, probably somewhere.
yeah, no
Mhm.
doubt. So now, if I guess we can move into chatting about your communities and how they have changed that you've noticed, or that maybe that your like your grandparents or your parents have told you how things have changed due to the climate change over the past decades. So it's because that has definitely been there's been a lot of changes in the northern communities. So I don't know if any of you guys want to speak on that.
I'd like to talk. I know one issue I see back home, even like recently. Like I remember when I was way smaller, and like maybe 5 or 6, is the loss of sea ice and how it affects our ability to hunt and fish and travel on the ice, and I guess the loss of like biodiversity and we're losing our caribou from all the climate change issues, the George River herd, and that affects our ability to like subsist off the land. It's like with the food insecurity, um, we're not only losing our environment, we're losing our culture and way of life. We're very tied into the environment. And that affects like the mental health of our people, of everything. um I think that's all I have to say.
What
That's
concerns you do you think the most? Sorry. Oh, sorry, Kansas. Did
Oh,
you
the
want to?
most?
no, all good. I was just gonna expand a little bit, but it's fine.
Yeah. What concerns me is the most is the youth aren't really taking care to learn about like environmental issues or our culture by extension, you know. There's and I think Students on Ice provides a really valuable opportunity to be able to do that, because like I know I learned quite a bit from the elder on my expedition, as well as the other Inuit youth I got to connect with.
Yeah, it's a well, I guess it's great that you're kind of taking it into your hands to promote the learning about the climate and the and pushing other youth to do better
Yeah,
in your area.
this summer I actually have my own well, I'm studying my own not-for-profit. It's not like incorporated right now or whatever, but I got a grant from the Red Cross, about like $4,000 to do a like youth leadership so it's it's a career development program where I connect indigenous youth with indigenous leaders, indigenous like scientists, business people, you know, to try and help promote more awareness, you know.
Wow, that's congratulations on yeah, getting your grant accepted, buddy. That's
Yeah.
And Kansas, did you want to jump in there and comment on what Sebastian said, or share
Yeah,
your own experiences?
I'll expand on it, I suppose. Our experiences are pretty similar where we live like probably not even a few hours from each other, by like speedboat. Um, I found recently, even in my own lifetime, which is the last 20 years or so, that our sea ice has been coming in later and later. So back when I was a kid, it used to come in, it used to start freezing in October, and it got pushed down to November, and then to December and January, and most recently this year, it got pushed to late January, early February. And it's very concerning considering a lot of people sustain themselves on the sea ice and going out onto the land and hunting and stuff. Um, and with that, I find that the community morale is just super low. People can't go out, they can't go out and connect to the land like they used to. Um, and it's sad. Like you hear elders talk about it all the time in our communities where it's just they can't go out and be connected to the land anymore because there's no bridge there where the sea ice was the bridge.
And for I guess for those who live in the warmer climates, can you just expand on what you mean by the sea ice? Is that would you be able to talk about that a little bit more, and what, and like
Yeah, I can.
how your community kind of uses it for food and whatnot?
Yeah, the sea ice is just our harbors and the Atlantic Ocean freezing over during the winters, so it gets quite thick. You can go on there by foot, you can bring vehicles onto it, and it's just a way to, like, in the summer you go on like a speedboat or a rowboat, and in the winter you go by nowadays it's by skidoo or snowmobile. And you go off onto the ice, you go out into the wilderness, and you persist. You hunt. It's our way of life. It's how our people have sustained themselves for thousands and thousands of years. Where we fish through the sea ice, we drive on top of it to go hunt game, and we used to hunt caribou. But in the last, I think, 15, 20 years or so, there's been a ban on caribou hunting where we don't have our herds are not strong enough to be able to hunt them anymore. I think the last caribou I remember being hunted, I was maybe 5. So, like, the changing climate has very much just kind of almost, I don't want to say ruined, but like really messed up our own way of life and how we operate.
Mhm. Well, I guess it just changed it drastically. You know, it's yeah, it's
Mhm.
breaking a lot of traditions because they can't be yeah, there's so much change going on that you can't reciprocate it every year. But thank you so much for explaining the ice pack. Tukai, did you want to speak on behalf of your community?
Yeah. So when that question is asked, what often comes to mind is, similarly enough, when our river freezes, there's a time where we can cross it. And there are trappers, there are hunters, there are people who go ice fishing to another lake, as it is much more abundant in life, as it's much further from us. So the way that climate change has affected us, and which was an eye-opener, was back in 2020, when our river did not freeze, as the case is very different in Kutruk, as we lay much further south, further from the ocean. So we depend on the river freezing so that we may go trapping, go hunting, go fishing, as I just stated. And back in 2020, it did not freeze. Therefore, people were not able to go subsistence hunting, but it also affected people economically, which is drastic enough as we already face food insecurity in the community. So since people could not go trapping for fur, it was a very alarming thing to see that for the first time and maybe even ever that the river did not freeze.
And Tukai, is there
mind.
a way to get across the river? If like it's very difficult to, I guess, cross the river if it doesn't freeze, hey?
Yeah, so I believe people went snowmobiling 2 hours further south so that they can go into a smaller part of the river that might have frozen, but it wasn't always certain, and so people had to find new paths in that way.
Wow. So that, I guess, that really limits the land that can be that you can use to that you would be able to use to the trap for fur.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's and I guess with the how did the people of your community kind of, I guess, like change their ways in order to, so this was very recently that it didn't freeze, so I guess they're still maybe in limbo in trying to decide how they're going to combat that to make their ends meet.
What often happens was that people would go on weekends, as the window is so small, people are working during the regular work week. And
Yeah.
since that was the case, there are many people that weren't able to provide as much as they could in previous years because of such. As the window was so small during the weekend, of course.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess having to try like the 2 hours to and from that's a large portion of the day that would and I guess mind you too, something to consider for the folks that are, I guess, in the northern areas in the winter time. The sunlight is very, like, we don't get nearly as much sunlight, so it's I guess you're probably working in 10 hours maybe in the wintertime, do you think? Somewhere around there, maybe less, maybe more, but not I would say somewhere around that area. So it's yeah, that's and I would assume it's hard to do that sort of thing in the dark. So I guess looking ahead towards our Savatu camp, or anybody want to share some excitement about that camp, or any questions or comments you wanted to bring to the table?
I'm excited to. Okay, you can go.
No, you're good.
I'm excited to be able to learn more about how Inuit culture is up in Nunavut. I want to be able to like draw similarities to here in the Natsuvut. I'm excited to be able to get to be out on the land. I don't know how the like land claims agreements would be like for me as an Inuit to go up to whatever semantics. But yeah, I'm pretty excited for it. Get to see the people in community.
Yeah, we really want to try to have this as like a hands-on learning. So a lot of skill-based, land-based learning. So that's it. I'm very excited to get to be a part of this Savitu program as well. Kansas, did you want to speak on it?
I was gonna say just about the same, where I'm very excited to learn how other Inuit work and operate on the land that's like not in Labrador, as I don't think I've been out of in any Inuit area out of Labrador. Um, I'm very excited to get my hands dirty and maybe butcher some fish or butcher an animal and just get in there and have fun and explore.
No, I think we'll definitely yeah, we'll cover all of those bases for sure. There's going to be, I think there,
There's
and
what is the
what was
language component of Savitu?
So yeah, that's we will have some Inuktitut speakers, and we will be doing lessons. I would think daily lessons to try to now in a 10-day camp. It's going to be hard to learn a whole lot of a language, but we can certainly. There's definitely going to be daily lessons where we and also knowledge exchange, because we have youth from all abroad across Canada, so it's going like they're the different dialects will be brought out as well in so it's that's as of right now, that's the plan. That's
Yeah, I think it'll be a very valuable experience for Inuit youth, just because the Nanutsua dialect here is actually dead/dying, and I know Inuktitut is very much more prominent up in the more northern communities. So I'm hoping it'll inspire some people to go and pursue to learn Inuktitut. There's also shout out to another program, Inatsiavik. I think that's what they're called. They do Inuktitut language modules and stuff. So,
whoa,
but yeah,
awesome.
Yeah, the program you were talking about is based out of Hopedale here. So they do community programs, and they also do online programs. So if you
yeah.
ever want to just pull it up, they're
Held
really
by
good
Vanessa,
education.
Vanessa and
Yeah, held
no,
by Vanessa and Nicholas.
yeah, Nick.
Wow.
I'm glad the topic of language was brought up, as that was what I was going to speak on. I've made many strides myself in learning Inuktitut, so that was what I was going to be really curious about in learning the dialect of Pan Inlet and around that region, as it's close enough to many different places where I have many friends. So I wanted to see if there was going to be many similarities in our dialects, and of course the differences, which I always love to get into.
No, yeah, that's definitely one of the key components we want to bring to this camp is the language base, and the also the like the leadership. So it's we would love for you participants to kind of lead the way just as much as us staff and educators. So that's like we really want to like, because we want to learn from you just as much as we want to teach you guys. So it's so that's one of the other components we're bringing to this camp is letting you folks do some decisions on what to do in the daytimes, and yeah, and we'll follow your rules. So that's the but
Speaking of which, like, are we gonna get to drive our own snowmobiles on that end? Like,
we
what
gotta
does that?
I mean, we're probably in the time of snowmobiles. Yeah, late if depending on if there's snow up there in the spring. I would we're in we were planning it for the end of August. It was more so going to be boats that we were renting, but as of right, like I think snowmobiles could be a you could be onto something there too, Guy. I like your ideas, but no, that's the yeah. I think if we get snowmobiles, I'd say you can drive them. And I was just wondering, we're getting close to the end of our conversation right now, but I was wondering if anybody online had any questions for any of us to answer. Oh, we have.
Thank you very much, Scott. Thank you very much, Kansas, Sebastian, and Tukai. Students in ICE, as you said, has been around since 2000, I think you mentioned.
Correct.
Hold on, there's a question in the chat. How long do your programs last? I think they're like around 3 weeks during the summertime. If Scott would like to expand upon that.
Yeah, so usually they're usually between 2 and 3 weeks. So we often do a pre-program where we bring all of the youth to the same community, and then we'll kind of do some ice breaking and exploring in that community to make sure everybody is a close-knit team. And then we'll kind of all leave. Oftentimes it's Ottawa, and then fly to ship or fly to where our camp is going to take place, and then we're kind of settled. We don't need to, there's not really as many icebreakers that need to go on ship. We're kind of one big family by the time expedition starts, and our expeditions usually run for 12 to 14 days. So give 2 to 3 weeks, give or take a day or two. And
So returning, my question had to do with the rich legacy that Students on ICE is creating, going back to 2000. And I'm just wondering about the dynamics of how previous generations of student leaders are educating future generations of student leaders with SOI.
Yeah, it's very, so we hold an alumni community of over 4,500 participants and educators, and we try to keep our alumni community as engaged as possible. So really, this Savitude camp that we are doing in 2027 is meant for alumni. So everybody who's going on our Savitude camp has already been a part of our has been on a SOI journey in the past. So that's, and oftentimes we'll have participants who have joined in prior years will become educators on board of our vessels in future years. So like, and we're always sharing anything that we that comes to mind that could help benefit the folks that were part of our SOI journeys. We always share that, like jobs and scholarships and that sort of thing with them to try to to boost their careers.
Thank you.
No problem. Do you have a network together for reunions and share post-trip life experiences? So Erica, We do have a network, so it's the alumni network that we now we also have in our expeditions, we have group messages for all of the participants and educators that can be able to converse through. And yeah, and
a lot of us a lot of just a lot of us on the same expedition usually like make a group chat, and we'll all just talk in there after, share experiences from time to time, or just like talk one-on-one. I have a friend over like out in the Yukon I still talk to. So yeah, there's a lot of sharing of life experiences. Like I mean my buddy who I'm doing the language program with is a guy I met on expedition. So yeah, we maintain connections.
And for our expeditions are oftentimes like we don't really have two that are the same. So we'll and we don't only stay in Canadian waters. So we had two this year that used the southwestern coast of Greenland as well as the northeastern coast of Canada. So and we've had expeditions that go to Antarctica, and then we've had expeditions that go over to the west coast of Canada and through some of the waters of Alaska. And yeah, so the expeditions have been international.
On top of that, like a lot of the youth, at least the indigenous youth, have similarities in terms of hobbies and all that. I've had many brushes with different people from Students on Ice, many different alumni. I've met again Danica Taylor for Arctic Winter Games during the last Arctic Winter Games, which was back in February, maybe April. And we just brushed past again. So there are many occasions where it's outside of that, where it's not a specific reunion, but just shared interests in the Arctic and just being indigenous as well. Who else? And of course, maintaining relationships like Sebastian had said.
On that, I find that people that go on our expeditions and all the different expeditions that you've done, uh, again, they're very similar interests, so you cross paths with them whether you mean to or not. Recently, going to Memorial, I crossed paths with someone on that was on board our ship, and my expedition. I can't remember her name right now, but she's living on the same residence, like in the same area I am. So I cross paths with her every once in a while.
No, it's funny how big the like it's 4,500 people, but we really do like, especially if you wear your SOI shirt, I feel like any day that you got that shirt on, you're bound to get in conversation with somebody about a past trip that you both went on. It's interesting that Jordan Brown and Kiana Bear, who done the presentation to roughly 1-2 hours ago, like I was on expedition back with the two of them in 2023. So it's yeah, we're a close knit bunch, us SOIers.
I've met Jordan Brown back in Norway.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
February.
Really?
Jordan. I met Jordan. I was on the Nunatsiavut government's youth symposium planning committee, and I met Jordan in the committee, and not in the committee, on the symposium. So that was a really fun experience. I had no idea she was presenting.
Yeah, she presented earlier with the Blue Future Pathways presentation. So that was But this is all recorded, so we can you can go back in time on YouTube and check out what they said. It was a lovely presentation. And yeah, I would love to. I guess this is the time to thank all you folks for listening in today and hearing out what our three incredible youth here have to say about their communities and their lives. So first, I guess thank you to you, Kansas, Tukai, and Sebastian. You've done a fantastic job today. And yeah, thank you to GIYSCC for having us part of your event.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you. This is a great opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you very much,
To the
Scott,
five.
for your excellent moderation. Thank you,
Not a problem,
Kansas.
Paul.
Thank you, Tukai and Sebastian. And I believe we probably have met. I was looking at the names, Kiana Bear. I think she was on a previous Global Indigenous Youth Summit Climate Change before.
I would imagine so. I would think in prior years she's a fan. She's so smart and such a fantastic speaker. I think I would I would put her on any presentation that I could.
Excellent.
Lovely. Well, yeah, we'll have a great day, everybody, and we'll see you folks, I guess, hopefully next year.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Wish you a pleasant summer.
Bye.
You as well.
So Louisa, I believe, is going to be the moderator for the next 4 presentations. It's we have a moment for a break if people would like to take one. I follow your lead, Louisa.
Yes, we have a 10 minutes break now, and then we'll be back with the next set of presentations. So yeah, feel free to grab some water and we'll be back soon.
We'll start it in 10 minutes then.
hello. We're going to restart here. Hello, everyone. So, my pleasure again to introduce the next set of presentations. So now, what we'll have a presentation by Rodrigo. Entonces, Rodrigo, creo que estás aquí. Rodrigo va a presentar los saberes que vuelven al territorio, co-construcción intercultural, memoria y aprendizaje climático en una comunidad mapuche pehuenche de Chile. After Rodrigo's presentation, we'll have also Carmen. Carmen también va a presentar en español. Tejiendo justicia climática desde el liderazgo de las mujeres mapuches, saberes, territorio y justicia epistémica. And we are going to start by Rodrigo. So, Rodrigo, are you there? Rodrigo, ¿estás acá?
Sí, hola, sí,
Perfecto.
estoy acá.
Hola, muchas gracias por compartir tu conocimiento. Conozco y es tu palco, puedes presentar.
Perfecto, muchas gracias. Gracias por el espacio y a esta importantísima reunión que ha sido muy larga y entretenida durante toda la jornada, siguiendo por YouTube, ¿no? Así es que agradecido del espacio de trabajo y poder compartir eh, este conocimiento que llega desde el trabajo con una comunidad pehuenche. Voy a compartir mi ventana de trabajo para que puedan ver la presentación. Sí, acá. Bueno, gracias por el espacio. Esta presentación se trata de una síntesis de un proyecto que estuvimos trabajando con profesores de agronomía y de la Facultad de Educación con una comunidad pehuenche de la región del Biobío. La región del Biobío queda al sur de Chile, en el continente sudamericano, a alrededor de 450 kilómetros al sur de Santiago de Chile. Nosotros estuvimos trabajando con la comunidad durante 3 años, estuvimos viajando cerca de 150 kilómetros donde está ubicada la comunidad. Desde nuestra universidad viajábamos todas las semanas, estuvimos trabajando con ellos para fomentar la producción agrícola. Y bueno, les voy a contar otras anécdotas que surgieron y también que fueron muy relevantes dentro del proceso de aprendizaje de un trabajo intercultural, que para nosotros como académicos fue una transformación principalmente, ¿no? Deconstruimos el saber sabio, por así decirlo, a lo que la comunidad nos enfrentó y nos propuso cómo trabajar. Entonces, a la base, nosotros estuvimos discutiendo desde la perspectiva de la crisis socioecológica y una crítica al modelo exógeno, ¿no? Esta planificación vertical que muchas veces toman los gobiernos o instituciones asociadas a gobiernos que planifican una necesidad, construyen una propuesta de trabajo y esa propuesta de trabajo llega a las comunidades, pero sin diálogo con las comunidades. Y ese fue uno de los elementos que nosotros aprendimos, ¿no? Durante estos 3 años de trabajo. Para nosotros esto resultó ser una imposición externa, donde los proyectos imponen esta especie de toolbox de herramientas o de paquetes tecnológicos estandarizados desde arriba hacia las comunidades. Y en consecuencia trae como una ignorancia de los gobiernos locales respecto de la exclusión de los habitantes y por otro lado una distancia de las propias comunidades respecto de las líneas científicas o de trabajo que se desean implementar. Pero como no se construyen con ellos, prácticamente pierde interés la comunidad. Bueno, el resultado de esto es un fracaso sistémico, donde las iniciativas se diluyen, se pierden recursos, se pierden oportunidades de aprendizaje y finalmente no se logra el objetivo de trabajo. Entonces, para nosotros, como académicos, una de las primeras acciones fue dialogar, conversar con la comunidad, encontrarnos sin siquiera empezar a construir. Nosotros llevábamos un plan pensado, armado, articulado y planificado día a día con lo que teníamos que trabajar, pero la verdad es que la comunidad nos invitó primero a que nos conociéramos, ¿no? Nos empezamos a conocer en términos de quiénes son ustedes, por qué vienen acá y por qué están con nosotros, ¿no? Y también ese momento de escuchar a la comunidad. Y en ese escuchar surgieron elementos significativos para implementar un trabajo académico y de co-construcción científica y tecnológica asociada a la agricultura en este caso. Uno de los primeros elementos fue el kumemongen, o el buen vivir de la comunidad, ¿no? La comunidad nos transmitía que lo que necesitaba era mejorar sus condiciones, pero que esas condiciones y ese conocimiento científico no chocara con el conocimiento de la propia comunidad. Y dentro de esas dimensiones de la comunidad estaba el Itrofilmongen, que para nosotros es la espiritualidad de la biodiversidad o esta esencia que tiene la biodiversidad. Entonces, todas las formas de vida, ríos, montañas, bosques, poseen una esencia vital que exigen respeto y reciprocidad. Entonces, para la comunidad, cualquier trabajo de implementación tecnológica o de conocimiento científico necesita que contemplen estos elementos, ¿no? Y eso nos lo hicieron saber en las distintas reuniones que trabajamos. Otro aspecto relevante para nosotros fue conocer la gobernanza ancestral o resignificar esa gobernanza, si bien nosotros la conocíamos, esa estructuración de la gobernanza por voz de la propia comunidad fue muy importante. Es decir, que la comunidad tiene una estructura, tiene una forma de resolver y hay actores dentro de la comunidad que son significativos y muy importantes en la toma de decisiones respecto de qué es lo que se implementa y cómo se trabaja en la comunidad pehuenche en este caso. Una de esas autoridades es el lonco, que viene a ser el líder del grupo familiar, de la comunidad en general, la machi, que es una guía espiritual, y el huerquén, que es el vocero o el representante ya elegido por la propia comunidad que lleva los intereses y los comunicados de la comunidad al momento de tomar, de interactuar con otras organizaciones. Y un aspecto relevante para nosotros también fue la valorización del idioma o de la lengua materna. En este caso, la comunidad pehuenche utiliza el chedungún, ¿ya? Que es no una variante, sino que más bien es el idioma de las comunidades de Alto Biobío y de Biobío con las que nosotros interactuamos, ¿ya? Tiene ciertas fonemas parecidos y formas de referencia parecidos al chezugún, pero no, hay algunas variantes, ¿no? En términos lingüísticos. Bueno, otro importante actor fue el resguardo del kimun. Kimun es el saber ancestral, que se transmite y se guarda a través de la palabra y es custodiado por los kimche, ya que son las personas de mayor conocimiento de la cultura en este caso. Bueno, estas dimensiones y esta estructura social se mueve para nosotros, ¿cierto? En al menos 8 aspectos que son elementos esenciales para el trabajo de una gestión comunitaria y de una autogestión comunitaria. Estos 8 elementos le van a dar autonomía y resiliencia territorial a las decisiones que la comunidad tome respecto de su espacio vital y de las acciones que quiere implementar. El primero es una mirada o una dimensión ecológica, ¿no? Es el resguardo activo de los ecosistemas y los bosques. Están vivos, son parte del quehacer de la comunidad, no son un elemento aparte. Otro factor es el educativo y el valor de la transmisión intergeneracional, es decir, los niños tienen que participar dentro de las actividades científicas o de trabajo comunitario. ¿Y por qué? Porque ahí se transmite la lengua, la cultura, las acciones y las decisiones en términos de interés de la propia comunidad. Por supuesto está el enfoque cultural y la revitalización de este enfoque cultural. También el factor de cohesión social, ¿ya? O el fortalecimiento de la interacción comunitaria. Encontrarnos todos los sábados permitió que la misma comunidad revitalizara sus propios encuentros y las acciones que la comunidad trabajaba. El valor de la política, ¿cierto? La validación de las autoridades tradicionales es muy importante dentro de la interacción de acciones en el espacio comunitario. La información sobre la soberanía y los datos de la investigación local, ¿ya? Es decir, nosotros fuimos, pero no queríamos actuar como los típicos investigadores que van y hacen minería de los datos de las personas que viven en la comunidad, sino que más bien ellos fueran y ellas fueran autores de los distintos materiales que fuimos desarrollando y trabajando. Y desde ahí se transformó en una co-construcción, ¿no? Tomábamos decisiones respecto de lo que había que hacer, pensando en la agronomía, pero estas decisiones eran colegiadas, conjuntas, ¿no? Y hacia allá nos proyectamos en términos finalmente de economía y territorialidad. Eh, la economía fundamentalmente para autogestionar los medios y garantizar la soberanía alimentaria de la comunidad, y también en términos laborales, ¿no? Que las ventas de la comunidad no fueran de manera utilizadas por intermediarios que compraban muy barato a la comunidad y vendían más caro, ¿no? No reportando el precio justo de los alimentos de la producción local. Y por último, el espacio territorial, ¿no? La revaloración de parte de la juventud del espacio territorial como agrónomo. Me explico. Los niños le encontraron sentido al valor de la tierra. La tierra pasó a tener un significado diferente para ellos a propósito de que la podían trabajar, entendían ciertos elementos de ciencia y tradicionales que se complementaban y le encontraron sentido a estar trabajando la tierra, vinculándose con la tierra y optimizando ese espacio de trabajo. Desde esta perspectiva nos potenciamos una línea principalmente, tratar de alejarnos del modelo tecnocrático exógeno, ¿ya? Un modelo relacionado con el valor cuantitativo, positivista, orientado al mercado o a una producción muy alta, pero sin sentido de arraigo o vinculado con la comunidad. Dejando de lado también este recurso a la tierra y a los elementos de la tierra como un recurso natural explotable y monetizable, ¿ya? Eso también lo empezamos a dejar de lado. Una gobernanza vertical o directiva, ¿no? Donde se llegaba y se imponían ciertas acciones orientadas al trabajo agronómico. Eso, ese top-down empezó a cambiar, ¿no? Lo empezamos a dejar de lado para trabajar desde una perspectiva más bien horizontal y comunitaria. Y por último, tener una meta de rendimiento monetario y lucro a corto plazo, ¿no? No importa los químicos que pueda inyectar a la tierra, lo importante es tener una producción muy grande. Bueno, eso quedó de lado, ¿no? Entonces empezamos a trabajar con un enfoque más bien de co-construcción intercultural, de este cume monguén, de este buen vivir, donde empezamos a incorporar la transdisciplinariedad, el enfoque biocultural y bioeconómico también, una ontología relacional donde todos los conocimientos eran valiosos dentro de la conversación y la proyección de lo que nosotros queríamos hacer en el espacio agronómico. Y este Iltrifilmongen, que es esta red vital, ¿no? Reconocer a la naturaleza no como un recurso explotable, sino más bien como un elemento de vitalidad. Es decir, nos garantiza la vida, cuidar y hacer un uso adecuado y equilibrado de los recursos naturales. Y, por supuesto, en términos de gobernanza y decisión, la voz de las autoridades de la comunidad. Eso fue súper importante y significativo al momento de tomar decisiones. Como resultado, lo que tuvimos fue una co-construcción en terreno, ¿ya? Y trabajamos principalmente con una inserción ética, es decir, un diálogo continuo y compartido de las labores. Nosotros como científicos no íbamos a dar órdenes a la comunidad a decir, oye, ¿sabes qué? Demos vuelta a la Tierra para trabajar, sino que más bien íbamos y nosotros estábamos presentes en ese ejercicio de trabajo. Es decir, nosotros tomábamos la pala en conjunto con los miembros de la comunidad y preparábamos la tierra o íbamos discutiendo y trabajando y conversando respecto de cuáles eran los intereses de la propia comunidad. Esto nos llevó a un diagnóstico biocultural, un mapeo participativo, un levantamiento del sueño comunitario que quería la comunidad. Y esa técnica de ojo y oído fue más bien de estar compartiendo el día a día, compartir las distintas labores, tanto de la preparación de alimentos, la conversación. Y eso nos llevó a la formulación de planes alineados. Una de las cosas importantes fue que nosotros llevábamos un calendario por semestre y la comunidad nos dijo, no, 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 vamos a trabajar en base al calendario lunar, que es para nosotros muy significativo. Y ordenamos todos los procesos en base a la creación de utilización de este calendario lunar. Y finalmente pudimos implementar unas parcelas demostrativas que estaban en manos de la propia comunidad y ellos se transformaron en los educadores finalmente de las distintas generaciones de trabajo. Ese esquema nos permitió trabajar distintos momentos, ¿no? Tanto que estaban vinculados con la cosmovisión y la ceremonia, ¿no? Y este vínculo de relación con la tierra, y la preparación de este tiempo, ¿no? Nosotros hablamos de descolonizar el tiempo institucional, ¿no? Ya no es el calendario de semestres, sino que más bien son las lunas que vamos dialogando con esa proyección. El calendario mapuche empieza el 24 de junio con el solsticio de invierno. Entonces, ese es el año nuevo. Y a partir de ese momento empezamos a organizar todos los procesos de cultivo y de trabajo para que la comunidad, ¿cierto?, los pudiera trabajar. Los indicadores de éxito fueron varios. Pudimos rescatar y co-crear cartillas técnicas de trabajo en agronomía. También pudimos rescatar relatos locales, que estos relatos se dejaron en dos pequeños libros de cuentos para niños y niñas que nosotros entregamos a la comunidad. Las autoras aparecen ahí, son integrantes de la comunidad, más nosotros hicimos alguna bajada en términos de vinculación con las escuelas, ¿no? Para que las historias tuvieran un vínculo con la escuela. Pero lo interesante de esto es que los documentos o los cuentos no llegan desde la escuela a las comunidades, sino que más bien es la comunidad la que lleva sus cuentos a la propia escuela, ¿no? Bueno, trabajamos también en el tema de la regeneración de suelos, la autonomía alimentaria y la resiliencia climática, porque nos pudimos adelantar a ciertos procesos que identificamos como cíclicos, como la lluvia intensa durante el periodo o la estación de invierno que actualmente estamos viviendo. Las implicancias para la academia, bueno, es prácticamente tener un nuevo paradigma de fomento productivo, desaprender las jerarquías. La academia y las instituciones deben abandonar ese extractivismo de datos y validar el saber territorial local como conocimiento científico legítimo. La transformación del fomento público urge transitar de la entrega pasiva de paquetes asistenciales o apoyo exógeno a co-construcción. Y el relevo generacional en educación rural. Es imperativo descolonizar la escuela rural. La escuela rural en algunos espacios se está perdiendo. Así es que ahí hay algo que hacer importante en términos de cuáles son las proyecciones de la escuela. En la escuela rural no se puede estar enseñando lo mismo que para la ciudad. Tiene que haber elementos complementarios que estén vinculados con el espacio territorial. Bueno, acá algunas fotografías de las actividades que desarrollamos durante 3 años. Lo que nos articuló fue tomar este calendario lunar y a partir de este calendario diseñar las distintas acciones de trabajo con la comunidad. Surgieron distintos momentos, pudimos celebrar y participar de las distintas fiestas de la comunidad, de las ceremonias de la comunidad, y también la comunidad pudo visitar la universidad, estar con nosotros trabajando en algunos laboratorios, de algunos elementos que tendríamos que trabajar más bien desde la perspectiva técnica, pero con el respeto de lo que significa esta cosmovisión y esta sociedad en términos culturales. Para terminar, una pequeña reflexión que trabajamos junto con los colegas, que en este caso fue la profesora Susana Fischer, el profesor Antonio Pinto y yo, profesor Rodrigo Sea, que dejamos esto como elemento de reflexión, ¿no? Que la verdadera co-construcción intercultural exige que la academia desaprenda la jerarquía del saber científico para dialogar en horizontalidad con el Intruffel-Mongen y el Kume-Mongen de los territorios indígenas. Chaltumey, muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, doctor Rodrigo. Qué buena presentación. Muchas gracias por compartir todo ese conocimiento. Conozco y creo que ya estamos en la hora de Carmen. Creo que Carmen está acá. ¿Puedo confirmar, Carmen, que estás acá? No puedo la ver. Carmen. Tenemos ahora la presentación de Carmen Gloria, presentando Tejiendo Justicia Climática desde el liderazgo de las mujeres mapuches, saberes, territorio y justicia epistémica. Carmen está por acá. Creo que no la veo. Yeah. Okay. I can see Carmen here. So, let's just double check if she's having any trouble connecting. Doctor Rodrigo, ¿ustedes conocen a Carmen? Creo que sí. No.
No, lamentablemente no la conozco. No,
Ok,
no nos
todo bien.
conocemos.
Todo bien. Yo voy a intentar contactarla porque creo que no está acá. Verónica acaba de entrar. Hola, Verónica. Y sí, no veo a Carmen aquí. No se encuentra, sí.
Sí, no está en el grupo de la reunión.
Sí. Javier está listo. Entonces, si Javier está listo, podemos comenzar con Javier. Entonces, o Lía también está acá. Lía sería la próxima después de Carmen. Lía, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Do you want to move forward and start your presentation then?
Sure.
Okay, so yeah, thank you for joining us, Leah. It's my pleasure to have you here. So I will just give you the stage.
Thank you so much. So yeah, with that, I will go ahead and share my screen here. Okay. Can everyone see that okay? All right, that's all I needed, a nice thumbs up. Hello, everyone. Ani bonjour. My name is Leah, and I'm coming to you today from the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nations, otherwise known as Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. And I'm very excited to share a little bit more about my own personal story, as well as some of the work that I do. I have been involved in, I guess, this space for quite a while, as well as a lot of youth work. But today I'm going to share a little bit more about supporting Indigenous food sovereignty globally and a few community partner examples on what that looks like. So a little bit about me, just a kind of background, but I am a citizen of the Métis Nation of Ontario, My traditional name is Wabano, which was gifted to me in 2018. And I am the owner and guardian of 2 dogs and 2 cats, and I love doing anything crafty. You might be able to see all of this artwork on the back wall here, but I do like to spend a lot of time just kind of getting my hands dirty. But I really wanted to highlight, where I come from is not, where I am today and where I come from are 2 different places. And so I was raised in a rural part of Ontario. I started working when I was 12, and it was just a lot of work in the hospitality, very tourist area. And so a lot of those skills really developed over the years. And I also was led into working and traveling abroad. So then that is when I found myself in New Zealand and Australia, working, and I had done a lot of agriculture work, so doing grape harvesting and apple harvesting, and it was really such an amazing opportunity to just meet people and other young people from across the world. And it's been a really interesting journey, but I really did want to share, it doesn't matter where you come from or, which type of network that you have, just kind of exposing yourself to new opportunities, stories of other people has been very important for me. And so I do want to preface that, surround yourself with like-minded people within your networks, and, you never know where it'll lead you. Currently with the educational background, I knew I loved travel. I wanted to do travel and tourism, did that cycle, and then moved into Indigenous community and social development. And through that program, I had done a project on food insecurity in Northern Canada. And through that research, I actually came across the company Grocer. And it was just so wild how, they were doing exactly what I had always hoped to do. And so I learned a little bit more about that, and then certainly put that to the side for a while and did a lot of promoting working and traveling abroad to young people. It is so important. I also promote don't go right into post-secondary right away, because you never know what's going to spark you, and it's so much better to be in post-secondary for something that really lights your fire. Now in this way, I'm supporting Indigenous communities across the globe, more specifically in North America at this time. But these are just a few little stories of, showcasing some of the different experiences that have come along on my path, and really sharing a lot of the Métis culture, a lot of youth empowerment, and just trying my best to at least inspire one person in the room. So a little bit more about Grocer. And so I've been at the company for about 2.5 years now, and I lead our Indigenous business development. And so a little bit about them. They had started about a decade ago and had been working in the North, and just really wanted to be able to support communities. And so then Grocer was born. And since then, we've got around 120 Indigenous community partners across North America, and an entire other network of non-Indigenous folks. But the exciting thing here is really bringing food sovereignty or food resilience into the picture on the whole. And it's been just such an amazing journey to learn and share these innovative and exciting new ways to grow food. And so the goal with Grocer is to grow food year-round in any climate. And throughout the presentation, I'll just share a little bit more about everything that entails. So a few community partner examples that I'd like to highlight. Every project is unique, and I say project or farm project like it's a food program within communities, and we provide all the infrastructure, training, and support to help folks get started. But an example of a community, Matagami First Nation, they really encompass food sovereignty. And so they grow on the land, they grow in a geodesic dome, and they grow in the modular hydroponic farms that Grocer is very well known for. Within their dome, they also have a community gathering space. And so everything is in a very similar space, but it just really showcases that every component of growing food supports food resiliency, climate action, and puts the tools and abilities back into the hands of the community to grow food and distribute that however they would like. Another community partner example is Nipissing First Nation. There's another community in Ontario, but they focus on food sovereignty and economic development. And these little guys down here are what the grocery farms look like. So they have 3 farms, and 2 of those farms they use to sell to businesses to generate revenue. So the other farm can actually grow food specifically for the community. And so that makes it so much easier for folks within community to be able to access fresh produce and also have a bit of a say in what gets grown, because the other 2 farms are working for them. And they're all connected by a food connector hub. Other communities are also using grocery farms for economic development. So one of my favorite parts about Montana First Nation is that they are marketing their produce in grocery stores. So in Edmonton and Calgary, they're selling their produce, they're marketing the language, and they're really encompassing, you know, growing food from within, training their folks, and getting that recognition out there. They have around 6 farms and 2 kitchens that are connected together. And so they distribute more on that economic development scale. So that is generating revenue that you can put back into community for other programs. And this is actually our first Grocer's First Farm community partner. And so they're in Churchill, Manitoba, which is the polar bear capital of the world. And so they're growing produce, and this is a very old farm. So from back in 2017, you can see the technology in there is a little bit, you know, from 2017, but it's come a long way now. And this community is actually still growing within their farm. And so they're doing more on the research side. And so I know we touched on a bit of food sovereignty, a bit of economic development. And so folks are also using them for research purposes and doing food boxes. And then when we're talking with youth, or we're talking to community where youth is a very important component, we know that providing training, skills, capacity development, those are very important for multi-generations, for putting the skills and tools into community members' hands. And so we've built out what we call a grocery farm that is an education unit. And so this school here, Ontario School, there in the northern part of Alberta, and they have a classroom on one side, and so the students are also able to grow and experiment with their produce. And it's really great because not only are they growing, they're harvesting, they're doing all this stuff, but they're also taking their produce to the market, and then they get to showcase everything that they've been growing. And it's a really lovely way to, you know, literally and metaphorically plant seeds for young people to just get them thinking about, you know, agriculture and innovation and sustainability in a different way. We have also built out a youth curriculum that is from kindergarten to grade 12. I'll certainly get more into that, but this is a great way when you're working with schools. These farms, they're all modular. You can put them right next to a building and connect them to existing power. Other folks are also using them for more of that food sovereignty, that more holistic. They're incorporating them into their existing food programs. And so Squamish Nation in BC, they are integrating their food into the Child and Family Services, and it is a part of their health department. So of course we know food is medicine, food is health. And so all of that together, they're able to grow within their grocery farm and then distribute that through the channels that have the most impact, including through their kitchens. And so when we're talking about sustainability, you know, it's different power sources. Are we looking at solar? Are we looking at wind energy? Are we connecting to electricity? We're all kind of in this space where everything is changing. And so does the way that we're looking at different energy sources. And so when we're talking about climate action, when these farms are within community, that reduces your transportation, that reduces resilience on external sources. And so when you're combining in things like solar panels to support different internal indoor growing infrastructure, they can certainly be connected. And so we've seen it all across the board, and it's been just amazing to have so many unique different community partners that are able to share that knowledge, and through that knowledge then share with other communities. And so I know I touched on supply chain, food insecurity. Some communities are remote. Some communities are waiting on just those shipments to come in. Oftentimes, the produce may not be of good quality. You know, it may be very cold, so you have a shorter growing season. So ways that, you know, communities are utilizing the farms to support that, you know, limiting the vulnerability and waiting. Food access inequality. So, as I said, you know, a lot of times there's very high prices on food in a lot of remote communities. And so it does differ all across, but you know, the climate limitations, that is, when I speak to communities, they have, you know, a growing season that is maybe between May to August. And so in those winter months, even, you know, when we're trying to get people involved, in the winter months, it is certainly hard unless you have more of that indoor growing ability. And so these farm initiatives are just a great way to make sure that you can grow food all year round in any climate. And when, you know, when I am having these initial conversations, so in my role, I do a lot of engagement, a lot of events, a lot of hearing people's stories. And when we're having those initial chats, it's, do we want to focus on food sovereignty? So just being able to provide fresh produce to the community. Do we want to generate some revenue from that? Employ some folks and, you know, be able to sell to different avenues. And then there's also the education and training piece. So I did touch on the youth curriculum very briefly, but the education is a very big component of all of our community partner programs. And so it's really identifying what that looks like. And if it is more food sovereignty and you'd like to sell a little bit, just like the working holiday visa, where you're going with the intent to travel, but with the option to work, it is very much like that. And so I always like to say we're more than a farm. The funding procurement support, so helping to look for grants to support some of these projects, building capacity within community. So it's very important when we are talking about communities that it's not just somebody coming into community and saying, this is what you should do, these are the professionals that are going to do it for you, and then they leave. And then community is often left with mistrust or just having infrastructures that don't have any purpose anymore because the folks who brought it in are gone. So a lot of that planning capacity building is woven into these farm projects. The infrastructures, they are built and they're shipped to community, and there's a lot of work that goes into the planning and getting everything ready for the farm. But ultimately the goal is to have something that is built already, so it doesn't have to take a long time for construction. And then the training comes in at multiple different phases throughout the projects themselves. Now, we always talk a lot about, you know, supporting the next 7 generations, and it is very important to think long term. A lot of times initiatives happen and they happen for a small period of time. People are excited and then it goes away. But what we try to do at Grocer is make sure that, you know, from now until 30 years from now, it's very much an ongoing relationship that you can call us anytime. If you run into anything, if you need more training, we're always there to support. And so on that training note, there is the root camp training, which is the initial steps of training. So it's everything you need to know about a farm. It's 2 days, 1 day in the classroom, 1 day in the farm. And then there is also virtual training that happens when the farms are being built. So when I say identifying a farm operator, building capacity, it's finding someone in community who has a green thumb, who has good ties to community, who just really loves to learn and grow and is curious to know what a modular hydroponic farm can actually do. And so that person, you don't need to have a background in agriculture. A lot of things that we see is all of these limitations, including educational backgrounds, you know, previous knowledge or work experience. We try our very best to ensure that folks can feel like they're able to be a part of the initiatives, to be able to feel like they can learn how to be in these spaces. And so we do a lot of that training, because even if somebody is very passionate, it's all about providing the mentorship and opportunities to grow that person within community. And then so mentoring, again, it is also woven throughout the youth curriculum. But if you want to do knowledge transfer, we're always trying to make sure that there is a plan so that folks feel like they can be a part of it. The mentoring is another strong suit there. And so this is just an overview of the youth curriculum. And so I did mention it's kindergarten to grade 12, but in those very early ages, it's kind of getting young people thinking, what is innovation? Where does our food come from? Maybe a sense of self or belonging, or feeling like they could actually be a part of that. It does move into more of the food sovereignty. And as youth get older, and especially into the grade 11s and 12s, starting to have a little bit of that mentorship that gets integrated into the curriculum as well. So you have a whole growth of young people who are growing into and being exposed to different things. So different infrastructures. I know I may have touched on modular hydroponic farms. Some folks have heard of shipping container farms. Different infrastructures that we have are hydroponic farms. We also have shipping container farms. So those are two different types of growing infrastructures. And different ways that these farms can be set up are through our Arctic unit. So those are for very remote communities that may have alternative power sources. Some folks are using diesel generators, some are using wood pellets. These farms are meant to be able to navigate those intricacies of power hookups. And so those farms are built specifically for those communities. And the education and accessibility farms are a little different. So the accessibility farms have wider aisles and sliding doors. So it becomes an inclusive environment for folks all around. But then also growing food is just one piece, so the storage comes in next. There is root cellar storage, and there are also cold storage, and so that is fridges and freezers. So if you're doing traditional hunting, where you have meat sources, or you have you're growing potatoes on the land and you want a place to store it, the infrastructures that we have, they're all modular, they're built together, and they're all connected by the hub unit. So as you might have seen in the Nipissing community story, there was the three infrastructures horizontally, and then the vertical, that was the commercial kitchen. And so you can walk into that and then walk into your farms, you can walk into your storage and have a space that is 40 feet by 10 feet per unit. And so they don't use a lot of land. And I know when we're talking about sustainability, about agriculture, a lot of times the land is acres and acres of land that's been built, cleared away. And when we're talking also about land back, we don't want to just have land back and then use the land for agriculture purposes. You can grow on the land in a smaller area, different things, and then maybe grow some of those produce items that can be in more of a smaller structure. And then the greenhouse domes are our newest offering, but it also just provides new opportunities for folks to grow. This is more in a soil base, whereas all of the other modular farms and the shipping container farms, they use a hydroponic growing. And so I know when you think hydroponics, what about water insecurities and water scarcities? Funny enough, these farms, they utilize about 90% less water than traditional agriculture. And the reason for that is because the farms are built to have a circulation. And so the farms are built once a month, and then they are built to move the water around. And so it continuously circulates, and 95% less than the traditional agriculture. And the farms themselves too are built to withstand super cold Arctic temperatures, but also operate even in the Bahamas. It's very exciting when we're looking at the infrastructures. And, you know, when I first came across Grocer, it was just so exciting. And then the opportunity to actually see a farm in action was very exciting. When you walk into this space, you can feel the growth, you can feel, yes, I am able to wrap up. I can go on, but a lot of times, you know, different ways that communities are distributing, they're selling, they're doing food boxes, they're selling to grocery stores. It's all about building momentum as you go. And so this means food sovereignty is climate resilience. Technology should support, not take away from traditional ways of growing. Youth are at the center of a lot of these conversations. A lot of young people are built within or are excited about innovation and really seeing tangible ways to bring it to community as well. And so when we're doing this work, it's to support the next 7 generations. And so I am just here to share with you the excitement that I feel, not just to be a part of Grocer, but to be a part of something just so amazing and so big. Thank you so much, Miigwech. And I hope everyone has a great rest of the summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leah, for your excellent presentation and for journey into food sovereignty, which is important, the sustainability of communities. And I like the observations you made about long-term, that the solutions that are require thinking across generations, truly. So I thank you very much. Louisa sends her regrets. She had a battery that was discharging quicker than she would have liked. So I will invite the next presenter. Javier, are you tu listo? Let's see. So thank you, Leah. I will remove you from the spotlight. Javier, are you able to unmute yourself now? I've requested. Yes? Try one more time, please.
Hi, Paul. I think Freddie and Javier are ready.
Okay.
If Javier is not ready, I think Freddie, Dr. Freddie Paredes, ¿puede por favor, Freddie, está listo para que haga su presentación?
Yo sí.
Freddy, si es usted, Freddy, por favor, el espacio ahora es suyo para que nos comparta la experiencia del cacicazgo en Chimbo. Bienvenido.
Perfecto, ahí vamos compartiendo. No sé, ¿ya lo están mirando?
Está cargando. Ahora sí, ahí le puede poner en presentación y listo.
Estamos esperando. Listo, entonces. Bien, estimados amigos, como preámbulo podemos decir que yo crecí en un mundo, en un ambiente donde nos relataban de que nosotros habíamos sido los abuelos, ¿no? Los abuelos, las abuelas, de que habíamos sido caciques y que nuestra tatarabuela pues había sido asesinada defendiendo las tierras, ¿no? Crecimos en ese mundo hasta que las circunstancias de la vida nos dio la oportunidad de hacer una investigación. Soy docente de la Universidad Central del Ecuador, entonces desde el año 2010 empezamos a hacer esta investigación. Hemos ido recopilando información primaria que son los documentos que están en los archivos históricos de España, Perú, parte de Bolivia, del mismo Ecuador, y también las investigaciones de autores. Por ejemplo, Piedad y Alfredo Costales dice que Chimbo recordaría al poderoso señor de Quito. Hasta donde sabemos, la abuela decía que más o menos unos 300 años antes de que lleguen los hijos del sol, porque mi abuela no les conocía como los incas, sino los hijos del sol. Ella decía pues que aquí ya se habían organizado y que ellos intercambiaban los productos con los de las tierras secas. Obviamente, si vemos el mapa, las tierras secas empiezan cuando termina Ecuador, de ahí para el sur. Entonces eso comentaba ella. Y bueno, se va encontrando a una serie de personajes que tienen como es el apellido, como es Canto, o Canto también les dicen. Pero esto viene, por ejemplo, aquí dice Conchocando para Porangamarca, ¿sí? Y se habla también de las hermanas Chimbo, que son trasladadas por Tupac Yupanqui, ¿sí? Hasta Huamán Poma de Ayala, así lo dice, hasta lo que es el Cusco, ¿ya? Por ejemplo, en la Crónica del Perú dice que el señorío de los Incas dice que Huayna Cápac se casa con Chimbo Oglio. Entonces aparece este término chimbo, que no es más que la capacidad, la sabiduría de poder pasar del mundo físico al mundo espiritual. O sea, habían sabios que tenían esa capacidad, ¿no? De pasarse del mundo físico al mundo espiritual. Aquí se habla del enfrentamiento, la resistencia que se hace al Inca, especialmente a Huayna Cápac. ¿Y por qué nace esta resistencia? Por una sencilla razón, que los hijos del sol tenían una característica de separar las poblaciones y llevarles en calidad de mitimaes, o mitmas, que también les dicen. Entonces les trasladaban. En este caso particular, a los chimbos les localizamos en las orillas del lago Titicaca. Ya ellos ya no recuerdan, tienen el apellido Chimbo, pero no recuerdan cómo es que llegaron por allá. ¿Sí? No lo recuerdan. Imagínense del centro del Ecuador hasta el lago Titicaca, estamos hablando alrededor de unos 3.000 kilómetros que tuvieron que recorrer. Entonces eso genera, digamos, un resentimiento a la gente, a los parientes que se quedan acá en estos territorios, y de ahí la resistencia a Huayna Cápac. Cando, a pesar de tener la misma dignidad de Pinta, por ejemplo, dice aquí los capitanes Pinta y Cando, héroes de la gesta, pero Cando es poco conocido, más es conocido Pinta, que fue capturado luego y que decidió morirse de hambre antes que rendirse, y finalmente pues su cuero terminó convertido en tambor, bueno, así lo dicen, ¿no? Entonces, esta es más o menos la parte aquí alta del Pucará, donde fue el último vestigio de resistencia del norte, hasta que finalmente fueron derrotados, ¿no? Con la presencia de los españoles, como ustedes saben, los españoles eran cuatro gatos, por más fantasiosa que hayan escrito la historia, pues ellos tuvieron que hacer pacto con los curacas de estos territorios. Entonces ellos hacen pacto. Si no, nunca hubieran podido gobernar ni hubieran podido supuestamente conquistar. Causa risa a veces los argumentos de los historiadores, porque es triste escuchar, son infantiles sus argumentos. ¿Sí? Aquí también encontramos que en paz descanse nuestro estimado amigo Donato. Él es un historiador e investigador, era porque ya falleció. Él, por ejemplo, habla también cómo es, de la realeza del Inca, de Paulio Inca, que es uno de los hijos de Huayna Cápac, que facilita, digamos, la intervención de los españoles, y obviamente, pues él mantiene la jerarquía en su entorno. Y podemos ver aquí Cusichimbo, Mujer Beatriz Chimbo, Chimbo Oglio, etcétera, etcétera, está en el entorno. Y aquí está el libro escrito por Alfredo y Costales y Dolores Costales, habla de los guambracunas. Y aquí esto hay que entenderlo. Los guambracunas, ¿por qué les dicen los guambracunas? O sea, son adolescentes que salen a la guerra. Es muy sencillo porque la viruela a estos territorios llega en balsa, porque los manteños, toda la gente, los huancavilcas, para ellos el Océano Pacífico era un charquito. Se paseaban como Pedro por su casa en sus balsas, y hemos encontrado en el museo en el Museo como es de Antropológico de México, hemos encontrado pues elementos de los manteños. Y claro, la explicación que ellos ponen es que son residentes de la zona ecuatorial, que han hecho como es asentamientos en la zona del Pacífico, en la parte de México. Entonces la viruela a estos territorios llega en balsa. Obviamente causa una enorme mortandad y para suplir esta circunstancia, para suplir esta circunstancia, eh, se ven abocados a organizar desde los adolescentes y por eso son los famosos guambracunas. Los adolescentes son los que intervienen en esta refriega que hubo entre Huáscar y Atahualpa. Uno de los hijos de Atahualpa es reconocido como Philip Cando Pilamunga, después le traducen, sus hijos también se llaman Felipe Cando Pilamunga, y generan la dinastía que hasta el día de hoy está presente en estos territorios. Por ejemplo, aquí dice, le reconocen, son reconocidos, y en eso pues los españoles parece que les pagaban por palabras o por páginas, no tengo la menor idea, pero escriben al detalle todos los eventos que han ocurrido. Dice, se guarde, se cumpla como el uso del cargo de gobernador de los pueblos de Guaranda y Guanujo, ordeno y firma, lo evidencian 4 firmas. Don Felipe Cando Pilamunga es nombrado gobernador de los pueblos de Guaranda del corregimiento de Chimbo. Entonces, en el año, es circunstancialmente encontramos esta corona, de cómo es de imponer la cuestión religiosa, la extinción de idolatrías y todas esas barbaridades que hicieron estos territorios, un grupo de seres primitivos, pues que impusieron a sangre y fuego, pues sus dogmas y todas esas cosas. Y encontramos una corona de plata, no vale por la plata, sino por el contenido histórico, ¿no? Entonces aquí esta corona es como es a la protectora y madre, que es la Virgen de las Mercedes, del año de 1659. Sorprendentemente todavía se conserva. En 2 oportunidades había sido robada y bueno, pues ha regresado y así se ha recuperado. En la independencia, miren, mi abuela tenía una visión clara de este aspecto y decía, pues, hablaba no de héroes, ella no hablaba de héroes, eso es un cuento de los historiadores, era un grupo delincuencial, los renegados, como es, los descastados que le llamaba mi abuela, que eran los hijos ilegítimos de los españoles, la mayoría eran hijos ilegítimos, los españoles nunca les reconocían. Entonces ellos pues un día se organizaron y tomaron la decisión de independizarse. Y aquí estamos, batiéndonos en la pobreza. Pero para estos descastados, estos supuestos héroes, los indios eran una situación muy incómoda y no se digan los caciques, por ejemplo, en nuestro territorio, asesinan a don Pedro Cardo Pilamunga de Vázquez y alrededor de 300 entre caciques secundarios y familiares, los matan, los asesinan. Entonces, a raíz de este cobarde asesinato por los patriotas, ¿sí? Buscan desesperadamente, porque en estos territorios, en la zona ecuatorial, había igualdad de género antes de que llegue la barbarie de Europa. Había igualdad de género. Ellos mismos, o sea, se alarman. ¿Cómo puede ser que una mujer esté gobernando? Y lo único que se les ocurre a los cronistas es decir que era una puta. Eso es hasta donde llega la capacidad de entendimiento de estos personajes. Entonces, ¿y por qué las mujeres llegan a gobernar estos territorios? Y miren el simbolismo, Huayna, Huayna en quichua significa el amante, el mozo, el conquistador, capa, el señor. Entonces la traducción sería el señor conquistador de mujeres. El simbolismo que se tuvo en los incas en este aspecto Por ejemplo, Atahualpa, él adopta el nombre de Tixi-Capa. Tixi es mundo, Capa el señor del mundo, porque él quería conquistar Europa. Por eso es que les deja entrar a Cajamarca para estudiar a estos personajes, no porque sean dioses, o sea, son las sorpresas de los cronistas y los historiadores que, es que son dioses, es que las armas hacen pum y todo el mundo sale corriendo, no sean ridículos. O sea, aquí hay, bueno, yo estoy en Ecuador, aquí llueve diluvios, entonces tenemos tronidos y truenos y todo. Es peor que volatería aquí cuando llueve. Entonces, pues nadie sale corriendo. Nadie sale corriendo. Entonces, es ridículo las apreciaciones de los historiadores. Entonces, aquí los gobernantes se eligen en función de la energía de las personas. Las personas.
Disculpe que le interrumpa, estimado Freddy. Le agradezco mucho por la presentación. ¿Es posible que pueda hacer el cierre en el siguiente minuto, ya que tenemos, cada participante tiene 10 minutos y tenemos ya un taller que se va a empezar y nos están
Perfecto,
esperando? Por favor, Freddy.
perfecto. Bien, entonces todas estas resistencias que se han venido dando, obviamente, es asesinatos, resistencias, se les acusa lo de siempre, ¿no? Por ejemplo, aquí hablan como de un dirigente, el cabecilla de los comuneros, Eugenio Pungaña, que mantiene a la gente en continua rebelión, etcétera, etcétera. Este es el argumento para asesinar a las cabezas y para poder dominar a los indios, como se dice vulgarmente. Aquí este es el acta del asesinato de María Manuela Yumitaxi. Aquí está la abuela, que era el informante. Cando marca, los cando es las vertientes de agua. En función de estas vertientes de agua que significaba fuente de vida, es que se les denomina, se adquiere ese apellido cando. Aquí está más o menos la genealogía, en los tres últimos está mi padre, quien os habla, y la energía regresó a mi hija. Y los territorios, pues obviamente estamos en el centro del Ecuador. Hasta la fecha hemos localizado 102 mujeres caciques, 102 mujeres que gobernaron estos territorios, ¿sí? Y casi nadie, los historiadores no comentan sobre estas cuestiones, ¿no? O sea, uno que otrito por ahí. Y los traficantes de tierra están aquí en esta escritura con nombres y apellidos, y contra ellos había que resistirse, ¿no? Luego viene la minería, ¿no? Esa es la pelea que tenemos hoy en día, la resistencia a la minería. Se nos acusa de terrorismo, terrorismo organizado, bueno, etcétera, etcétera. Ese es el argumento. Pero también hemos estado investigando los vestigios arqueológicos para sentar, para anclar el proceso de lucha en raíces propias, ¿no? Tenemos aquí elementos que son parte de lo que hicieron nuestros ancestros, de lo que nos dejaron. Entonces, grupo de investigadores de la Universidad Central y otros compañeros hemos estado en estas circunstancias. Les agradezco mucho. Hola.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Listo.
So I will invite Javier next. Let's see. Here you are. Yes. Javier, you should be able to unmute, I believe. Oh, yes, yes, success.
Buenas tardes, buenas tardes. Good afternoon. No sé si me escuchan.
Yes.
¿Me confirmo si me escuchan? Yes. Ok. Voy a activar la cámara. Good afternoon today, people. My name is Javier Jami Tucumbi, de aquí de la provincia de Cotopaxi. En este momento vamos a hacer una activación de nuestro espacio en función de este mes. Estamos justamente en el mes de agosto, correspondiente al equinoccio de verano para el hemisferio norte. Para nosotros como pueblos y nacionalidades, y llevando el legado de nuestros abuelos, de nuestros taitas y mamas, queremos hacer la activación de este espacio como un acto de agradecimiento a nuestra Pachamamita. Vamos a comenzar en este momento con el agradecimiento. En memoria de nuestros taitas y mamas, hoy día vamos a activar este espacio. Al Jaguapacha, al Caipacha, al Ucupacha, invocamos en este momento. Todos y todas vamos a mirar hacia el norte. Vamos a activar ese espacio mirando hacia el norte. ¿Dónde están nuestros hermanos del norte? Vamos a invocar hacia el sur. Ahora nos vamos hacia el oriente, por donde nace el sol. Todos y todas vamos a mirar hacia, con las manos de arriba, hacia el oriente. Donde se encuentra nuestra selva, nuestra chamamita. Y ahora, ¿por dónde se oculta el sol? Hacia el este, ¿dónde está Mamacocha? Ahora vamos a hacer el llamado a los 4 elementos que nos guían nuestra vida. Vamos a decir, uy, ay, ay. Primero vamos a decir, uy, ay, ay, yacu mamita. 2, 3. Uy, ay, ay, alpa tierra. Uy, ay, ay, Nina. Y vamos a gritar 3, uy, ay, ay, fuerte. Uy, ay, ay, uy, ay, ay, uy, ay, ay. Uy, ay, ay, uy, ay, ay, uy, ay, ay. Bueno, ahora vamos a continuar desde la provincia de Cotopaxi. Vamos a mostrar el trabajo que hemos venido trabajando desde el danzante de las octavas del Corpus Christi y cómo en este caso se fue construyendo este legado cultural. Vamos a, en este caso, a pasar a unas presentaciones. Sí, ya estamos en línea. Sí, muy bien. Bueno, vamos a hacer la presentación. Si hay un problema, por favor, que nos notifique. Nuestro tema en este caso que vamos a presentar son los danzantes de las octavas del Corpus Christi del pueblo panzaleo. Me parece que hay un poco de retorno hoy. Ya, ahí estamos mejor. Bueno, para nuestra presentación en este caso, vamos justamente a hablar qué son las octavas del Corpus Christi del pueblo panzaleo, haciendo referencia a nuestra identidad, a nuestra cultura y a nuestra unidad y a nuestro trabajo. ¿Dónde se encuentra Pujilí? Pujilí, este es Ecuador. Estamos situados al suroeste de América del Sur. Y en la parte verde, como podemos observar, ahí está la provincia de Cotopaxi. En primera instancia, mostramos que la provincia de Cotopaxi tiene esa riqueza ancestral que son los danzantes. Pero no solo hay aquí en la provincia de Cotopaxi, sino los danzantes en sus diferentes representaciones están a lo largo de la cordillera de los Andes del Ecuador. ¿Cuál es la población de nuestro territorio? Estamos hablando de una población entre 60,000 y 70,000 habitantes que tenemos. ¿Qué cantones comprende la provincia de Cotopaxi? Tenemos el cantón Latacunga, Saquicilí, Pujilí, Salcedo, Sichos y el Pangua y la Maná. Justamente vamos a hablar del sincretismo, haciendo referencia a la función de estas dos culturas. Recordemos que tenemos un legado ancestral de nuestros taitas y mamas, pero también tenemos la construcción de España desde el momento de la conquista y de la colonia. Haciendo referencia a esto, tenemos esa transición de esas dos cosmovisiones. Es así que a lo largo del tiempo se ha venido manteniendo esa ritualidad hacia el sol, el Taita Inti, la Madre Luna, Mamaquilla, y a nuestra Pachamamita, Pachamama. Básicamente hemos venido coexistiendo diversos grupos étnicos entre blancos, negros, mestizos, afrodescendientes. Aquí tenemos en este caso una representación de nuestras tradiciones festejando el Inti Raymi. Ya. Ahora, tenemos dos cosas importantes que se dan en el mes de junio, que es el inicio del Inti Raymi. ¿Quién marca el Inti Raymi? Es el danzante de las octavas del Corpus Christi, marca el inicio del Inti Raymi y también marca el inicio del Corpus Christi. Esta fiesta tiene una connotación que integra la devoción católica con las costumbres y tradiciones de nuestros pueblos. Es así que se hace un simbolismo en agradecimiento a todo el trabajo realizado, porque en el mes de junio, julio y agosto son las cosechas. Entonces, con todos los granos cosechados, se ofrece ese agradecimiento del trabajo realizado. Cuando se celebra la primera semana de junio. Dato importante que el danzante de las octavas del Corpus Christi, gracias al trabajo de gestores culturales, de institucionalidad, de autoridades municipales ha logrado encontrar un reconocimiento nacional como patrimonio cultural intangible de la nación hace aproximadamente 25 años. ¿Qué es el danzante de las octavas del Corpus Christi? Prácticamente aquí está nuestra identidad, porque va llevando el legado de nuestros abuelos y de nuestras abuelas, y también va llevando el mensaje entre el mundo de arriba y el mundo de abajo. Muchos le consideran como Tushu, ese mensajero de la lluvia, y otros también le relacionan como una jerarquía ritual prehispánica. Para nosotros, el danzante del Corpus Christi lo que nos representa es la fertilidad hacia nuestra tierra. Tenemos cuál es la vestimenta del danzante de las octavas del Corpus Christi. Vamos en este caso a definir como tres hitos importantes que básicamente viene con los símbolos, donde se tiene cada prenda de que visten nuestros taitas y nuestras mamas son bordados, pero el bordado por lo general siempre se lo trata de hacer a mano y lleva en este caso, un bordado que tiene que ser de tipo espiral, haciendo referencia al mundo andino. También dentro de los trajes también se lleva personajes místicos para nuestros pueblos, que son el colibrí, las flores y las plantas, que representa básicamente esa coexistencia con la naturaleza. Y por último tenemos el uso de materiales que adornan, que van desde la plata, los espejos, los corales de mar, mullos, que hacen esa representación. Esto también viene en función de ese sincretismo de la unión de dos culturas. Por un lado, la cultura española y por lado, la cultura tradicional de acá de América. En este caso también tenemos el tema de la música y de la danza. Básicamente lo tenemos como una expresión comunitaria. Para hacer esta danza y esta música se utilizan instrumentos autóctonos como el churo, como el rondador, el pingullo, la bocina, que va acompañado al ritmo del danzante y de la mamadanza. Todo este conocimiento que se viene transmitiendo se lo hace de manera oral y práctica, es de que se viene haciendo de generación y generación. Los hogares, las comunidades se organizan para mantener viva esta tradición. Es así que el pingullo y el tambor marca el ritmo para las ceremonias, para el Corpus Christi, para el Inti Raymi y también para las fiestas colectivas que se pueden dar en nuestras comunidades. Vamos por acá. Tenemos desafíos contemporáneos en este momento. Aquí tenemos una imagen de un sector de acá del cantón Pujilí y por lado acá tenemos ya la urbanidad del cantón Pujilí. Hoy en día, en función de los temas económicos, sociales, muchos de nuestros campos están siendo abandonados por la falta de oportunidades y la mayoría de jóvenes viene acá al mundo urbano, obligándonos a olvidar nuestras tradiciones y creencias. Es así que vemos que es importante mantener, fortalecer y seguir construyendo la identidad cultural. Estas fuentes se han tomado de las investigaciones del doctor Santiago Buitrón, que ha venido acompañando estos procesos de investigación, tanto como los danzantes de las octavas del Corpus Christi y también el origen de las comunidades que antiguamente eran haciendas súper grandes y después se formaron comunidades. Ese proyecto el doctor Santiago Vitón lo ha venido trabajando como el de latifundio a las comunidades. Por poner un ejemplo, las comunidades de Huigua. Aquí vemos una fotografía de Hatun Huigua y Acubamba. Fueron grandes extensiones de tierra de la familia Pío Escudero y hoy día se dividieron en comunidades. De mi parte, si es que tenemos algún comentario, alguna conclusión, alguna pregunta, estamos con gustos para responder. Caso contrario, pasaremos ya a la muestra ancestral, a la muestra patrimonial con nuestros danzantes para que ustedes puedan observar y también puedan conocer el baile de los danzantes de las octavas del Corpus Christi del Cantón Pujilí. Quedamos atentos a alguna pregunta o alguna intervención.
Muchas gracias, Javier. Talvez todas personas en el grupo por preguntas. Santiago, please.
Muy bien, gracias. Buenas tardes con todas y todos. Sí, justamente, más que pregunto, una sistematización de lo que comentaba Javier, que ha sido el ejercicio que se ha investigado con las comunidades allá en Jatunjuigua y en Pujilí. Y claro, estamos hablando de una memoria biocultural y la danza, y tanto lo uno se une con lo otro como un archivo vivo, y claro, y toda la historia que cuenta desde el proceso de latifundio y como comenta también Verónica explicando que la hacienda y el huasipungo es un sistema colonial que existió en la zona andina. Esos recuerdos de la historia de ese proceso latifundista en función de cómo era la dinámica de producción también se copia dentro de la historia para la generación de las danzas que nos va a mostrar ahora Javier. Y eso es un proceso de gestión de la memoria propia y claro, está nuestro territorio, está nuestra resistencia cultural, está la transmisión de saberes, hay un vínculo ecológico porque también si es que revisamos lo que se ha investigado, también nos damos cuenta que hay un cuidado por la naturaleza, hay una conciencia ambiental. Y eso es parte de la cosmovisión andina. De pronto pongo una cuñita, podemos revisar en la, en la web hatunjuigua.org y ahí está un repositorio que se ha ido armando con la memoria que se ha visibilizado a través de esta investigación. Entonces, les voy a poner aquí en el chat del Zoom y les invito a que revisen esta parte de la investigación. Nada más, gracias.
Muchas gracias. Entonces, con el permiso de ustedes y con, se puede decir, con el mayor espíritu colaborativo y comunitario, con ustedes, los danzantes de las octavas del Corpus Christi, del Valle del Pamala, del Cantón Pujilí, del pueblo Panzaleo. Dale para grabar.
So we have about 5 minutes. Ah, excellent.
Javier, no vemos la presentación.
So in the last minute or so, there we go. Okay.
Estamos sin audio. Podemos ya ver, pero no hay audio. Estuvimos sin audio, Javier o alguien que está con el grupo. Por favor, estamos sin audio.
Vamos a ver el audio. Sí, es verdad. Vamos a ver ahí. Ahí nos escuchan. Sí, sí.
Ahora sí podemos, vimos
Ya,
el
chévere, continuamos.
WhatsApp, vimos audio.
Ya.
Creo que tienen que desconectar el micrófono, Javier. Seguimos sin audio. Tienen un micrófono, sería si le pueden desconectar su micrófono que tiene usted, Javier.
Desde acá, desde la provincia de Cotopaxi, les agradecemos muchísimo la atención prestada. Esperamos que les haya gustado y hayan conocido un poquito de nuestra tradición, nuestra cultura de aquí del Cantón Pujilí. Muchas gracias y nos despedimos todos y todas agradeciéndoles mucho la audiencia. ¡Que viva Pujilí!
Gracias, Javier, y por favor extiendan nuestro agradecimiento a todo el esfuerzo que han hecho usted y todo el grupo de GIYSCC. Muchas gracias por permitirnos conocer a través de las danzas y a los danzantes. Muchas gracias, Javier, y le doy paso nuevamente al equipo del Summit. Gracias. Okay, now I think I don't know who is next, Paul or Luisa, but thank you.
Muchas gracias. That was tremendous. Excellent. It was like floating in a cloud. It was great. Okay, I believe the next up is Prathona Prokriti Data, Dua Fatima, Hina Iqbal, Daniel Stebbins Santos, Benavides Protibi Data, video presentation, and Soketa Lewis to be confirmed. So let me first start inviting all of you to the stage. I'm looking forward to this. I have to say, Prathona and Prokriti, it is a pleasure as well as honor truly to collaborate with you each and every year. And your presentations are more magnificent each year.
Thank you so much, Paul. We still can't see Suketa or Colleen yet, so we're still waiting on them, but Daniel, Dua, and Hina should all be here.
Okay, so let me enter Daniel and Hina. Asked to unmute. Okay. And we have the proud father person. I know this. Excellent. Is and Dua Fatima, high load Dua Fatima. Let's see, and I have to put everybody, I think, together into the add a spotlight. There we go. And then let's see, and add another spotlight. And I'll add another spotlight. See if I can do this. Daniel, you have to put your video on. And I will spotlight you. And there we are. We have a team emerging here, I can tell. Then add a spotlight. And add a spotlight. Excellent. And I will remove myself. If I can. Move spotlight. Oh, bingo. Please proceed. It's an honor as well as pleasure to invite and involve my good friend Ranjan Datta, who I admire greatly for his kindness and his generosity, and certainly admire him for the lovely family he has with GIYSCC. So please, Ranjan.
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Paul, for giving us this opportunity for a long time and being a mentor and the opportunity. We are so grateful to see all of the diverse representation, youth excitement, lots of light within the youth. So this year we have 3 interns from Pakistan and also Colombia. So we all together have been working from July 15 to now. We had opportunity to go to the 2 land-based camp. Prathona joined us as well. Prokriti couldn't join. So today we are actually sharing our learning journey. I wish Colin is there, and also Kevin Jordan. So talking about how youth can take the responsibility to learn, and in their everyday practice, how they follow the path of indigenous elder knowledge keeper, the way they are teaching the importance of knowledge, importance of land-based language, land-based practice to protect the water energy, to deal with climate crisis.
My laptop namaste.
So someone laptop is echoing, Dua and Hina, if you can go to the two separate room, it would be helpful. So I would like to give the floor to Partona because Partona is coordinating this presentation, and we will come back again once everyone is presenting. Thank you. Paul, Partona needs to unmute it if it is possible.
Absolutely possible.
Thank you. So we just went to the cultural camps in GIYSCC, northern Saskatchewan, and so today we'll be talking about our experiences and learnings in the time that we spent there. So we'd like to start with Daniel, if you're ready, Daniel. So basically, if you click more.
Before we start, we have to acknowledge that we are currently in TD7 territory, and our land-based camp was TD6 territory, and it is offered by the indigenous elder knowledge keeper. And we had almost 30 elders over there, and 24 language learner who has been got the opportunity last 2 years to practice three first language, and we as a settler of color got the opportunity to learn. So we acknowledge all the elders, knowledge keepers, and we also acknowledge the land we came from, our ancestral land from Bangladesh, and we got this place, land has been taken, our land-based language has been taken. So coming here to understanding our responsibility to become a relative, it means to take the responsibility to the land. So that's why it is important to understand which land we are standing on, and what is our responsibility, and we cannot own the land as elder spoke about there. So main important to understand our relationship, our responsibility to bring our emotion and spirit into our talk or knowledge that we are sharing, so that we can understand our responsibility. What is going on in the world is not somebody else's responsibility, it's all of our responsibility. Now I would like to give it to Bartona, please. Colin is here. Why not, Bartona? We can start with Colin. Paul, if you can also unmute Colin and Bartona as well. Paul?
Yes, I'm unmuted now, and I can see Colleen.
Yeah. Can you start with the Colin first? Give us some background that what we're doing, then we can or maybe okay, start with Danielle, then we can go afterwards. She will come back.
Okay, Daniel, if you click on the bottom, there should be a share button. And you can share your screen if you have a presentation. Yeah.
Okay, hello everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you, but we cannot see your full presenting PowerPoint. If you can put in is it in PDF or yes, now it's little better, but if you can make it full screen.
I think it should be okay.
Yeah, now it's better. Please.
Okay. So hi everyone. Yeah, as they said, my name is Daniel Santos, and I want to share with you my learning reflections on the GIYSCC Culture Camp and our experience on July 2026. So, as the Professor Ranjan Datta did, I want to do first the acknowledgements. As he said, we were in the Ministiguan Lake Cree Nation on the Treaty 6 territories, and now I'm here in the Treaty 7 territories, on the unceded territories known as the city of Calgary. I also want to recognize the support of Dr. Kevin Lewis, of course, my supervisor, the Dr. Ranjan Datta, all the professors and people that I met in the camp, my colleagues, Hina, Dua, Prartona, and also the SHRCIG grant as the funding that we received to do this experience. So I will go strictly and okay, I want to start with dreaming because this was like one of the main teachings that I get from the presentation and how this can be a tool for uses in daily life as we can receive information and source of stories and teachings as our elders just received them from dreaming. So this was the first teaching I get from my experience in the camp. And as I heard from previous presentations and other speakers, we are all agree that our communities, and especially indigenous communities, once again, I want to say today is the International Day for the Indigenous Community, so I want to recognize all the trauma that alters the points of view in everything. So basically, in the camp, one of the speakers just explained us how our whole body and our blood system, our organs, all are receiving this trauma from previous generations. So we are carrying it with us. So it's important to start healing together as community and do something with this collective trauma. So this connects with language. Language is not the main topic I'm discussing in this presentation, but language provides a dynamic system for healing. So we specifically stop at the Cree language, but I think it can be applied to any indigenous language because the logic is different. So basically the teachings were in how the stories can be meaningful for the learners to connect with their language and their heritage. I want to talk also in indigenous science because one of the elders just told us indigenous science have survived, and we all know that have survived for centuries. And what are the implications for climate change on this? Is the relation that they had with food and plants because they see them as medicines and allies. So basically, they have a relation as treat them as equal and have a relation with them and reciprocate. So this is important to keep it in mind because right now we're having a bad relation with the plants and all our environment, and this weaken us, our emotions, and our feelings. Basically, it's a disconnection from the breath of life. Um, I want to continue too with indigenous research because we also have the chance to see how some of the speakers are working really hard on studies to predict and conserve the land, biomonitoring wildlife, and the impacts on communities in climate change. And here it comes the importance of community gardening because this is just not a way to come together and gather as a community, but also to start our food sovereignty and not depend on external sources for our food. This is all an experiential learning. And finally, I want to also talk a little bit about the debate of the data because I saw it in another presentation here in the summit, how it's important to discuss why the communities should be the owners of the data and decide with whom they want to share it, how they want to share it, and how to store and also where to store it. And I want to stop also in another theme is the youth leadership because we also have a panel over the camp to talk about building future indigenous researchers and other topics. So I saw how this community is really proud and also have a lot of hope on the new generations to act and stop the climate crisis. This is because they are going out and having new experiences and new knowledge, but also some of the elders uh, acknowledge how science brought us to this crisis that we have today. So these both positions took us in one intergenerational and traditional land-based knowledge and also the potential of new technologies and collaborative research in communities as co-researchers. And yeah, can you still see my presentation? Yeah. And my last slide is about the storytelling, because for me, this was the most powerful tool that I saw for communities. And I want to quote one of the elders, because this is really meaningful for me, what he said. And it's about how knowledge at the highest level will always be rooted in the soul, within the spirit of all things, and it will be manifest and be felt and communicated through the heart. So that's why it's important to live from the heart. This is the main teaching I get from the camp. It was a wonderful experience, a wonderful week for me to meet a lot of people and learn. And also, I will complement with what I heard from how be the best human being you can and follow these teachings and the doorways that these educators and elders open for us. But it's our responsibility to act on climate change and to preserve our communities. So thank you so much. This is my presentation. I will just switch a little bit to Spanish, because I also want to acknowledge all of the presentations that I saw today. So muchas gracias para los hispanohablantes por las presentaciones que vimos de los hermanos de Ecuador, de Perú, Chile, Brasil, por las ceremonias, por el agradecimiento, y yo soy de Colombia y muchas gracias. So thank you so much.
Paul, can you please unmute Prathana?
Can do that. Thank you very much, Daniel. That was excellent. I just wanted to compliment you on your communicating through the heart. And as an indication, it is the passion that is represented by the youth that is communicating through the heart. So, Prathana, please.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Hina, would you like to go next? If you click the share button at the bottom to share your screen. Let me know if you are having any difficulty.
So Prathana, while they're figuring out, maybe you can present or it, oh, they
Oh,
are,
I think
okay.
you got it. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
We can hear you, Hina.
Yeah, no, we cannot hear you. You're unmuted though.
Can you try checking your mic? If you go into the corner and you click the arrow on the audio button, you can try using a different microphone.
Okay, well, maybe Hina, you can figure it out what is happening. In the meantime, though our Prathana, you can start. Hina, you can take off the presentation and fix your mic first, maybe. Otherwise, we don't have enough time.
Okay, I can present. Okay, 1 second. What do I get rid of? Oh, there we go. Okay. Today I'm going to be talking about growing future land protectors, land-based climate education, and the impact of climate change on medicines. So I want to start with a land acknowledgement. I know that Ranjan already did one, but I want to acknowledge that I live on Treaty 7 territory, the traditional territories of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksatapi, including the Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, as well as the Tsuut'ina Nation and the Ayahe Nakota Nations. We also recognize the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. I also want to acknowledge that we have learned for many years from Treaty 6 territory. Since I'm talking about land-based learning, I want to recognize that we're learning on lands that have always held knowledge, stories, relationships, and responsibilities. Throughout our presentation, we'll be talking about learning from the land rather than simply learning about it. So I think it's important to acknowledge the people who have cared for these lands and carried knowledge across generations, despite the impacts of colonization and residential schools. I think it's important to talk about who I am. So my name is Prathona Data, and I'm a racialized youth and now a second-year environmental science student at the University of Calgary. My work focuses on how youth can take the action to build resilience to climate change while also learning from different ways of understanding our relationship with the land. I'm especially interested in anti-racism, children's land-based learning, youth-led cross-cultural community gardens, including using art, dance, music, and visual arts as a way to connect people with the land and with each other. My own learning has also been shaped by attending Indigenous cultural camps with my family, where I've had the opportunity to learn from elders and knowledge keepers about land-based education, climate change, culture, and responsibility. These experiences have changed how I think about environmental action. I've learned that being concerned about climate change isn't enough. We have to also ask ourselves what our responsibilities are to the land, to each other, and the future generations. For me, environmental science isn't just about studying what is happening to the environment. It's about understanding our relationships with the land and figuring out our responsibilities to become future land protectors. So we've been going to the GIYSCC cultural camp and water gathering in Treaty 6 territories for the past couple of years now. Each year, we're able to learn from Indigenous elders and knowledge keepers, water protectors, educators, Indigenous and non-Indigenous youth and researchers. Rather than coming to these communities as outside researchers, we participated as invited learners. So we would talk to people and engage in all the activities. And the camps are Indigenous-led with elders and knowledge keepers as our primary teachers. Over the years, we learned through storytelling, medicine walks, harvesting, working with animals, and spending time on the land. So rather than sitting in a classroom and asking people about climate change, we were learning about it directly through actually participating in these practices and experiential learning. It can be hard learning about the land from other places other than the land. Through land-based education, we're able to better relate the knowledge and then, in turn, take responsibility for it. So first, I want to talk about what are medicines. When we hear the word medicine, most of us probably think about, especially in the Western world, a bottle of Advil, Tylenol, or maybe a bottle of Berkeley's. But what if medicine wasn't something bought at a pharmacy? In Western contexts, when we think of medicine, we often think about our next trip to the grocery store. Medicine is understood as something separate from everyday life, a substance taken to treat a particular illness. Basically, if something goes wrong with our body, we take a pill and hopefully our problems go away. However, through the Indigenous land-based education from the cultural camps, we learned that every is a medicine. The food we eat, the water we drink, and the land around us. Medicine is not limited to one specific substance used when someone is sick. Rather, food, water, plants, animals, and the land itself are understood as sources of medicine and well-being. We had an elder explain to us how when people develop a relationship, food becomes our medicine. So plants aren't just useful because of what we can get from them. They're a part of a relationship. Harvesting medicines is done with respect when people put down tobacco or a prayer is offered, taking only what is needed and giving thanks to the land. Medicine isn't just about what the land can give us, it's about what we can give back to the land. This really challenges the way many of us think about the land around us and the plants, because so many times in my life I have looked at, let's say, a dandelion plant and thought, well, it's a weed, we should get rid of it. However, through cultural camps, I've learned that there's no such thing as a weed, and every plant has a purpose and plays a role in our ecosystem. This becomes especially important when we start talking about climate change, because if the plants, animal, water, and land around us are all connected to our health, then that change, then those, then that changes. Wait. Then that is part of the environmental problem. They're not just environmental problems. They're health problems, cultural problems, and community problems. So the question isn't what medicines do we take from the land? It's more about what are we doing to protect the medicine that's already around us. We have to when we treat everything as a medicine, that's when we start to understand that's when we start to understand our relationship and our role to help the land and care for it. Understanding that the medicines and the land around us is part of ourselves is what helps us to foster responsibility and respect. So, who teaches us? A big part of what we heard was that knowledge isn't held by just one person. There's elders and knowledge keepers who share their teachings with parents and grandparents who then pass on the knowledge to the younger generations. Knowledge is not a one-person job or something that we can just search on Google. But along with the elders and knowledge keepers, we're also learning directly from the land. Youth aren't just sitting and listening to someone explain how to care about the land. They're learning by actually being on the land, like I said, through medicine walks, gardening, fishing, cooking, and storytelling. We're not just learning about the land, which is common in Western classrooms. We're learning with the land, and we're learning from people who have built relationships with the land for generations. What's really important is we're not learning what to do. We're learning also why we're doing it. For example, we went on a medicine walk, and we're not simply learning what each of the plants can do. We're learning how to approach collecting the plants, how to harvest, how much to take, and how to show respect when we are collecting medicines. Intergenerational knowledge sharing is crucial because the goal isn't just to teach young people what we know today, it's to make sure that the knowledge keeps moving forward and each generation is also receiving that knowledge. And so, what happens when the land changes? Well, when the land changes, it affects much more than just the environment. It affects our relationships between people, animals, water, and culture. And during the cultural camps, we learned how changing weather, fires, and contamination are affecting medicines, food sources, and animals such as moose and fish. These changes are making it harder for communities to practice land-based activities like hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering, which are important ways of passing knowledge between generations. If a plant becomes harder to find, we're not only losing access to a potential medicine, but we're also losing that opportunity to pass on knowledge of how to know what it is, how to harvest it, prepare it, and understand our relationship to the land. We learned that the land is not simply a resource, it's a teacher and a relative that we have responsibilities for. And so when the land changes, the teachings, relationships, and ways of life connected to the land are also affected. And so the question is, though, how do we grow future land protectors? And by that, I mean, how do we create more opportunities for young people to build a relationship with the land? At the cultural camps, we saw that learning doesn't only happen in a classroom. Elders, knowledge keepers, parents, grandparents, and youth all have something to teach one another. Young people learn by listening to stories, walking on the lands, gathering medicines, learning language, helping with food, and simply spending time outside. The land itself becomes a classroom. When the youth start to understand that plants, animals, water, and the land are relatives rather than just resources, protecting the land becomes that much more personal. But yeah, with that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Patuna. Now we have Kevin here. Let's move to the Kevin. Paul, can you unmute Kevin, please?
Really try. Let's see here.
It's called Kevin iPhone.
Kevin. Don't see Kevin. Kevin, where are you? All right, I found Kevin. Excellent. Hello, Kevin.
How are you?
Good. How are you? Nice to see you.
Good. Yeah, nice to see everybody. And thank you for giving us a little bit of time to talk about climate change and how it affects our culture camp. And, we've made it sort of like ground zero for our people for a little while now, making noise about the effects of climate change. I think like when we're talking about this, I can simplify it. I was just talking to my son, and then my son's with me as well here, and then we had just finished 8 weeks of all different types of training, different age groups that were at the camp, different parts of the world, all over Canada. We've had ministers, we've had MPs come and join us, politicians of all different levels that have come join us. And then it's the sustainability that we're after. We've had scientists that were doing soil and water sampling. And then I guess a couple of summers or fall, I guess I'll say, well into November. And these are the things that sort of give us some of the questions is like the simple idea of having a bee and then having that bee doing the business that it does. And as my kids were growing up, I'd say the bee's knees is my dad joke to them. But the idea and the seriousness of that was we had a brown Christmas one time, and then we had noticed at that particular time that there was wasps and there was bees that were well into our area and territory, well into November. I remember my nephew getting stung running in, and we were just wondering, this is definitely climate change. And then the next following year. Um, the summer we had hardly any bees, and then we hardly had any pollinators pollinating our berries. So we had limited to no Saskatoon berries that year, and then limited to no, like it's high bush and low bush cranberries. But I know we didn't hardly had any, um, yeah, those type of berries that we uh, we depend on for ceremony. We depend on for our own foods, and then also to still sustain us throughout the wintertime. Our closest grocery store is still probably about 45-minute drive, and then so they call it a food desert. So any little change that happens, we really like we're affected. And then also the sustainability of the lake as well. And when the lake fluctuates up and down, we really notice it because we depend on the fish in that lake. And then this is why we're really thankful for the University of Calgary and University of Mount Royal University coming and bringing in other professors and other knowledge keepers to mingle with our youth. We wanted to have those type of professionals that deal with mental health all the way to spiritual health with the ceremonies, and also to the microorganisms that are in the water and on the soils. And then we wanted them to sort of mingle because we need that capacity. We're very privileged to have that. We feel really privileged to have those many different types of people come to our culture camps. And then when I was a youth, at one time, these would have been, you see the humanness, I guess is what I'm saying. These would have been the ones that I'd be looking up to, and then fan. I guess the word would be like fangirling, kind of like that. Be looking up to these people that are supposedly like, if you look at a lab technician in your mind, you're thinking, oh, they have a white lab coat on, they've got the gloves, they've got the glasses and stuff like that. But these are real human beings that were out there that were so, they had emotions, they got tired, they asked questions, and then they went out in the field and did all the different sampling and journaling and mapping out our territories. So we just can't wait to see what comes out of it. But I wanted to thank everybody that had come. All the different presenters that are here. And ibnanashkum tagogi ogakyo gagipitaguti ga ibnanashkum goig muga ashwita gabngagishita ya baguis mugam. So we wanted to thank you from our ceremonies. We just finished a big Sundance ceremony where we don't go with water and we don't go with food for a number of days, and we just finished that. So we're just back in Edmonton for some supplies, and then we'll head back to the community, and then also just to come be with humans, right? In a bigger populated area, where the students and the youth came were probably maybe there's like 1,600 people possibly in the community. That's like with everybody there, and then that's so we're very like and we're in a boreal forest. There was a very limited internet and cell service. Not too long ago, we finally started improving the roads, and then we finally have a better connection in terms of computers and Wi-Fi, and then that helped out a lot with communication, research, data collection, emails, and so on. Right? We really depend on those as well. But I guess that's all I wanted to say. And then unless you want, not the good one, yeah. With skog. Yeah, I can thank him. Okay, I'm just gonna hand this quickly over to my son, and he's here as well. So just got.
Hello. I'm Alexi and Kevin's son, and like I just like to, on behalf of like the GIYSCC Culture Camps, just thank all of you guys for coming out and really listening to what we offer and what we teach at the Culture Camp about the water, climate change, and like how it affects us. And like it was really meaningful to me, even though I wasn't really around lots. Like just helping around, like feeding the dogs, helping around, you notice it. So it was really important to me as a youth to hear all you guys speak, and it was, yeah, it just meant a lot to me. So I'd like to thank all of you guys for coming out and sharing your stories, and we'll see you guys next year. Hopefully all of you guys can come out, and yeah, I'd like to thank you.
And then
So
one last
please
real
go.
quick mention. Chris Nelson is in the back. I don't know if you could see him, but he's from the ocean, and he's from the ocean nations, Wet'suwet'en, Nishka, and Haida. So those people, the way they do things in prayer over there in the ocean, they come to us, and then so we're gonna be saying, I guess, our goodbyes. We don't have goodbyes anyways, but like see you later's tomorrow. So we've kind of come join him this far as Edmonton, and then he come and shared his knowledge and teachings from the bigger waters, the oceans, and then he shared prayer with us as well for the fresh waters that we live around.
Thank you, Kevin. I would like to acknowledge that Kevin has been organizing his land-based camp almost 7 years this year, and we had lots of opportunity to seeing from various elders from not only his community, various parts of the Western Canada, even elder from or educator from New Zealand, from Maori indigenous community came several times. And this year we had also many places. So creating a space, collective space for the our researcher, young generation, and also indigenous language speaker. This year there are almost 23 or 26 languages became a fluent language, completed language certification, which is one of the significant part for how youth can understand or indigenous elder can understand the meaning of land, water through their language. Because if language is not there, is everything is missing. So language is the center part for understanding our relationship, understanding our responsibility, and bringing our heart into our work. So Kevin has been, Professor Kevin Lewis has been doing this work for a long time. So I really appreciate Kevin for the opportunity and the door you open for us as a settler of color researcher, and also our intern from various countries. We are really grateful to you. Prathana.
Yes. Colleen, would you like to speak next?
Sure. Okay.
Well, welcome, Colleen. Thank you for, I'd like to just take a second here because this Global Indigenous Youth Summit on climate change is largely related to Colleen from its very origin. Colleen was in the room in Maine when the University of the Arctic had that large circle, and they had the discussion about the concept of a Global Indigenous Youth Summit. Colleen was in the room at that time and brought Ranjan and together, but it was Colleen's article on food security. So it's an honor as well as pleasure to see you again, Colleen. I hope you are doing well.
Thank you. Thank you. So I am Colleen Charles. I am from Treaty 6 territory. I'm from Lac La Band, Woodland Cree, Laurent, Saskatchewan. I'll just share. Mm. Oh, wait a second. Just give me a second here.
So while Colleen is putting her slides point, Colleen and I have been working almost 16 years now. Actually, we are in the same class, Kevin, that Colleen and I did land-based, and she has been doing lots of art activity. And we started our journey in 2010 to learning about how we can decolonize the academia and education through art activities. And Colleen is a great artist, and her daughter is Jewel Charles, also a great artist. Kevin, yeah, sorry, Colleen, please.
Okay, so can you guys see that? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to see if I can.
If you go slideshow.
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah.
Oh, slideshow. Is this it? No.
Not this one.
Button, it's
on the
a
bar.
little, it's beside the undo button.
Oh, yeah, this thing is. This
Keep
bar
going
is
to the right.
yeah, this
Or
bar.
cover.
The bar is in the way.
I see. I think you just have to wait for a few seconds and it'll go away.
Oh, okay. Now it's. Okay. Okay.
Or you can go down if you in your right side. You can see at the TV. Now you can, yeah, it will work. Just click.
Okay, so oh yeah, there we go. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So as Rajan mentioned, I'm an artist, and also my daughter Jewel Charles is an artist. So this picture is in regards to the 2015 wildfire at Laurent, Sask. So and then I'm just going to talk about the wildfires. And we were we were already out of Larange when we got the call for evacuation. And but she was only, I think she was only she's 24 right now. So she only been about 11 or something when we 11 or 12, and she wanted to go back because she wanted to she had pets plus she had stuff, and she wanted to go back, and we weren't supposed to go back, but so we took all the long way around to Highway 2, Smeaton area, Grid Road. We ended up on Highway 2, went to Orange. They actually let us into Orange, but they wouldn't let us past a certain spot because the fire itself was just north of Larange by the it was beside the airport, and the airport is only like 5 kilometers north of Larange. So very, very close to Larange and very close to where we were living at the time. So they wouldn't let us in. But so we had to turn back, we gassed up, and we left and we went on the main road and we drove through for the burnt forest that was already burning, but we seen hot spots because it was at night, very, very smoky. And then in 2019, she painted this picture watercolor. She called it I Am the Land. So, so a reflection of the 2015 wildfire. This one is called Birch Trees, of course, and she did this in 2020. And of course, this, the trees before the fire, right? The trees before colonization. And so I just want to, reflect upon that of both Jewel and I have an interactive art workshop. We call it Reconciliation on Canvas. And it weaves through the 5 stages of colonialism. And the 5 stages of colonialism, first is steady state, and then there's um uh, first encounter, internalized colonial relations, internalized colonialism, and decolonization. And so the trees remind me of before colonization. And so she painted this. This one is called the Montreal River, and she did this in 2018. You know, before the fire, it's a winter scene, and and it's during colonization, so it's during colonial relations. So if you ever in Larange and you ever go by in the wintertime and go by the Montreal River, you'll actually see this scene, right? And she painted this scene because she she did an art workshop at the Northern Spirits workshop in Prince Albert for young people. So she had to raise money to go on a trip. Ever since grade 9 to grade 12, she's been going to different different trips, and so she was raising money, fundraising. And this one particular weekend, um, she did an art workshop in Prince Albert. Then we have to drive to Larange, and she did an art workshop for youth, a digital storing art workshop for the SMVS youth ages 5 to 18 all day on a Saturday. And on this particular night, she did an art workshop. She taught these students how to do um, painted in an hour. And what she painted was just a night, kind of a night scene with the moon and everything like that. A lady who had been from my home community, she liked it so much. And it was only like an 8 by 10. She paid given Jewel $100 for that painting. And Jewel just so overwhelmed, right? Um, so after the weekend, she painted this picture and she gifted the picture to my friend um, for her kindness. So this one here is the trap line. This is a photograph. And I lived on the trap line for 2.5 years. I commuted back and forth. And that time I had a uh timber wolf. His name was Jax. He was half timber wolf and half husky. And Paul, I actually painted this picture for Paul and I took it to Maine and I actually gifted it to him at a art gallery where everybody was looking at different pieces of art, and then I took this painting out, I put it on a counter and so everybody else could see it. And
So
so he,
there it is, Colleen.
yes,
It's on my wall right there with a great honor.
yes, yeah. And I actually painted a black and white photo for Rajan and Jabanissa, and they have it on their wall at home. And then I also have, because the trapline was so much part of my life, because there's no running water, there's no electricity, is definitely, we were just living off the land. We're living by the creek, boiling water, it was just it was just it was just a great atmosphere, and living in the trees and by the creek and with my timber wolf. And so when we talk about the forest fires last year in 2025, the Larange was evacuated again. And the Larange has three communities. They call it tri-communities: Air Range, La Range, and Lac La Range Band, and they live all beside each other along the Lac La Range Lake, which is a 50 by 50-mile lake. And so my trap line is 30 minutes south of La Range by Two Forks River. And sadly, when I was in a conference with Rajan in Australia, I got the bad news that Jax, he did not make it. The trap line was burnt, and our timber wolf didn't make it. So he perished in a fire last year. So, and then I have a tattoo. I have the tattoo of the trap line on my right arm, and I have a tattoo of like a wolf paw print on my left to remind me of those. This one is called Indigenous Reflections. I painted this in 2024, and it reminded me of night at the trap line. And with the moon, with the full moon, it's grandmother moon. I go to full moon ceremonies, um, and I try to attend every month and take in the teachings by the elders. And most recently, the last full moon teachings, full moon ceremony was just a couple weeks ago. And I work for First Nations University Canada, and uh, they have three campuses: Regina, Saskatoon, Prince Albert, but they have a fourth campus, which is out on the land. And that's where they had the full moon teachings, and we were outside, and it was very, very great. Yeah. So this painting reminds me of the grandmother moon. This one here is called the rose. I called it the rose. She called it looking up into the sky. Um, to me, it reflects rise from the ashes when we talk about wildfires, right? Indigenous peoples are resilient, but I mean, there are so many. If you look at the world today, there are fires burning right across Canada, the US, Mexico, Australia, the UK. There's fires burning all over the world. And so indigenous peoples are resilient, but so are non-indigenous peoples, right? People, um, and young people, we're all resilient people. And we need to acknowledge that, and we need to remember that. And this painting reminds me of that resiliency. So I want for people to, acknowledge that, see this painting, and, just be reminded of that resiliency. So. And then, so this is my contact information if anybody wants to contact me. I just want to say that I am in the process of, I want to write a book called Land-Based Practices, an International Context, and with youth and other peoples, where I want them to send me a chapter of, how are your land-based practices in your country, in your community. And I want to put everything together into a book, and so that everybody could have, you know, we all have these conferences. We have these the youth conferences as well. Like so, but I mean, if we could put everything in one book and then have people read it, it would be great for them to have it. So if anybody's interested to be a contributor, just let me know and I'll get back to you. All right. So that is my.
Thank you, Colin. Really appreciate it. Prathana, it goes back to you. Maybe Dua can speak now.
Thank you so much, Colleen, for that wonderful presentation. Yeah, Dua, if you would like to go next.
Okay, thank you so much. Presentation show रही है? Okay, so now I would like to share my reflection on the camp that I have been going to, I have gone to right now. It was actually a 5 days land-based camp. It was in Ministikwan First Nation, Saskatchewan. It was there. So we learned from the elders, knowledge keepers. So my name is Dua Fatma, and actually I'm working as a research assistant at Mount Royal University. So first I would like to acknowledge the support from Dr. Kevin Lewis and support from Dr. Ranjan Datta to help to support this learning experience. So it was actually a 5-day land-based camp. It was different from what we learned in our notebooks and in our classrooms. Instead of learning and taking lectures and listening to elders, we were learning from the land. We were learning through the land. We were mainly learning through the storytellings and teachings elders were telling. We were learning through land-based activities like hide, water ceremonies, medicinal walks. There were many different things to learn about, like we learned about climate change, health, spirituality, language, medicines. So while the elders were telling the stories, it was not just a way to tell about their past experiences, it was a way to transfer their knowledge from generation to generation. Teachings were mainly shared in Cree language and translated in English. So this process made me realize that when a language is lost or suppressed, it is not only about the communication. It doesn't only affect communication. It also affects culture and identity. This made me realize that why language revitalization is important for some communities. Learning was mainly through the land. I observed that how land, forest, and lake were mainly respected and protected through everyday practices. I learned that people, animal, plants, water, and land, they're all interconnected. And everything deserves respect. The concept that everything has a spirit and everything deserves respect was new to me. Because for me, it was just humanity and just human deserve respect. So it was really new to me that everything has a spirit and everything deserves respect and everything is interconnected. The teachings also made me reflect that how technology industrialization is impacting the environment nowadays. The main key point that I understood was when people protect the environment also protects them. So before camp, my initial understanding for climate change was just limited to extreme weather events and changing in global warming. And for my health, I only think from the biomedical perspective, that is, health is something that can be diagnosed and just physical illness is considered as an illness. But So the camp helped me to understand health beyond the biomedical perspective, and it helped me to understand the climate change. It helped me to understand the medicine wheel, that all the 4 dimensions, physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual, are connected. And if there's a problem in any one dimension, we need to heal all the 4 dimensions together. And the healing is mainly involved a relationship with the natural world. The medicinal plants and the land-based activities, they showed us the importance of different plants and how they can be used in medicines, and how climate change is impacting these plants, and how climate change is indirectly also impacting human health. The land was not just a place, the land became a place of learning, healing, cultural connection, and knowledge transfer. So, climate change beyond environmental change. So this came to the fact that the climate change was not only impacting human, it was impacting language, it was impacting cultural identity, it was impacting medicinal plants, it was impacting food security and wildlife and harvesting seasons. I also learned about different animals problem like mercury contamination in water, which was impacting fishes and uh, uh, causing food insecurity, and chronic wasting disease that is increasing in moose, which is the main source of meat in indigenous communities. So through this information, I came to know that climate change is not just impacting environment; it's impacting human health both directly and indirectly. So in this way, I understand the One Health approach in a practical way. Colonization. So, listening to the elders sharing about their experience about residential school, language suppression, culture loss, and intergenerational trauma made me realize that these experiences, how these experiences caused them trauma, and how these traumas are still within them. And how the colonization is impacting their health and well-being across generations. So, after learning from the elders, knowledge keepers, community members, I understand that for nowadays, we as a youth, we are spending a lot of time on technology, and mostly for important tasks, we are like technology can do it for us, and we are getting a lot of time. But what we are doing with the time is that we are wasting it on the technology, on things that are not meaningful to us, and instead of mediating, instead of connecting with the environment, instead of connecting with the elders and learning from them, we are just wasting our time. So it made me realize that there is many things that we don't know about, and we need to search for them. So this is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dua. Before I go give it to Prarthana, I just would like to ask Paul, can we have, I don't know how long we have. We have 3 presenters left, including Kevin's daughter. Would you please let me know?
In the spirit of the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change, being by, for, and among Indigenous youth, it would be inappropriate for me to decide anything. So I'll ask Parthona and Prakriti, and I'll ask the Lumi Nation for your guidance as to how long you would like to go. Certainly, I'm honored to continue as long as everybody else would like to stay online. So the answer is we have technically until the 24 hours ends, which is at 8 o'clock. So that's another half an hour. And we have the Lumi Nation to make a presentation, and then closing remarks by the regional leads. So I'll let you adjudicate. I'll give that task to you, Ranjan.
I'm just gonna interject. I think we can get through like the 3 people if we like cut down the presentations maybe a little bit. If we just keep everyone a little bit shorter than what we had planned, I think that would be good. But Paul, I was wondering if you could add Sukita Lewis to the to our spotlight.
I would be pleased to do that.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Sure.
And she will be presenting next.
Okay. Oops, where is it?
Shukita Louise is the Kevin's daughter, who have been actively taking leadership for the youth perspective. So her perspective, I thought, is very critical.
Excellent. So Kita, I believe you are unmuted.
All right, can you guys hear me just fine?
Yes, we do.
Oh, okay. So I'm just gonna speak like a little bit on the behalf of like my dad because I've been growing up on the land and I've been going to what they would call the Korea immersion school for up until I was grade 9. So with that, like I apologize personally for if there's any background noise. Like I really deeply apologize for that. So just kind of speaking about like the Korea immersion school, like we did some learning in the classroom, but mainly all we did was go out on the land. We learned about the medicines, we learned about hunting, we learned about the animals and what they bring to us personally. And that's what I've been growing up learning all my life. And learning about like hearing about climate change especially has been some like really devastating, really. Because that just brings me to the thought like, are my kids gonna experience what I experienced growing up? Are they gonna know what sweetgrass is? Are they gonna know what cedar is? Like there's so many questions that pop up, especially. And and with that, like I'm worried, really, because not only are these like they're living beings, they all have spirits, really. And like indigenous people have been using them for like centuries, and like they've been such a like big stable they hold a very big part in cultural identity, really. So like with that, like I'm still wondering like how could we like help stop this climate change, really. And I really hope that my kids will get to experience the medicine, the land, the animals, especially the animals. And that's just something I keep heavy on my heart because like there's so many amazing things, so many amazing stories. And with if we don't have any of those medicines, those animals, then a lot of those stories will kind of seem like they're all made up. That's the sad part about it, because growing up, me and my brother Alexi have like been following those traditions and all those stories. So like I hold that very deeply to me, and that's really part of my cultural identity. So I'm not sure how much time I have left. I think I've been speaking for maybe 5 minutes now, so I'll cut it short because I know we're running on such low small amount of time. So I thank you for letting me speak. Thank you, Ron, John. Thank you, his daughters. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Suki.
Okay, thank you.
Next, Hina, if you're ready.
So if we could try to um, have Hirana's and other presentation completed in the next 5-6 minutes.
Okay.
Yes. Hina, you don't need presentation. Maybe you can talk, or if we are making ready, Pokiti, you can go for 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, originally I had planned my presentation around the cultural aspect of climate change and how my connection to my culture has helped me care more about the land and form a connection to the land. So one of the biggest things I've learned is that climate change and culture don't have to be separate. I focus on how my cultural experiences have encouraged me to embrace the teachings of Indigenous elders, to build relationships with people, the land, and the community. And like when you develop a relationship with something, you begin to care about it differently. For example, when I think about the land as somewhere I live, it can be easy to forget how much it provides for me. But when I spend time outside learning about the plants, animals, creating art using the land, I start to see the land differently, and I able to think more about what I take from it, what I give back, and what my responsibilities to the land are as a racialized youth. I can keep going.
Maybe you
No,
can let Hina talk.
thank you, Pokiti, because we don't have enough time. Sincerely appreciate to finish in 2 minutes. Dua, you have 2 minutes. Hina, you have 2 minutes.
So ask to unmute. So Hina, you are unmuted if you.
Dua.
Dua?
She's on
Okay.
Dua's computer, I think.
Very good.
Dua, you don't need PowerPoint. You just finished it by telling story.
Okay. Hello everyone. Sorry, I have something issue in my laptop. So hello, my name is Hina, and okay, my name is Hina, and currently I'm doing a research project under the supervision of Mr. Dr. Ranjan Datta, and I will acknowledge to I I would like to acknowledge Kenyasi Cultural Camp 2026 and express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Kevin Levis for his support or organizing and making this meaningful cultural camp possible. And I would also like to sincerely thank you for for our research professor Dr. Ranjan Jetta, and acknowledge that to support the SSHRC IG grant. I am especially grateful to Dr. Dutta for giving us the opportunity to participate in the cultural camp and experience in a meaningful way. So, okay, let's start.
Hina, just summarize this 1 minute, please.
Okay. So today I want to share a personal reflection from my experience at the Kenyasik Cultural Camp 2026 in Saskatchewan. When I went to the camp, I thought I was going there to learn about indigenous knowledge, water, climate action, climate change, environmental stewardship, but I came back with something more. I came back questioning my own understanding of what knowledge is, what resilience mean, and what climate action can look like. So when I arrived at the camp, I was interested in learning about indigenous knowledge and community-based approaches to the environment. My academic background has made me think about environmental issues through research, science, policy, and disaster management. So I was curious to see how learning will happen in a cultural camp. What was surprised me that learning was not separated from everyday life. It happened through conversation, ceremonies, observation, participation, and being present with the land and the community. One of the first thing I noticed was the community itself. We were surrounded by trees, water, birds, and natural landscape. There were elders, teacher, professors, and children sharing the same space. People were not simply presenting information and leaving. People were listening to each other, participating, observing, sharing stories, and learning from one another. That made me realize that knowledge can live within relationship. It can live in community. The first lesson that really stayed with me was about water. Before this experience, I usually thought about water through environmental management. We talk about water quality, water security, floods, infrastructure, and conservation. But during the water gathering, I encountered a different way of understanding water. Water was spoken about as a relative. It was something that should be cared for, respected, and protected because it gives life to people, animal, plants, and the land. This made me think differently. If we only see water as a resource, so we may ask how can we manage it? But if we see water is a relationship, so we also have to ask how should we care for it? And another lesson that changed my thinking was indigenous science. Before this experience, when I heard the word science, I mostly thought about laboratories, experiment, academic research, and written evidence. But I learned that indigenous science is also built through generation of observation, experience, language, storytelling, and relationship with the natural environment. The important thing for me was not to think of indigenous science
and Western science as competitor. I understood that they can complement each other. Scientific tools can provide measurement, community knowledge can provide observation and context that come from the relationship with the land and water.
Thank you. Thank
Together,
you, Tina.
yeah.
Thank you. Because we don't have time, but you covered that's most of your reflection. Really appreciate. And Paul, we are so sorry to taking over time. I know we are so many people are waiting for 24 hours. Really appreciate. Hina, if you can take down your presentation. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming in, calling Professor Colin Charles, Professor Kevin Lewis, and everyone that you are coming. Really appreciate. Now, Devina, is to you, right? You are the taking lead afterwards, or Julia?
So the next presentation is the Lumination. So I will invite the Lumination to join. And then there will be, I will leave it to Davina to lead the last session.
Go ahead.
So let me see if I can remove spotlight. Move spotlight. Move spotlight. Move spotlight. Move spotlight. Excellent. Thank you, Althea. Thank you, Illumination. It's nice to see you again. Please.
Grazie. Sono here for the catch of the field for this year. Skin tight and straight at no. Skin tight and so Aishka and that Petra. Aishka Mukhoreo. Aishka, what is in that Petra? My name is Cynthia Wilson. I carry the Indian name of Umangalis, and I'm from Lummi. And we would like to share a few words with you. But first, we would like to share a little bit about our land. So we are the original people of this area. Our villages, we live in. There's throughout the Washington State and lived in Canada. Southern Canada and Northern Michigan State. And we continue to live the lives that our ancestors have shared with us. We continue to have the relationship with the territories of our ancestral home. Since time immemorial, we have maintained our life on the traditional ancestral unceded lands and the waterways of the people, and we continue our strengthening our way of life. But first, before we start, we would like to start from that Fred, and thank everyone for their great words and their work.
Last year, to like us, all the young people that are working for global change. You look at this picture behind us. I interpret it as what's going on in our world now. The red road of our people, the waters, the mountain, the red people, if they don't take care of what we got, is all black. That means our earth is dying. And it's going to be up to our children, children's children. We're planting a seed in the people right now. I hope everybody's listening because this is important for our kids. I'm going to sing a song. So laugh. It's talking. This man is talking to his people. And while he's talking about that big man that lives in the sky. Asking, telling the people to take care of, this is the main word, take care of what I made for you. And right now we're doing a very poor job. Because our earth is dying and it's going to get even. It's gonna get even. I'm gonna sing the song for you folks. You look at this great spirit and the trees are black and our people are black. That's what this drum means. It was a dream, a vision I had a long time ago. This is him talking to the people. He's telling the people there's somebody greater than us up there, and he's watching over us, looking at to see what if we're doing the right job, take care of what he made for us. Yes, sir. Accept everything, Joe.
So we like to say a circle of life. And that shows that all things are connected, just not no part of nature, above or below another. Everything relies on everything else to survive. And we have a couple of things that we want to share with you. And then we'll hear from the other again. The first thing we'd like to share with you is the remembering what our ancestors said. And one of the things we want to share is Chief Seattle's speech, because he's the one of the elders that signed that treaty. And he wanted to make sure that there was things left for our children, even back in jail. So what he was wondering what was going to happen. So I'd like to invite Judy to come share.
Greetings. Aksai Jean Blakely, Gunakhtiri Akyat Plinkett, Raven tribe from Southeast Alaska. Chief Seattle, originally and more correctly known as Chief Seattle, was a Suquamish chief who lived in the islands of Puget Sound. As a young warrior, Chief Seattle was known for his courage, daring, and leadership, and he gained control of 6 of the local tribes and established and continued the established friendly relationships with the settlers of the local area. And parts of this speech I'll be reading were believed to have been given in December of 1854. There are, of course, several different versions, and I'm sharing this with you. The president in Washington sends word that he wishes to buy our land. But how can you buy or sell the sky, the land? The idea is strange to us. If we do not own the freshness of the air and the sparkle of the water, how can you buy them? Every part of the earth is sacred to my people. Every shining pine needle, every sandy shore, every mist in the dark woods, every meadow, every humming insect. All are holy in the memory and experience of my people. We know the sap which courses through the trees as we know the blood that courses through our veins. We are part of this earth and it is part of us. The perfumed flowers are our sisters. The bear, the deer, the great eagle, those are our brothers. The rocky crests, the dew in the mountain, the body heat of the pony and the man all belong to the same family. The rivers are our brothers. They quench our thirst. They carry our canoes and feed our children. So you must give the rivers the kindness that you give any brother. If we sell you our land, remember that the air is precious to us, that the air shares its spirit with all the life that it supports. The wind that gave our grandfather his first breath also received his last sigh. The wind also gives our children the spirit of life. So if we sell you our land, you must keep it apart and sacred, as a place where man can go to taste the wind that is sweetened by the meadow flowers. Will you teach your children what we have taught our children? That the earth is our mother? What befalls the earth befalls all the sons of the earth? The earth does not belong to man. Man belongs to the earth. All things are connected, like the blood that unites us all. Man did not weave the web of life. He is merely a strand in it. Whatever he does to the web, he does to himself. We love this earth as a newborn loves its mother's heartbeat. So if we sell you our land, love it as we have loved it. Care for it as we have cared for it. Hold in your mind the memory of the land as it was when you receive it. Preserve the land for all children and love it. No man, be he red man or white man, can be apart. We are all brothers after all. And in the excerpts that I read from his speech in 1854, there is much more, but the interconnectedness is clear. You cannot experience the spirit of the elements without being harmonious and connected to it. And I would like to leave you with a quote, paraphrasing from Dr. Robin Wall Kimmerer. Even a wounded world is feeding us. Even a wounded world is giving us moments of wonder and joy. And this is not to downplay the urgency of what we are facing in climate change, but to remind us that there is magic in the elements. There is magic in the joy of eating freshly foraged green energy of tasting the wind that has salt from our local waters. And look for the magic as you keep protecting this beautiful planet and the ecosystem that we're a part of. Sheesh.
We learned so many things that was passed on to us from generation to generation, and we try to cherish those and pass it on.
You're talking about.
And today we'll hear a story from Byron about the salmon, because salmon is so special to us, and we promised the salmon that we would take care of it.
Traditional stories and songs serve as oral libraries that preserve and pass down vital lessons from our Native American indigenous way of life. They connect generations, instill culture, values, and provide practical blueprints for survival and community harmony. This is our story of the Salmon Boy. The story of our connection to the earth is seen on the land, the imprint there. The land remembers what we do, and the stories is in our waters, mountains, and in the air. What are the stories? They say we're all connected, woven together, the waters, the land, and the mountains, and the air. So we feel we are connected to the salmon, and that salmon is life. Seals eat salmon, bears eat salmon, eagles eat salmon, whales eat salmon, people eat salmon, otters eat salmon. The plants rely on the salmon that return from the ocean, bringing their bodies up to the waters, and the other little fish rely on them as well. Everything here has built its life around the salmon. So to us, the salmon is the most important being in the world. We call them the salmon people, the people who live in villages under the ocean. People like us who live in villages under the ocean become salmon, who put salmon skin on become salmon. They come up the rivers to feed people who live on the land. When they return, it is powerful. We honor them. We do not want to disrespect them. We honor them in ceremony the way we were taught. We never add or change anything that was passed on from generation to generation. So we learned when the salmon return, when we catch the first one and share it to the whole community and honor the salmon spirit and give thanks to them for coming back to feed us. We respect the spirit and return the bones back to the water. This is the way we show respect to them. This is what we were taught. And the story goes that was passed on to us was, a long time ago, in a village not far from here, lived a little boy. And this boy was very, very bad. He was a really bad little boy. He was always fighting and lying and cheating, stealing, complaining and mean to others. He never did his work. He talked back to the grown-ups. Well, they say in this village, it was the job of the children to return the salmon bones back to the water. All the children except one ran up to the pile of salmon bones, picked them up, and went down the trail to return the salmon bones to the river. All the children were doing this except one. And you know who that was, right? That rotten little boy. He said, "No, Grandpa, I'm playing. Leave me alone." Grandpa said, "This is a very simple thing. This is how we show respect to other salmon people. You need to do it now." And the boy said, "All right." And he went where the bones were, but they were all gone, except for a few little bones and dirt. He scooped them up in his hand and he walked out the door. As the little boy was walking, he slipped while following the other children down to the river. And pretty soon he couldn't see anybody and no one was around. So he threw the salmon bones in the bushes, said, "There, no one will ever know." Well, after a few days later, he was playing on some big rocks by the side of the river, and accidentally he slipped again, and he fell into the river, the deepest part of the river. And he would have drowned, except someone under the water saved him. You know who saved him from under that water? The salmon people. And they took him back to their village under the ocean, and they took care of him, very good care of him. They were kind and loving. They gave him food. They gave him warm blankets. All he had to do all day long was run around the village playing with the salmon children. The little boy loved it there. He was treated so lovingly. He said, I'm going to stay here forever. I will never have children. I'm going to live with the salmon people now. But one day something happened that changed everything. He was playing with the salmon and he saw a little salmon girl. She was hiding in the rocks by the village. She was hiding in the rocks by herself. The little boy looked at her and wondered what's going on. They kept playing and then finally he saw her try to walk out. She was dragging one leg behind her. It was as though she had no bones left in her leg, no bones in her arms. And right away that little boy knew what happened. He knew the ones that he had threw away in the bushes that never made it back to the salmon people. And now this little girl was suffering. She was in pain because of him. And he knew he had to do something. So he went to the salmon people and he asked, can you take me back to my village on the land? I have an important thing to tell them there. The salmon people agreed. We will take you home, but if you leave us, you may never return. You cannot come back to us or visit us. You'll be gone forever. The boy thought, and he said, it's very important, I must go. And so they took him back to his village on the land. He came walking out of the water, returned to the village, and the people saw him coming out. And they said, look, the little boy is coming back. They thought that they would never see him again. They thought he had drowned. But here he was returning to them, and they rushed to hug him, to greet him. But the boy said, wait, stop, I have important things to tell you. First, that spoiled, rotten, mean little boy that you used to know, that is not me anymore. I have changed. I am a good person now, and must tell you what I have learned. The things we do on land affect the things that live in the water. We must respect and protect the house of the salmon people. This is what the little boy had taught his people from the time he lived with the salmon people in their villages under the ocean. The story of the little mean boy became the teaching for his people. How did he change? What made him change? He said, the things that we do on land affect the things that live in water.
And those kind of stories, we appreciate and pass on from generation to generation. And to stay, we appreciate all the stories that our elders have shared with us and try to live in that way while our politicians, have to fight for things that we have today. But as a family, hopefully we can continue that way of life that we have and continue to enjoy what we have. And before we finish, we'd like to hear the elder that has some words that he's been thinking about these last few hours about what we're going to be for our children. What would we say for the generations, the gamma generation or than that? So you can see it sitting.
I stand up. Después sean atletas. I come before you today. Messages from the Spirit. I'm old, I just sit at home and I watch what's going on in the world. I watch the land that I live on change. Birds are disappearing, insects disappearing, no food for the birds. The fish are disappearing. It's sad because I've seen the days when the fish would come up in abundance. 15, 20 at a time coming up the channel. Long lines of them. No more. And that's a prophecy when the fish disappear, just like what you heard the brother say. When the fish disappear, we're going to cease to exist as people. It goes back, the story goes back long ways. We had to fight for everything that we have. Just like what I was telling the lady, she was talking about this picture, this mural that this young man painted. It tells our story. The mountains with the trees, the road, the red road that we walk, the people up on the top. And that's, even you folks have the same kind of story. The Pacific Rim people all the way around have stories of survival. Right now, I sat here most of the day wondering what I was going to say. Whatever comes out of my mouth is what the Spirit wants you folks to hear. Right now, I'm holding a big lump right here because there's so much that we got to do. Right today, every one of you Indigenous people up and down the coast, clear around, have a job to do. When they're done doing what they do, is destroy our land, destroy our seas, and it's happening right today. Our fish are disappearing. A third of the fishes disappeared from the sea. It's going to be up to our children and our children's children's children. Prophesied at the end, everything shall be as it was in the beginning, how he made it for us. You look out and you go to the most beautiful places on this earth in the Northwest. Beautiful. What he created for us to take care of, not to destroy. Because that's our life out there. That's our air we breathe. That's the fish we eat, the animals we eat. Just like what you heard. It's circle of life. And we depend on that. Clear under there, destroying forests, South America, destroying the air that those people breathe, all because of money. That's kind of what my message is. And we know, they all know, the all Indigenous people know. It's time to wake up and hold hands, join together. It's like that line of people on top of this mural. All is one. And if we don't, we're going to be black. The forests are going to be black. The rivers are going to be black, destroyed. One thing my dad left me. A week before he left this earth, he said, "Son, I left you enough to help your people, and this is what I'm doing today." I was chose to leave words to help people. Left you enough. It's the old ways, the old moral values that are going to save our people. And one day they're going to have to look back and ask the Indigenous people, how are we going to restore what we're destroying? You look at the governments now. All it's going to take is one button to destroy us as a people. Prayer helps. You get 20 billion people praying the same prayer, things will change. They have to start looking to us, the Creator that created this earth for us. You see those green cedar boughs. That's a medicine for our people. We left all kinds of medicines out there for us to take care of ourselves. He left words of wisdom to help us live. And all the young people have to do is listen. The way they're living now, they're destroying themselves, destroying the kids that they're making. Babies making babies, not knowing how to live, to be humans. People, it's time to wake up. Time to join together and be as one, like holding hands. You try to pull these hands apart, we're holding hands. Nobody in this world could tear us apart but our own minds. How man thinketh, so shall it be. How are you young people really thinking? You just doing this to do it, or you doing it to help life, help the world restore itself, to rebuild itself? Just like I said, it's going to be our children, some man, his babies, babies. Those ones going to be left with the job. What are you going to leave them? What are you going to teach them? I hope it's all good things. I think that's all I need to say is, folks, wake up. This is our life, our world we're dealing with right now. Vais que siempre stata, siempre.
So again, we just want to thank everyone for your work. I want to thank you for working with your youth and sharing the concerns of the climate change.
Thank you so much, Lumination. I think we couldn't have chosen any other group to give us the last session of our summit. This was a truly emotional, a truly sensational, and it's really touching to the soul. And we really appreciate your time. We really appreciate your effort. We really appreciate the passion with which you treat the earth. You've seen the earth, with which you are encouraging us to have a different attitude towards the earth. Thank you so much, Lumen Nation, for always being available. We are so grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank
On
you.
this note, I think that we are almost close to the end of our 2026 summit, but before we finally call it the end, I wish to call on Louisa.
Yeah, I'm here.
Good.
Thank you so much, Julia. I also like to invite the other regional leaders that are here. So Kofi is also here. And I think that's a great moment for us to thank everyone who participate at this 24-hour event. It was an incredible journey all over these hours, listening to such different perspectives, but always agreeing to each other regarding how important is to preserve the culture and to empower the indigenous communities all around the world, and respect and their culture and their not and also their knowledge. So I am really happy to be here. I'm really happy to see that diversity of peoples all around the world discussing, dialoguing, and talking about those issues that we are facing right now, that in the all around the world we're facing, and we know those issues like climate change and like biodiversity loss and all those issues are not um, the indigenous people's fault, but we know that indigenous peoples are the one who are helping saving the earth again, once again. So I'm really happy to be here, and I'm really touched by all the presentations and all the knowledge shared here today, and I'm really grateful for that. And I am also I welcome all the regional leaders from GIYSCC that are here. So please feel free to also give your final contribution here today. I'm pretty sure we're all um, excited about the what we have to come for the next year, and it has been an incredible journey so far. So I really appreciate that we're here today together, and that's work that is being done by several hands together, and we are all very proud of being here. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Louisa. I think I would quickly call on Kofi, but before that, we have not been able to take any photo throughout the program. When we started from Region 1, we have just been in a haste, and I think that is what has happened throughout the year. I've asked Stefan to help us with the picture, so if it is okay, all of us who are left on this particular session, if it is okay, kindly turn on your cameras so that we can take a group picture, and then we can just do the concluding remarks and as we go. So if it is okay and you are comfortable, please do well to turn on your camera for me. And Stefan, please, it's up to you now.
Yes. Okay, so I only see 4 of you guys, so I'll give it a few seconds to see if anyone else turns on the camera. You all deserve an award for staying up for 24 hours. Perfect. Give me just a smile and I'll take the picture. Coffee, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. We got the
Okay.
picture.
Thank you so much, Stefan. Okay, so let me quickly call on Kofi. A very brief concluding remarks, please. Kofi, please, you are muted.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right.
Yes, thank you so much. Hello everyone. Bonjour à tous. Alors, je vais m'exprimer en français en tant que responsable de la région 2. Je quitte ce sommet avec un message clair. La terre est la vie. Les droits sont essentiels et les savoirs autochtones sont indispensables à la justice climatique. Dans les 3 régions, les femmes, les jeunes ont démontré qu'ils ne sont pas de simples bénéficiaires de l'action climatique, ils en sont les acteurs. Transformons maintenant le dialogue en action, protégeons les territoires, soutenons les solutions communautaires et veillons à ce que les voix autochtones orientent les décisions. Merci à Future Earth, merci aux organisateurs et aux intervenants, à tous les participants. Nous clôturons ce sommet, mais pas ce dialogue. Dear engineers, young fellow regional leads and friends, as a Region 2 lead, I lead this summit with one clear message. Land is life, rights are essential, and engineers' knowledge is indispensable to climate justice. Across all three regions, women and young people have shown that they are not merely beneficiaries of climate action, they are leading it. Let's use now turn dialogue into action, protect territorial, support community-led solution, and ensure engineers' voice shape every decision. I warmly thank future of Paul, Julia, Aishu, Luisa, the organizer, speaker, and all participants. We close this summit, but not this dialogue. Together, let use continues to defend land, rights, and knowledge for climate justice. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kofi. Let me quickly call on Davina. Your last words, please.
Thank you, Julia. I guess this is amazing. Like we had a really 24 hours dialogue and so much to hear. We have heard so much from the elderly, from the young people, from for example, Prakriti and Prokona and the team. They were just amazing, and the work they are doing is really amazing. Like it's difficult to describe what we heard, what we have learned today in words, but what, as Coffee said, let's continue the dialogue. It doesn't end with the summit, and there is more to come. And hopefully, in the near future, we can do much more just that than the summit. So, thank you so much. I think we leave the final word with to Paul and Erica before we closed.
Yeah, yeah. So let me quickly invite Erica. Hello, Erica. Please, your final word, please.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you.
It's been a crazy day, as Davina knows. 24 hours. It always makes me emotional. I look back over the journey we've taken together today, and both joy and pain and hope and adventure and sharing and learning so much. It's like living a life in one day. It really is. And so I don't cry on camera. I don't show my video right now, but I look forward to the continuity with all of you. I do really believe you're building a community and a family. And I'm so happy to be part of this in any small shape or form. So thank you all. And thank you to the team for keeping it going. And let's have hope for 2027. Yeah. And great job, Julia. Happy Leader Day. Yes. You did it. You've now joined the club, right? I think they should give out jackets for this, you know. Thank you, everyone, for all of your contributions today. It was magic.
Thank you so much, Erica. And let me quickly call on Paul. Paul, please, your closing remarks.
I will be the first one to say I'm neither indigenous nor youth. But it is truly an honor as well as pleasure to work with a world of inspiring talented, insightful leaders. The youth, the indigenous youth are amazing. It's the journey that has begun with the Global Indigenous Youth Summit is remarkable. It may have certainly be among the most important things I do in my entire life, for sure, is to work with the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on climate change. And I want to thank the Lumi Nation for their thoughtful, wise observations and for sharing wisdoms that are important for all of us to deeply understand. We have a journey, all of us, and it's across generations. And if we always look to the youth, we think of the youth, we'll always be looking forward. And I hope that the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on climate change inspires the world to look forward rather than at their self-interest, which inherently are short-sighted. The need to look into the future, to need to understand the past. Those connections are what draw me to Indigenous discussions, the opportunity to learn about what it means to live across 7 generations, to take that wisdom and to turn it into actions that inspire future generations. So I thank all of the participants, those that are online still, and certainly those that were online earlier, for a fabulous day. As Erica indicated, one's eyes do get wet at times. These are very special observations that are being shared from the heart. And so it's an honor as well as pleasure to work with you, Julia. You did a fabulous job. Your team, Kofi, Luisa, Aishu, and certainly the leaders that preceded, Onza, Davina, and Temato. So with that, I know that we are almost half an hour beyond the International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples. We took it the full breadth from 0 GMT to 24 GMT and extended. So I wish everybody a very pleasant weekend or early week. And I look forward to continuing this journey, this virtual dialogue by, for, and among Indigenous youth with global inclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you so much, everybody. We have really circled the earth. We've heard stories. We have learned a lot today. And I know that the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change 2026 is not an end, it is a beginning of a new chapter of Indigenous-led climate justice, of global solidarity, of a movement that will not stop until land, rights, and knowledge are protected for all the generations. To all who share their voices, their stories, their songs, and their pain, we say a very big thank you to you. You are the guardians we have been waiting for. And now the circle is broken. We see you very soon after we have taken some rest to reconvene and then finish with what we have for the year. On that note, I wish you a blessed night or morning. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Merci à tout le monde. Merci.
Obrigada.
Thank you, Stefan, for your wonderful stewardship through the day.
Oh, thank you, everyone.
Merci. Merci à tout le monde. Merci, Paul. Merci.
Thank you, everyone. It's great to see. It's a great conference. Love it. Becoming more participatory. More people are coming. More youth births are coming. That is great. It makes us youth. So that is the very inspiring part. Paul, take rest. Talk to you soon.
Thank
I look forward to
Paul.
it, Ranjan. Thank you and your lovely family.
Sure. Thank you.
And thank you, Stefan. And good night.
Thank you, Colleen. It's
More
nice to see you again.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Paul. And I'm glad you still have the painting.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's every time I turn my chair around, it's there first and front and center.
Cool. All right, then. Good to see you guys.
Nice to see you too.
Bye.
Right. Thank you so much, Stefan.
No, of course. Thank you.
Please do well to remember my chat for Region 3 as well.
Yes, yes. I owe you the 3 of them.
Thank you.
Merci à tous. À très bientôt.
A bientôt.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close the meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Stefan, for
Hope you all